Section 25 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The True Gold. The actual turning point in Dina's illness seemed to date from that brief interview with Sir Eustace. They had drawn her back, half against her will, from the land of shadows. But from that day her will was set to recover. The old elasticity came back to her, and with every hour her strength increased. The joy of life was hers once more. She was like a flower opening to the sun. Sir Eustace presented himself every evening for admittance, and sat with her for a little while. Isabel was generally present, and their conversation was in consequence of a strictly commonplace order, but the keen blue eyes told Dina more than the proud lips ever uttered. She came to watch for that look which she could not meet, and though at times it sent a wild dart of fear through her, yet it filled her also with a rapture indefinable but unspeakably precious. She felt sure that he had never turned that look on Rose or any other girl. It was kept exclusively for her, and its fiery intensity thrilled her soul. It was the sign of a secret understanding between them, which she believed none other suspected. It was a somewhat terrible joy, for the man's strength had startled her more than once, but in moments of dread she reassured herself with the memory of his reiterated declaration that the magic bond that existed between them was no bond at all in reality, only a game, without consequences. She would not look forward to the time when that game should be over. She was not looking forward at all, so sublimely happy was she in the present. The period of convalescence, which to most patients is the hardest of all to bear, was to her a dream of delight. A week after the departure of the Devines, she was well enough to be moved into Isabel's sitting room, and here, on that first day, both Sir Eustace and Scott joined them at tea. The weather had cleared again, and Sir Eustace came in from an afternoon's skiing, attired in the white sweater in which Dina always loved to see him. She lay on her couch and watched him with shining eyes, telling herself that no prince had ever looked more royal. It was Scott who waited upon her, but she was scarcely aware of his presence. Even Isabel seemed to have faded into the background. She could think only of Eustace, lounging near her in careless magnificence, talking in his deep voice of the day's sport. "There are several new people arrived," he said, "both ancient and modern. The place was getting empty, but it has filled up again. There is to be a dance tonight." His eyes sought Dina's. "I am going down presently to see if any of the newcomers have any talents worth cultivating." She met his look with a flash of daring. "I wish you luck," she said. He made her a bow. "You are very generous, but I scarcely expect any. My star has not been in the ascendant for a long time." Scott uttered a laugh that sounded faintly derisive. "You'll have to make the best of the second best for once, my dear chap," he said. "You can't always have your cake iced." Eustace glanced at him momentarily. "I am not you, Stumpy," he said. "The philosophy of the second best is only for those who have never tasted the best." There was in his tone a touch of malice that caught Dina very oddly, like the flick of a lash intended for another. She awoke very suddenly to the realization of Scott sitting near Isabel, with the light shining on his pale face and small, colourless beard. How insignificant he looked. And yet the narrow shoulders had an independent set about them, as though they were not without a certain strength. The smile still lingered about his lips as he made quiet rejoinder. It sometimes needs a philosopher to tell what is the best. Eustace gave an impatient shrug. The philosopher is not always a wise man, he observed briefly. But seldom an utter fool, returned Scott. The elder brother's face was contemptuous as he said, A philosopher may recognize what is best, but it is seldom within his reach. And so, being a philosopher, he does without it. Scott spoke thoughtfully. He was gazing straight before him. Isabel suddenly leaned forward. He is not always the loser, Stumpy, she said. He looked at her. Certainly a man can't lose what he has never had, he said. Every man has his chance once, she insisted. And if he's a philosopher, he doesn't take it, laughed Eustace. Don't you know, my dear Isabel, that is the very cream and essence of philosophy? She gave him a swift look that was an open challenge. What do you know of philosophy and the greater things of life? She said. He looked momentarily surprised. Dina saw the ready frown gather on his handsome face. But before he could speak, Scott intervened. How on earth did we get on to this abstruse subject? He said easily. Miss Bathurst will vote us all a party of bores, and with reason. What were we talking about before? Iced cake, wasn't it? Are you a cook, Miss Bathurst? I can make some kinds of cakes, Dina said modestly. But I like making pastry best. I often make sausage rolls for Dad to take hunting. That sounds more amusing for him than for you, observed Eustace. Oh no, I love making them, she assured him, and he always says he likes mine better than anyone's. But I'm not a particularly good cook, really. Mother generally does that part, and I do all the rest. All? Said Isabel. Yes. You see, we can't afford to keep a servant, said Dina. And I groom Rupert, that's the hunter, too, when Billy isn't at home. I like doing that. He's such a beauty. Do you ever ride him? Asked Eustace. She shook her head. No, I'd love to, of course, but there's never any time. I can't spend as long as I like over grooming him, because there are so many other things. But he generally looks very nice. She spoke with pride. Quite as nice as any of the Devine's horses. You must have a very busy time of it, said Scott. Yes. Dina's bright face clouded a little. I often wish I had more time for other things, but it's no good wishing. Anyway, I've had my time out here, and I shall never forget it. You must come out again with us, said Isabel. Dina beamed. Oh, how I should love it, she said. But... Her face fell again. I don't believe Mother will ever spare me a second time. All right, I'll run away with you in the yacht, said Eustace. Come for a trip in the summer. She looked at him with shining eyes. It's not a bit of good thinking about it, she said. But oh, how lovely it would be. He laughed, looking at her with that gleam in his eyes that she had come to know as exclusively her own. Where there's a will, there's a way, he said. If you have the will, you can leave the way to me. She drew a quick breath. Her heart was beating rather fast. All right, she said. I'll come. Is it a promise? Said Eustace. She shook her head instantly. No, I never make promises. They have a way of spoiling things so. Exactly my own idea, he said. Never turn a pleasure into a duty, or it becomes a burden at once. Well, I must go and make myself pretty for this evening's show. If I'm very bored, I shall come and sit out with you. Not tonight, said Isabel with quick decision. Dina is going to bed very soon. Really? He stood by Dina's couch, looking down at her with his faint, supercilious smile. Do you submit to that sort of tyranny? He said. She held up her hand to him. It isn't tyranny. It is the very dearest kindness in the world. Don't you know the difference? He held the little, confiding hand a moment or two, and she felt his fingers close around it with a strength that seemed as if it encompassed her very soul. There are two ways of looking at everything, he said, but I shouldn't be too docile if I were you. Not, that is, if you want to get any fun out of life. Remember, life is short. He let her go with the words, straightened himself to his full, splendid height, and sauntered with regal arrogance to the door. I want you, Stumpy, he said in passing. There are 1 or 2 letters for you to deal with. You can come to my room while I dress. In that case I had better say good night too, said Scott, rising. Oh, no, said Dina with her quick smile. You can come in and say good night to me afterwards, when I'm in bed. Can't he, Isabel? She had fallen into the habit of calling Isabel by her Christian name from hearing Scott use it. It had begun almost in delirium, and now it came so naturally that she never dreamed of reverting to the more formal mode of address. Scott smiled in his quiet fashion and turned to join his brother. I will, with pleasure, he said. Eustace threw a mocking glance backwards. It seems that philosophers rush in where mere ordinary males fear to tread, he observed. Stumpy, allow me to congratulate you on your privileges. Thanks, old chap, Scott made answer in his tired voice, but there is no occasion for the ordinary male to envy me my compensations. What did he mean by that? Said Dina as the door closed. Isabel moved to her side and sat down on the edge of the couch. Scott is very lonely, little one, she said. Is he? Said Dina, wonderingly. But surely he must have lots of friends. He's such a dear. Isabel smiled at her rather sadly. Yes, everyone who knows him thinks that. Everyone must love him, protested Dina. Who could help it? I wonder, said Isabel slowly, if he will ever meet anyone who will love him best of all. Dina was suddenly conscious of a rush of blood to her face. She knew not wherefore, but she felt it beat in her temples and sing in her ears. Oh, surely, she stammered in confusion. Isabel looked beyond her. You know, Dina, she said, her voice very low. Scott is a man with an almost infinite greatness of soul. I don't know if you realize it. I have thought sometimes that you did, but there are very few who do. I know he is great, whispered Dina. I told him so, almost the first time I saw him. Isabel's smile was very tender. She stooped and gathered Dina to her bosom. Oh, my dear, she murmured, never prefer the tinsel to the true gold. He is far, far the greatest man I know, and you will never meet a greater." Dina clung to her in quick responsiveness. Her strange agitation was subsiding, but she could feel the blood yet pulsing in her veins. "I know it," she whispered. "I am sure of it. He is very much to you, dear, isn't he?" "For years he has been my all," Isabel said. "Listen a moment. I will tell you something. In the first dreadful days of my illness, I was crazy with trouble, and they bound me to keep me from violence. I have never forgotten it. I never shall. Then he came. He was very young at that time, only 23. He had his life before him, and mine was practically over. Yet he gave up everything for my sake. He took command. He banished all the horrible people who had taken possession of me. He gave me freedom, and he set himself to safeguard me. He brought me home. He was with me night and day, or if not actually with me, within call. He and Biddy between them brought me back. They watched me, nursed me, cared for me. Whenever my trouble was greater than I could bear, he was always there to help me. He never left me, and gradually he became so necessary to me that I couldn't contemplate life without him. I have been terribly selfish." A low sob checked her utterance for a moment, and Dina's young arms tightened. "I let my grief take hold of me to the exclusion of everything else. I didn't realize the sacrifice he was making. For years I took it all as a right, living in my fog of misery and blind to all beside. But now at last, thanks to you, little one, whom I nearly killed, my eyes are open once more. The fog has rolled away. No, I can never be happy. I am one of those who wait. But I will never again, God helping me, deprive others of happiness. Scott shall live his own life now. His devotion to me must come to an end. My greatest wish in life now is that he may meet a woman worthy of him, who will love him as he deserves to be loved, before I climb the peaks of paradise and find my beloved in the dawning." Isabel's voice sank. She pressed Dina close against her heart. "It will not be long," she whispered. "I have had a message that there is no mistaking. I know it will not be long, but oh, darling, I do want to see him happy first." Dina was crying softly. She could find no words to utter. So, for a while, they clung together. The woman who had suffered and come at last through bitter tribulation into peace, and the child whose feet yet halted on the threshold of the enchanted country that the other had long since traversed and left behind. Nothing further passed between them. Isabel had said her say, and for some reason Dina was powerless to speak. She could think of no words to utter, and deep in her heart she was half afraid to break the silence. That sudden agitation of hers had left her oddly confused and embarrassed. She shrank from pursuing the matter further. Yet, for a long time that night, she lay awake, pondering, wondering. Certainly Scott was different from all other men. Totally, undeniably different. He seemed to dwell on a different plane. She could not grasp what it was about him that set him thus apart, but what Isabel had said showed her very clearly that the spirit that dwelt behind that unimposing exterior was a force that counted, and could hold its own against odds. She slept at last, with the thought of him still present in her mind, and in her dreams the vision of Greatheart in his shining armour came to her again, filling her with a happiness which, even sleeping, she did not dare to analyse, scarcely to contemplate. End of section 25. Read by Helena Dunstan. July 2022. Section 26 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The Call of Apollo. Dina's strength came back to her in leaps and bounds, and 3 weeks after the Devines' departure she was almost herself again. The season was drawing to a close. The holidays were over, and English people were turning homeward. Very reluctantly, Isabel had to admit that her charge was well enough for the journey back. Mrs. Bathurst wrote in an insistent strain, urging that the time had come for her to return, and no further excuse could be invented for keeping her longer. They decided to return themselves, and take Dina to her home, Isabel having determined to make the acquaintance of the redoubtable Mrs. Bathurst, and persuade her to spare her darling to them again in the summer. The coming parting was hard to face, so hard that Dina could not bear to speak of it. She shed a good many tears in private, as Isabel was well aware, but she never willingly made any reference to the ordeal she so dreaded. The only time she voluntarily broached the subject was when she entreated to be allowed to go down to the last dance that was to be held in the hotel. It chanced that this was fixed for the night before their own departure, and Isabel demurred somewhat, for though Dina had shaken off most of her invalid habits, she was still far from robust. "You will be so tired in the morning, darling," she protested gently, while Dina knelt beside her, earnestly pleading. "You will get that tiresome side-ache, and you won't be fit to travel." I shall, Dina assured her. "Oh, please, dear, just this once, let me have this one more fling. I shall never have another chance. I'm sure I never shall." Isabel's hand stroked the soft dark hair caressingly. She saw that Dina was very near to tears. "I don't believe I ought to say yes, dear child," she said. "You know I hate to deny you anything, but if it were to do you harm, I should never forgive myself." "It couldn't, it shan't," declared Dina, almost incoherent in her vehemence. "It isn't as if I wanted to dance every dance. I'd come and sit out with you in between, and if I got tired you could take me away. I would go directly if you said so. Really I would." She was hard to resist, kneeling there with her arms about Isabel, and her bright eyes lifted. Isabel took the sweet face between her hands and kissed it. "Let me ask Scott what he thinks," she said. "I want to give in to you, Dina, darling, but it's against my judgment. If it is against his judgment too, will you be content to give it up?" "Oh, of course," said Dina instantly. She was confident that Scott, that kind and gentle friend of hers, would deny her nothing. It seemed almost superfluous to ask him. The words had scarcely left her lips when his quiet knock came at the sitting-room door, and he entered. She looked round at him with a smile of quick welcome. "I'll give it up in a minute if he says so," she said. Isabel turned in her chair. "Come here, Stumpy," she said. "We want your advice. We are talking about the dance tonight. Dina has set her heart on going. Do you think it would do her any harm?" Scott came up to them in his halting way. He looked at Dina, pressed close to his sister's side, and his smile was very kindly as he said, "Poor little Cinderella. It's hard lines, but, you know, the doctor's last words to you were a warning against overexerting yourself." "But I shouldn't," she assured him eagerly. "Really, truly I shouldn't. I walked all the way to the village with you yesterday, and wasn't a bit tired, or hardly a bit, when I got back." "You looked jaded to death," he said. "I am afraid it is thumbs down," said Isabel, a touch of regret in her voice. "Oh, no, no," entreated Dina. "Mr. Studley, please, please say I may go. I promise I won't dance too much. I promise I'll stop directly I'm tired." "My dear child," Scott said, "it would be sheer madness for you to attempt to dance at all. Isabel," he turned to his sister with most unusual sharpness, "how can you tantalize her in this way? Say no at once. You know perfectly well she isn't fit for it." Isabel made no attempt to argue the point. "You hear, Dina?" she said. A quick throb of anger went through Dina. She disengaged herself quickly and stood up. "Mr. Studley," she said in a voice that quivered, "it's not right, it's not fair. How can you know what is good for me? And even if you did, what right?" She broke off, trembling and holding to Isabel's chair to steady herself. Scott's eyes, very level, very kind, were looking straight at her in a fashion that checked the hot words on her lips. "My child, no right whatever," he said. "I have no more power to control your actions than the man in the moon. But if you want my approval to your scheme, I can't give it to you. I don't approve, and because I don't, I tell Isabel that she ought to refuse to carry it through. I have no right to control her either, but I think my opinion means something to her. I hope it does, at least." He looked at Isabel, but she said nothing. Only she put her arm about Dina as she stood. There followed a few moments of very difficult silence. Then, abruptly, the mutiny went out of Dina's face and attitude. "I'm horrid," she said, in a voice half-choked. "Forgive me. You shouldn't spoil me so." "Oh, don't, please," said Scott. "I am infernally sorry. I know what it means to you." He took out his cigarette case and turned away with a touch of embarrassment. She saw that for some reason he was moved. Impulsively she left Isabel and came to him. "Don't think any more about it," she said. "I'll go to bed and be good." "You always are," said Scott, faintly smiling. No, I'm not." "What a fib! You know I'm not. But I am going to be good this time, so that you shall have something nice to remember me by." Dina's voice quivered still, but she managed to smile. He gave her a quick look. "You will always be the pleasantest memory I have," he said. The words were quietly spoken, so quietly that they sounded almost matter-of-fact, but Dina flushed with pleasure, detecting the sincerity in his voice. "It's very nice of you to say that," she said. especially as I deserve it so little. Thank you, Mr. Scott." She uttered the name timidly. She had never ventured to use it before. He held out his hand to her. "Oh, drop the prefix," he said. "Call me Stumpy like the rest of the world." But Dina shook her head with vehemence. There were tears standing in her eyes, but she smiled through them. "I will not call you Stumpy," she declared. "It doesn't suit you a bit. I never even think of you by that name. It is perfectly ludicrous applied to you." "Some people think I am ludicrous," observed Scott. His hand grasped hers firmly for a moment and let it go. The steadfast friendliness in his eyes shone out like a beacon, and there came to Dina a swift sense of great and uplifting pride at the thought that she numbered this man among her friends. The moment passed, but the warmth at her heart remained. She went back to Isabel and slipped down into the shelter of her arm, feeling oddly shy and also inexplicably happy. Her disappointment had shrunk to a negligible quantity. She even wondered at herself for having cared so greatly about so trifling a matter. There came the firm tread of a man's feet outside the door, and it swung open. Eustace entered with his air of high confidence. "Ah, Stumpy, there you are. I want you." "Well, Miss Bathurst, what about tonight?" She faced him bravely from Isabel's side. "I've promised to go to bed early as usual," she said. "What? You're not dancing?" She saw his ready frown. "Well, you will come and look on anyway. Isabel, you must show for once." He spoke imperiously. Isabel looked up. "I am sorry, Eustace, it is out of the question," she said coldly. "Both Dina and I are retiring early, in preparation for tomorrow." He bit his lip. "This is too bad, Miss Bathurst. Don't you want to come down? It's for the last time." Dina hesitated, and Scott came quietly to her rescue. "She is being prudent against her own inclination, old chap. Don't make it hard for her." "What a confounded shame," said Eustace. No, it isn't," said Dina. "It is quite right. I am not going to think any more about it." He laughed with a touch of mockery. "Which means you will probably think about it all night. Well, you will have the reward of virtue anyhow, which ought to be very satisfying. Come along, Stumpy, I want you to catch the post." He bore his brother off with him, and Dina went rather wistfully to help Biddy pack. She had done right, she knew, but it was difficult to stifle the regret in her heart. She had so longed for that one last dance, and it seemed to her that she had treated Sir Eustace somewhat shabbily also. She was sure that he was displeased, and the thought of it troubled her, for she had almost promised him that last dance. "Arrah then, Miss Dina, dear, don't you look so sad at all," counselled Biddy. "Good times pass, but there's always good times to come while you're young, and it's the bonny face you've got on you. Sure there'll be a fine wedding one of these days. There's a prince looking for you, or my name's not Biddy Maloney." Dina tried to smile, but her heart was heavy. She could not share Biddy's cheery belief in the good times to come, and she was quite sure that no prince would ever come her way. Sir Eustace, that king among men, might think of her sometimes, but not seriously. Oh no, not seriously. He had so many other interests. It was only her dancing that drew him, and he would never have another opportunity of enjoying that. She rested in the afternoon at Isabel's desire, but she did not sleep. Some teasing sprite had set a waltz refrain running in her brain, and it haunted her perpetually. She went down to the vestibule with Isabel for tea, and here Scott joined them, but Sir Eustace did not put in an appearance.
In their company she sought to be cheerful,
and in a measure succeeded, but the thought of the morrow pressed upon her. In another brief 24 hours, this place where she had first known the wonder and the glory of life would know her no more. In 2 days she would be back in the old bondage, chained once more to the oar, with the dread of her mother ever present in her heart, however fair the world might be. She could keep her depression more or less at bay in the presence of her friends, but when later she went to her room to prepare for dinner, something like desperation seized her. How was she going to bear it? One last wild fling would have helped her, but this inaction made things infinitely worse, made things intolerable. While she dressed, she waged a fierce struggle against her tears. She knew that Isabel would be greatly distressed should she detect them, and to hurt Isabel seemed to her the acme of selfish cruelty. She would not give way. She would not. And then, suddenly, she heard a step in the corridor, and her heart leapt. Well she knew that careless, confident tread.
But what was he doing there?
Why had he come to her door? With bated breath she stood and listened. Yes, he had paused. In a moment she heard a rustle on the floor. A screw of paper appeared under the door, as though blown in by a wandering wind. Then the careless feet retreated again, and she thought she heard him whistling below his breath. Eagerly she swooped forward and snatched up the note. Her hands shook so that she could scarcely open it. Trembling, she stood under the light to read it. It was headed in a bold hand, "To Daphne," and below, in much smaller writing, she read, "Come to the top of the stairs when the band plays Simple a View, and leave the rest to me, Apollo." A wild thrill went through her. But could she? Dared she? Had she not practically promised Isabel that she would go to bed? Yet how could she go, and leave this direct invitation, which was almost a command, unanswered? And it was only one dance. Only one dance. Would it be so very wrong to snatch just that one? The thought of Scott came to her, and the look of sincerity in his eyes when he had told her that she would always be the pleasantest memory he had. But she thrust it from her almost fiercely. Ah, no, no, no! She could not let him deprive her thus of this one last gaiety. Apollo had called her. It only remained for her to obey. She dressed in a fever of excitement and hid the note, that precious note, in her bosom. She would meet him at dinner, and he would look for an answer. How should she convey it? And oh, what answer should she give? Looking back afterwards, it seemed to her that fate had pressed her hard that night, so hard that resistance was impossible.
When she was dressed in the almost childishly simple muslin,
she looked herself in the eyes and fancied that there was something in her face that she had never seen there before. It was something that pleased her immensely, giving her a strangely new self-confidence. She did not wot that it was the charm of her coming womanhood that had burst into sudden flower. At the last moment she cast all her scruples away from her and snatched up a slip of paper. "I will be there, Daphne," were the words she wrote, and though her conscience smote her as she did it, she stifled it fiercely. Had she not promised him that one dance long ago? She met him at dinner with a face of smiling unconcern. The new force within had imbued her with a wondrous strength. She exulted in the thought of her power over him, transient though she knew it to be. Deep down in her heart she was afraid, yet she was wildly daring. It was her last night, and she was utterly reckless. She left her note in his hand with the utmost coolness when she bade him good night in the vestibule. She bade good night to Scott also, but she met his eyes for no more than a second, and then she had to stifle afresh the sharp pang at her heart. She went away up the stairs with Isabel, leaving them smoking over their coffee, leaving also the dreamy strains of the band, the gay laughter and movement of the happy crowd that drifted towards the ballroom. Isabel accompanied her to her room. "You are a dear, good child," she said tenderly, as she held her for a last kiss. "I shall never forget how sweetly you gave up the thing you wanted so much." Dina clung to her fast for a moment or two, and her hold was passionate. "Oh, don't praise me for that," she whispered into Isabel's neck. "I am not good at all. I am very bad." She almost tore herself free a second later, and Isabel, divining that any further demonstration from her would cause a breakdown, bade her a loving good night and went away. Dina stood a while, struggling for self-control. She had been perilously near to baring her soul to Isabel in those moments of tenderness. Even now the impulse urged her to run after her and tell her of the temptation to which she was yielding. She forced it down with clenched hands, telling herself over and over that it was her last chance, and she must not lose it. And so at length it passed, and with it passed also the pricks of conscience that had so troubled her. She emerged from the brief struggle with a sense of mad triumph. The spirit of adventure had entered into her, and she no longer paused to count the cost. "I expect I shall be sorry in the morning," she said to herself. "But tonight, oh, tonight, nothing matters except Apollo." She whisked to the door and set it ajar. The dance music drew her like the voice of a siren. For that one night she would live again. She would feel his arm about her, and the magic in her brain. Already her feet yearned to the alluring rhythm. She leaned against the doorpost, and gave herself up to her dream. Yet once more the wine of the gods was held to her lips. She would drink deeply, deeply. End of section 25. Read by Helena Dunstan.
August 2022.
Section 26 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The Golden Maze. Softly, the strains of simpler view floated along the corridor. It came like fairy music, now near, now far, haunting as a dream, woven through and through with the gold of romance. Someone was coming along the passage with the easy swing of the born dancer, and pressed against her doorpost in the shadows, another born dancer awaited him with a wildly throbbing heart. The die was cast, and there was no going back. She heard the deep voice humming the magic melody as he came. In a moment the superb figure came into sight, moving with that royal ease of carriage, so characteristic and so wonderful. He drew near. He spied the small white figure lurking in the dimness. With a low laugh he opened his arms to her. And then, There came to Dina, not for the first time, a strange, wholly indefinable misgiving. It was a warning so insistent that she suddenly and swiftly drew back, as if she would flee into the room behind her. But he was too quick for her. He caught her on the threshold. "Oh, no, no," he laughed. "That's not playing the game." He drew her to him, holding her two wrists. "Daphne, Daphne," he said, "still running away? Do you call that fair?" She did not resist him. For the moment she felt his touch, she knew herself a captive. The magic force of his personality had caught her, but she did not give herself wholly to him. She stood and palpitated in his hold, her head bent low. I'm not running away," she told him breathlessly. "I was just coming, but shan't we be seen? Your brother—" "What?" He was stooping over her. She felt his breath upon her neck. "Oh, Scott. Surely you're not afraid of Scott, are you? You needn't be. I've sent him off to write some letters. He'll be occupied for an hour at least. Come, come, you promised, and we're wasting time." There was a subtle caressing note in his voice. It thrilled her as she stood, and ever the soft music drifted on around them, pulsing with a sweetness almost too intense to be borne. He held her with the hold of a conqueror. She was quivering from head to foot, but all desire to free herself was gone. Still, she would not raise her face. Panting, she spoke. "Yes, we are wasting time. Let us go." He laughed above her head, a low laugh of absolute assurance. "Are you too shy to look at me, Daphne?" She laughed also, very tremulously. "I think I am, just at present. Let us dance first, anyway. Must we go down to the salon? Couldn't we dance in the corridor?" His arm was round her. He led her down the passage. "No, no. We will go down, and afterwards—" "Afterwards," she broke in breathlessly, "we will just peep at the moonlight on the mountains, and then I must come back."
"I will show you something better than the moonlight on the mountains,"
said Sir Eustace. She did not ask him what he meant, though her whole being was strung to a tense expectancy. He had brought her once more to the heights of Olympus, and each moment was full of a vivid life that had to be lived to the utmost. She lacked the strength to look forward. The present was too overwhelming. It was almost more than she could bear. They reached the head of the stairs. His arm tightened about her. She descended as though upon wings. Passing through the vestibule, her feet did not seem to touch the ground. And then, like a golden maze, the ballroom received them. Before she knew it, they were among the dancers, and the magic of her dream had merged into reality. She closed her eyes, for the glare of light and moving figures dazzled her, and gave herself up to the rapture of that one splendid dance. Her heart was beating wildly, as though it would choke her. A curious thirst, that yet was part of her delight, made her throat burn. A weakness that exulted in the man's supporting strength held her bound and entranced by such an ecstasy as she had never known before. She laughed, a gurgling laugh through panting lips. She wondered whether he realized that she was floating through the air, held up by his arm alone, above the glitter and the turmoil all around them. She wondered too how soon they would find their way to the heart of that golden maze, and what nameless treasure awaited them there. For that treasure was for them, and them alone, she never doubted. It was the gift of the gods, bestowed upon no others in all that merry crowd. The magic deepened and grew within her. She felt that the climax was drawing near. He would not dance to a finish, she knew, and already the music was quickening. She was too giddy, too spent had she but known it, to open her eyes. Only by instinct did she know that he was bearing her, sure and swift as a swallow, to the curtained recess whither he had led her twice before. This, she told herself, this was the heart of the maze. All things began and ended here. Her lips quivered and tingled. She would never escape him now. He had her firmly in the net. Nor did she seriously want to escape. Only she felt desperately afraid of him, his strength, his determination, above all his silence, sent tumultuous fear throbbing through her heart. And when at length the pause came, when she knew that they were alone in the gloom, with the music dying away behind them, a last wild dread that was almost anguish made her hide her face deep, deep in his arm, while her body hung powerless in his embrace. He laughed a little, a laugh that thrilled her with its exultation, its passion, and then, whether she would or not, he turned her face upwards to meet his own. His kisses descended upon her, hotly, suffocatingly. He held her pressed to him, in such a grip as seemed to drive all the breath out of her quivering frame. His lips were like a fierce flame on face and neck, a flame that grew in intensity, possessing her, consuming her. The mastery of his hold was utterly irresistible. She gasped and gasped for breath,
as one suddenly plunged in deep waters.
His violence appalled her, well nigh quenching her rapture. She was more terrified in those moments than she had ever been before. She almost felt as if the godlike being she had so humbly adored from afar had turned upon her with the demand for human sacrifice. Those devouring kisses sent unimagined apprehensions through her heart. They seemed to satisfy him so little, while they sapped from her every atom of vitality, leaving her helpless as an infant.
Her body drawn to his, as a needle to the magnet.
Not of her own volition, but simply by his strength. And ever the fire of his passion grew hotter, till she felt as one bound on the edge of a mighty furnace, which scorched her mercilessly from head to foot. She was near to fainting when she felt his arms relax, and suddenly, above her upturned face, she heard his voice, low and deep, like the growl of an angry beast. "What have you come here for? Go. You are not wanted." In a flash, she realized that they were no longer alone. She would have disengaged herself, but she was too weak to stand. She could only cling feebly to the supporting arm. In that moment, a great wave of humiliation burst over her, sweeping away her last foothold. For without turning, she knew who it was who stood behind her. She knew to whom those furious words had been addressed. Before her inner sight, with overwhelming vividness, there arose a vision. The vision of Greatheart in his shining armour, with a drawn sword in his hand, and in his eyes. But no, she could not look into his eyes. She hid her face instead, burning and quivering still from the touch of those passionate lips, hid it low against her lover's breast, too shamed even for speech. There came a movement, the halting movement of a lame man, and she heard Scott's voice. It pierced her intolerably, perfectly gentle though it was. "I am sorry to intrude," he said, "but Isabel begged me to come and look for Dina." His pause before the name was scarcely perceptible, but that also pierced her through and through. "I don't think she is quite equal to this." Sir Eustace uttered his faint, contemptuous laugh. "You hear, Dina?" he said. "This gallant knight has come to your rescue. Look up and tell him if you want to be rescued." But she could not look up. She could only cling to him in voiceless abasement. There was a brief silence, and then she felt his hand upon her head. He spoke again, the sneering note gone from his voice, though it still held a faint inflection of sardonic humour. "You needn't be anxious, most worthy Scott. Leave her to me for 5 minutes, and I will undertake to return her to Isabel in good condition. You are not wanted for the moment, man. Can't you see it?" That moved Dina. She lifted her head from its shelter and found her voice. "Oh, don't send him away," she entreated. It was very kind of him to come and look for me." Eustace's hand caressed her dark hair for a moment. His eyes looked down into hers, and she saw that the glowing embers of his passion still smouldered there. She caught her breath with a sob. "Tell him not to go away," she begged. He smiled a little.
But electricity lingered in the pressure of his arm.
"I think it is time we broke up the meeting," he said. "You had better run back to Isabel. If you wish to keep this episode a secret, Scott is, I believe, gentleman enough to hold his peace." She was free, and very slowly she released herself. She turned round to Scott, but still she could not, dared not, meet his eyes. Her limbs were trembling painfully. She felt weak and dizzy. Suddenly she became aware of his hand held out to her, proffering silent assistance. Thankfully she accepted it, feeling it close firmly, reassuringly upon her own. "Shall we go upstairs?" he asked, in his quiet, matter-of-fact way. "Isabel is a little anxious about you." "Oh, yes," she whispered tremulously. "Let us go." She tottered a little with the words, and he transferred his hold to her elbow. He supported her steadily and sustainingly. Eustace stepped forward and lifted the heavy curtain for them with a mask-like ceremony. She glanced up at him as she went through. "Good night," he said. Her lips quivered in response. He suddenly bent to her. "Good night," he said again. There was imperious insistence in his voice, his eyes compelled. Mutely she responded to the mastery that would not be denied. She lifted her trembling lips to his, and deliberately, in Scott's presence, he kissed her. "Sleep well," he said lightly. She returned his kiss, because she could not do otherwise. She felt as if he had so merged her will into his that she was deprived of all power to resist. But the hand that held her arm urged her with quiet strength. It led her unfalteringly away. End of section 26. Read by Helena Dunstan.
September 2022.
Section 28 of Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Lesson. 10 minutes later, Scott descended the stairs alone and returned to the salon. A dance was in progress. He stood for a space in the doorway watching. Finally, having satisfied himself that his brother was not among the dancers, he turned away. With his usual quietness of demeanour, he crossed the vestibule and looked into the smoking room. Sir Eustace was not there either, and he was closing the door again when the man himself came up the passage behind him and clapped a careless hand on his shoulder. "Are you looking for me, most doughty knight?" he asked. Scott turned so sharply that the hand fell. "Yes, I am looking for you," he said, and his voice was unusually curt. "Come outside a minute, will you? I want to speak to you." "I am not going outside," Sir Eustace said, with exasperating coolness. "If you want to talk, you can come in here and smoke with me." "I must be alone with you," Scott said briefly. "There are 2 or 3 men in there." His brother gave him a look of amused curiosity. "Do you want to do something violent, then? There's plenty of room for a quiet talk in there without disturbing or being disturbed by anyone." But Scott stood his ground. "I must see you alone for a minute," he said stubbornly. "You can come to my room, or I will come to yours, whichever you like." Sir Eustace shrugged his shoulders. "You are damned persistent. I don't know that I am specially anxious to hear what you have to say. In any case, it can keep till the morning. I can't be bothered now." Scott's hand grasped his arm. A queer gleam shone in his pale eyes. "Man," he said, "I think you had better hear me now." Eustace looked down at him, half sneering, half impressed. "What a mule you are, Stumpy. Come along then if you must, but you had better mind how you go. I'm in no mood for trifling." "Nor I," said Scott, with very unaccustomed bitterness. He kept his hand upon his brother's arm as they turned. He leaned slightly upon him as they ascended the stairs. Eustace's room was the first they reached, and they turned into that. Scott was very pale, but there was no lack of resolution about him as he closed the door and faced the elder man. "Well, what is it?" Eustace demanded. "Just this." Very steadily, Scott made answer. "I want to know how far this matter has gone between you and Miss Bathurst. I want to know what you are going to do." "My intentions, eh?" Eustace's sneer became very pronounced as he put the question. He pulled forward a chair and sat down with an arrogant air, as though to bring himself thus to Scott's level. Scott's eyes gleamed again momentarily at the action, but he stood like a rock. "Yes, your intentions," he said briefly. Sir Eustace's black brows went up. He looked him up and down. "Can you give me any reason at all why I should hold myself answerable to you?" he asked. Scott's hands clenched as he stood. "I can," he said. "I regard Miss Bathurst as very peculiarly our charge, under our protection. We are both in a great measure responsible for her, though possibly," he hesitated slightly, "my responsibility is greater than yours, in so far as I take it more seriously. I do not think that either of us is in a position to make love to her under existing circumstances, but that, I admit, is merely a matter of opinion. Most emphatically, Neither of us has the right to trifle with her. I want to know, and I must know, are you trifling with her, as you have trifled with Miss Devine for the past fortnight? Or are you in earnest? Which? He spoke sternly, as one delivering an ultimatum. His eyes, steel-bright and unwavering, were fixed upon his brother's face. Sir Eustace made a sharp gesture, as of one who flings off some stinging insect. It is not particularly good form on your part to bring another lady's name into the discussion, he said. At least you have no responsibilities so far as Miss Devine is concerned. I admit that, Scott answered shortly. Moreover, she is fully capable of taking care of herself. But Miss Bathurst is not. She is a mere child in many ways, but she takes things hard. If you are merely amusing yourself at her expense— He stopped. Well? Sir Eustace threw the question with sudden anger. His great, lounging figure stiffened. A blue flame shot up in his eyes. Scott stood silent for a moment or two. Then, with a great effort, he unclenched his hands and came forward. I am not going to believe that of you unless you tell me it is so, he said. Sir Eustace reached out an unexpected hand, without rising, and took him by the shoulder. You may be small of stature, Stumpy, he said, but you're the biggest fool I know. You're making mountains out of molehills, and you'll get yourself into trouble if you're not careful. Scott looked at him. Do you imagine I'm afraid of you, I wonder? He said, a faint tremor of irony in his quiet voice. Sir Eustace's hold tightened. His mouth was hard. I imagine that I could make things highly unpleasant for you if you provoked me too far, he said. And let me warn you, you have gone quite far enough in a matter in which you have no concern whatever. I never have stood any interference from you, and I never will. Let that be understood, once and for all. He met Scott's look with eyes of smouldering wrath. There was more than warning in his hold. It conveyed menace. Yet Scott, very pale, supremely dignified, made no motion to retreat. You have not answered me yet, he said. I must have an answer. Sir Eustace's brows met in a thick and threatening line. You will have very much more than you bargain for if you persist, he said. Meaning that I am to draw my own conclusions? Scott asked, unmoved. The smouldering fire suddenly blazed into flame. He pulled Scott to him, with the movement of a giant, and bent him irresistibly downwards. I will show you what I mean, he said. Scott made a swift, instinctive effort to free himself, but the next instant he was passive. Only as the relentless hands forced him lower, he spoke, his voice quick and breathless. You can hammer me to your heart's content, but you'll get nothing out of it. That sort of thing simply doesn't count with me. Sir Eustace held him in a vice-like grip. Are you going to take it lying down, then? He questioned grimly. I'm not going to fight you, certainly. Scott's voice had a faint quiver of humour in it, as though he jested at his own expense. Not, that is, in a physical sense. If you choose to resort to brute force, that's your affair, and I fancy you'll be sorry afterwards, but it will make no actual difference to me. He broke off, breathing short and hard, like a man who struggles against odds, yet with no thought of yielding. Sir Eustace held him a few seconds, as if irresolute, then abruptly let him go. I believe you're right, he said. You wouldn't care a damn, but you're a fool to bait me all the same. Now clear out, and leave me alone for the future." "I haven't done with you yet," Scott said. He straightened himself and returned indomitably to the attack. "I asked you a question, and so far you haven't answered it. Are you ashamed to answer it?" Sir Eustace got up with a movement of exasperation, but very oddly his anger had died down. "Oh, confound you, Stumpy! You're worse than a swarm of mosquitoes," he said. "I dispute your right to ask that question. It is no affair of yours." "I maintain that it is," Scott said quietly. "It matters to me. Perhaps more than you realize, whether you behave honourably or otherwise." "Honourably!" His brother caught him up sharply. "You're on dangerous ground, I warn you," he said. "I won't stand that from you or any man." "I've no intention of insulting you," Scott answered, "but I must know the truth. Are you hoping to marry Miss Bathurst, or are you not?" Sir Eustace drew himself up with a haughty gesture. "The time has not come to talk of that," he said. "Not when you are deliberately making love to her." Scott's voice remained quiet, but the glitter was in his eyes again, a quivering, ominous gleam. "Oh, that, my dear fellow, you are disquieting yourself in vain. She knows as well as I do that that is a mere game." Eustace spoke scoffingly, looking over his brother's head, ignoring his attitude. "I assure you she is not so green as you imagine," he said. "It has been nothing but a game all through." "Nothing but a game?" Scott repeated the words slowly, as if incredulous. "Do you actually mean that?" Sir Eustace laughed and took out his cigarettes. "What do you take me for, you old duffer? Think I should commit myself at this stage? An old hand like me? Not likely." Scott stood up before him, white to the lips. "I take you for an infernal blackguard, if you want to know," he said, speaking with great distinctness. "You may call yourself a man of honour. I call you a scoundrel." "What?" Eustace put back his cigarette case with a smile that was oddly like a snarl. "It looks to me as if you'll have to have that lesson after all," he said. "What's the matter with you nowadays? Fallen in love yourself, is that it?" He took Scott by the shoulders, not roughly, but with power. Scott's eyes met his like a sword in a master hand. "The matter is," he said, "that this precious game of yours has got to end. If you are not man enough to end it, I will." "Will you indeed?" Eustace shook him to and fro as he stood, but still without violence. "And how?" "I shall tell her." Scott spoke without the smallest hesitation. "The exact truth. I shall tell her, and she will believe me. Precisely what you are." "Damn you!" said Sir Eustace. With the words he shifted his grasp, took Scott by the collar and swung him round. "Then you may also tell her," he said, his voice low and furious, "that you have had the kicking that a little yapping cur like you deserves." He kicked him with the words, kicked him thrice, and flung him brutally aside. Scott went down, grabbing vainly at the bed to save himself. His face was deathly as he turned it, but he said nothing. He had said his say. Sir Eustace was white also, white and terrible, with eyes of flame. He stood a moment glaring down at him. Then, as though he could not trust himself, wheeled and strode to the door. "And when you've done," he said, "you can come to me for another, you beastly little cad." He went, leaving the door wide behind him. His feet resounded along the passage and died away. The distant waltz music came softly in, and Scott pulled himself painfully up and sat on the end of the bed, panting heavily. Minutes passed ere he moved. Then, at last, very slowly, he got up. He had recovered his breath. His mouth was firm, his eyes resolute and indomitable, his whole bearing composed, as with that dignity that Dina had so often remarked in him. He limped to the door and passed out, closing it quietly behind him. The dance music was still floating through the passages with a mocking allurement. The tramp of feet and laughter of many voices rose with it. A flicker of irony passed over his drawn face. He straightened his collar with absolute steadiness and moved away in the direction of his own room. End of section 28. Read by Helena Dunstan. January 2023.
Section 29 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 29. The Captive. Isabel uttered no reproaches to her charge as, quivering with shame, she returned from her escapade. She exchanged no more than a low good night with Scott, and then turned back into the room with Dinah. But as the latter stood before her, crestfallen and humiliated, expecting a reprimand, she only laid very gentle hands upon her and began to unfasten her dress. "I wasn't spying upon you, dear child," she said. "I only looked in to see if you would care for a cup of milk last thing." That broke Dinah, utterly and overwhelmingly. In her contrition, she cast herself literally at Isabel's feet. "Oh, what a beast I am! What a beast!" she sobbed. "Will you ever forgive me? I shall never forgive myself." Isabel was very tender with her, checking her wild outburst with loving words. She asked no question as to what had been happening, for which forbearance Dinah's gratitude was great, even though it served to intensify her remorse. With all a mother's loving care, she soothed her, assuring her of complete forgiveness and understanding. "I did wild things in my own girlhood," she said. "I know what it means, dear, when temptation comes." And so at last she calmed her agitation and helped her to bed, waiting upon her with the utmost gentleness, saying no word of blame or even of admonition. Not till she had gone did it dawn upon Dinah that this task had probably been left to Scott, and with the thought a great dread of the morrow came upon her. Though he had betrayed no hint of displeasure, she felt convinced that she had incurred it, and all her newborn shyness in his presence returned upon her 1,000-fold. She did not know how she would face him when the morning came. He would not be angry, she knew. He would not scold her like Colonel Devine, but yet she shrank from the thought of his disappointment in her as she had never before shrunk from the Colonel's rebuke. She was sure that she had forfeited his good opinion forever, and many and bitter were the tears that she shed over her loss. Her thoughts of Eustace were of too confused a nature to be put into coherent form. The moment they turned in his direction, her brain became a flashing whirl in which doubts, fears, and terrible ecstasies ran wild riot. She lay and trembled at the memory of his strength, exulting almost in the same moment that he had stooped with such mastery to possess her. His magnificence dazzled her. deprived her of all powers of rational judgment. She only realized that she, and she alone, had been singled out of the crowd for that fiery worship, and it seemed to her that she had been created for that one splendid purpose. But always the memory of Scott shot her triumph through with a regret so poignant as to deprive it of all lasting rapture. She had hurt him. She had disappointed him. She did not know how she would ever look him in the eyes again. Her sleep throughout that last night was broken and unrefreshing, and ever the haunting strains of Simple à Vous pulsed through her brain like a low voice, calling her perpetually, refusing to be stilled. Only one night more, and she would be back in her home. This glittering alpine dream would be over, never to return. And again she turned on her pillow and wept. It was so hard to go back. In the morning, she arose white-faced and weary, with dark shadows under her eyes, and a head that throbbed tormentingly. She breakfasted with Isabel in the latter's room, and was again deeply grateful to her friend for forbearing to comment upon her subdued manner. She could not make any pretense at cheerfulness that day, being, in fact, still so near to tears that she could scarcely keep from breaking down. "Don't wait for me, dear," Isabel said gently at length. "I see you are not hungry. We are taking some provisions with us. Perhaps you will feel more like eating presently." Dinah escaped very thankfully and returned to her own room. Here she remained for a while till more sure of herself. Then Biddy came in to finish her packing, and she slipped away to avoid the old woman's shrewd observation. She feared to go downstairs lest she should meet Scott, but presently, as she hovered in the passage, she heard his halting tread in the main corridor. He was evidently on his way to his sister's room, and seizing her opportunity, she ran like a hare in the opposite direction, and managed to slip downstairs without adventure. She was not to escape unnoticed, however. The first person she encountered in the vestibule came forward instantly at sight of her with the promptitude of one who has been lying in wait. She recoiled with a gasp, but she could not run away. She was caught as surely as she had been the night before. "Hello," smiled Sir Eustace with extended hand. "Going out for a last look round? May I come too?" She felt the dominance of his grip. It was coolly, imperially possessive. To answer his request seemed superfluous, even bordering on presumption. It was obvious that he had every intention of accompanying her. She gave a confused murmur of assent, and they passed through the vestibule side by side. She was conscious of curious glances from several strangers who were standing about, and Eustace exchanged a few words with a species of regal condescension here and there as they went. And then they were out in the pure sunlight of the mountains, alone for the last time in their paradise of snow. Almost instinctively, Dinah turned up the winding track. They had half an hour before them, and she felt she could not bear to stand still. He strolled beside her, idly smoking, not troubling to make conversation, now, as ever, sublimely at his ease. The snow sparkled around them like 1,000 gems. Dinah's eyes were burning and smarting with the brightness. And still that tender waltz music ran lilting through her brain, drifting as it were through the mist of her unshed tears. Suddenly he spoke. They were nearing the pine wood and quite alone. "Is there anything the matter?" She choked down a great lump in her throat before she could speak in answer. "No," she murmured. Then, I am just rather low about leaving, that's all." "Quite all?" he said. His tone was so casual, so normal, that it seemed impossible now to think of last night's happening save as an extravagant dream. She almost felt, for the moment, as if she had imagined it all. And then he spoke again, and she caught a subtle note of tenderness in his voice that brought it all back upon her in an overwhelming rush. "That's really all, is it? You're not unhappy about anything else? Scott hasn't been bullying you?" She gasped at the question. Oh no, he wouldn't, he couldn't. I haven't even seen him today." He received the information in silence, but in a moment or two he tossed away his cigarette with the air of a man having come to an abrupt resolution. "And so you're fretting about going home," he said. She nodded mutely. The matter would not bear discussion. "Poor little Daphne," he said. "It has been a good game, hasn't it?" She nodded again. "Just like the dreams that never come true," she managed to say. "Would you like it to come true?" he asked her unexpectedly. She glanced up at him with a woeful little smile. "It's no good thinking of that, is it?" she said. "I have an idea we could make it come true between us," he said. She shook her head. That brief glimpse of his intent eyes had sent a sudden and overwhelming wave of shyness through her. She remembered again the fiery holding of his arms and was afraid. He paused in his walk and turned aside to the railing that bounded the side of the track above the steep, pine-covered descent. "Wish hard enough," he said, "and all dreams come true." Dinah went with him as if compelled. She leaned against the railing, glad of the support, while he sat down upon it. His attitude was supremely easy and self-possessed. "Do you know, Daphne," he said, "I've taken a fancy to that particular dream myself. Now I've caught you, I don't see myself letting you go again." Her heart throbbed at his words. She bent her head, fixing her eyes upon the rough wood upon which she leaned. "But it's no good, is it?" she said, almost below her breath. "I've just got to go." He put his hand on her shoulder, and she was conscious afresh of the electricity of his touch. She shrank a very little, for she was frightened, albeit curiously aware of a magnetism that drew her irresistibly. "Yes, I suppose you've got to go," he said, "but there's nothing to prevent me following you, is there?" She quivered from head to foot. That hand upon her shoulder sent such a tumult of emotions through her that she could not collect her thoughts in any coherent order. I don't know," she whispered, bending her head still lower. I don't know what they would say at home." "Your people." His hand was drawing her now with an insistent pressure that would not be denied. "They'd probably dance on their heads with delight," he said, his tone one of slightly supercilious humor. "I assure you I am considered something of a catch by a good many anxious mammas." She started at that, and straightened herself, lifting shy eyes to his. "Oh, but we've only been playing," she said rather uncertainly. Just pretending to flirt, that's all." He laughed, bending his handsome, imperious face to hers. "It's been a fairly solid pretense, hasn't it?" he said. "But I'm proposing something slightly different now. I'm offering you my hand, as well as my heart." Dinah was trembling all over. She gasped for breath, drawing back slightly from the nearness of his lips. "Do you mean you'd like to marry me?" she whispered tremulously, and hid her face on the instant, for the bald words sounded preposterous. He laughed again, softly, half-mockingly, and drew her into his arms. "Whatever made you think of that, my elf of the mountains? I'll vow it came into your head first. Ah, you needn't hide your eyes from me. I know you're mine, all mine. I've known it from the first, ever since you began to run away. But I've caught you now, haven't I? Haven't I?" She clung to him desperately. It seemed the only way, for she was, for the moment, swept off her feet, terribly afraid of arousing that storm of passion which had so overwhelmed her the night before. Instinct warned her what to expect if she attempted to withdraw herself. Moreover, the tumult of her feeling was such that she did not want to do so. She only wanted to hide her head for a space and be still. He pressed her close, still laughing at her shyness. "What a good thing I'm not shy," he said. "If I were, today would be the end of everything instead of the beginning. Can't you bring yourself to look at your new possession? Did you think you could laugh and run away for all time?" Then, as in muffled assent she besought him to be patient with her, he softened magically and for the first time spoke of love. "Don't you know you have wrenched the very heart out of me, you little brown witch? I loved you from the very first moment of our dance together. You've been too much for me all through. I had to have you. I simply had to have you." She trembled afresh at his words, but she clung closer. If the fear deepened, so also did the fascination. She tried to picture him as hers, and failed. He was so fine, so splendid, so much too big for her. He went on, dropping his voice lower, his breath warm upon her neck. "Are you going to take all and give nothing, Daphne? Did they make you without a heart, I wonder, like a robin that mates afresh a dozen times in a season? Haven't you anything to give me, little sweetheart? Are you going to keep me waiting for a long, long time, then send me empty away?" That moved her. That he should stoop to plead with her seemed so amazing, almost a fabulous state of affairs. With a little sob, she lifted her face at last. "Oh, Apollo," she said brokenly. "Apollo the Magnificent, I am all yours, all yours. But don't take too much at a time." The plea must have touched him, accompanied as it was by that full surrender. He held her a moment, looking down into her eyes with the fiery possessiveness subdued to a half-veiled tenderness in his own. Then, very gently, even with reverence, he bent his face to hers. "Give me just what you can spare, then, little sweetheart," he said. "I can always come again for more now." She slipped her arms round his neck, and shyly, childishly, she kissed the lips that had devoured her own so mercilessly the night before. Yes, I will always give you more," she said tremulously. He took her face between his hands and kissed her in return, not violently, but with confidence. "That seals you for my very own," he said. "You will never run away from me again?" But she would not promise that. The memory of the previous night still scorched her intolerably whenever her thoughts turned that way. "I shan't want to run away if you stay as you are now," she told him confusedly. He laughed in his easy way. "Oh, Daphne, I shall have a lot to teach you when we are married. How soon do you think you can be ready?" She started in his hold at the question, and then quickly gave herself fully back to him again. "I don't know a bit. You'll have to ask Mother. Perhaps she may not allow it at all." "Oh, won't she?" said Sir Eustace. "I think I know better. What about that trip on the yacht in July? Can you be ready in time for that?" "Oh, I expect I could be ready sooner than that," said Dinah naively. "You could," he smiled upon her. "Well, next week, then. What do you say to next week?" But she shrank again at that. "Oh, no, not possibly, not possibly. You're laughing." She looked at him accusingly. He caught her to him. "You baby, you innocent. Yes, I'm going to kiss you. Where will you have it? Just anywhere?" He held her and kissed her, still laughing, yet with a heat that made her flinch involuntarily. Kissed the pointed chin and quivering lips, the swift-shut eyes and soft cheeks, the little, trembling dimple that came and went. "Yes, you are mine, all mine," he said. "Remember, I have a right to you now that no one else has. Not all the mammas in the world could come between us now." She laughed, half exultantly, half dubiously, peeping at him through her lowered lashes. "I wonder if you'll still say that when you've seen my mother," she murmured. He kissed her again, kissed anew the dimples that showed and vanished so alluringly. "You will see presently, my Daphne," he said. "But I am going to have you, you know. That's quite understood, isn't it?" "Yes," whispered Dinah with docility. "No more running away," he insisted. "That's past and done with." She gave him a fleeting smile. "I couldn't if I wanted to." "I'm glad you realize that," he said. She clung to him suddenly with a little movement that was almost convulsive. "Oh, are you sure, quite sure, that you wouldn't rather marry Rose Devine?" He uttered his careless laugh. "My dear child, there are plenty of roses in the world. There is only one Daphne. Daphne the fleet of foot. Daphne the enchantress." She clung to him a little faster. "And there is only one Apollo," she murmured. "Apollo the magnificent." "We seem to be quite a unique couple," laughed Eustace, with his lips upon her hair. End of section 29. Section 30 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 30. The Second Summons. When they went down the hill again to the hotel, Dinah felt as if she were treading on air. The whole world had magically changed for her. Fears still lurked in the background, such fears as she did not dare to turn and contemplate, but she herself had stepped into such a blaze of sunshine that she felt literally bathed from head to foot in the glow. Her dread of returning to the old home life had dwindled to a mere shadow. Sir Eustace's absolute confidence on the subject of his desirability as a husband had accomplished this. There would be paeans of rejoicing, he told her, and she had actually begun to think that he spoke the truth. She was quite convinced that her mother would be pleased. It was Cinderella and the prince indeed. Who could be otherwise? Her escapade of the night before had also shrunk to a matter of small importance. Eustace, in his grand, easy way, had justified her, and she was no longer tormented by the thought of mute reproach she would encounter in Scott's eyes. She was triumphantly vindicated, and no one would dream of reproaching her now. Isabel, too. Surely Isabel would be glad, would welcome her as a sister, though the realization of this nearness of relationship made her blush in sheer horror at her presumption. She, to be Lady Studley. She, little, insignificant, moneyless Dinah. The thought of Rose's soft patronage flashed through her brain, and she chuckled aloud. Poor dear Rose, waiting for him at the court, expecting every day to hear of his promised advent. What a shock for them all! Why, she would rank with the county now. Even Lady Grace would scarcely be in a position to patronize her. Again, quite involuntarily, she chuckled. "What's the joke?" demanded Sir Eustace. She blushed very deeply, realizing that she had allowed her thoughts to run away with her. "There isn't a joke, really," she told him. "It wasn't important anyhow. I was only thinking how surprised the Devons would be." He frowned momentarily, then he laughed. "Proud of your conquest, eh?" he asked. She blushed still more deeply. "It's easy to laugh now, but I shall never dare to face them," she murmured. He took her hand as they walked, linking his fingers in hers with a careless air of possession. "When you are Lady Studley," he said, "I shall not allow you to knock under to anyone, except your husband." She gave a faint laugh. "I shall have to learn to swagger," she said. "But I'm afraid I shall never do it as well as you do." "What? Swagger?" He frowned again. "How dare you accuse me of that?" "Oh, I didn't. I don't." Hastily, she sought to avert his displeasure. No, I only meant you were born to it. I'm not. I'm very ordinary, not nearly good enough for you." His frown melted again. "You are, Daphne," he said. "Ah, here is Scott coming to look for us. Who's going to break the news to him?" She made a small, ineffectual attempt to release her hand. Then, under her breath, "He saw you kiss me last night," she whispered. "Don't you think he may have guessed already?" A very cynical look came into Eustace's face. "I wonder," he said briefly. They went on, side by side, down the white, shining track. But Dinah was no longer treading on air. She could see the slight, insignificant figure that awaited them close to the hotel entrance, and her heart felt oddly weighted within her. It was not the memory of the night before that oppressed her. That episode had faded almost into nothingness. But the ordeal of facing him, of telling him of the wonderful thing that had just happened to her, seemed suddenly more than she could bear. Something within her seemed to cry out against it. She had a curious feeling of looking out at him across great billows of seething uncertainty that rolled ever higher and higher between them, threatening to separate them for all time. Yet, as she neared him, the tumult of feeling sank again as the quietness of his presence reached her. Out of the tempest, she found herself drifting into a safe harbor of still waters. He moved to meet them, and she heard his voice greet her as he raised his cap. "So you've been for your farewell stroll?" She did not answer in words, only she freed her hand from Eustace with a resolute little tug and gave it to him. Eustace spoke, a species of half-veiled insolence in his tone. "Like the psalmist, she went forth weeping, and has returned bearing her sheaf with her, in the form of a fairly substantial fiancé." Dinah ventured to cast a lightning glance at Scott to see how he took the information, and was conscious of an instant's shock. He looked so gray, so ill, like a man who had received a deadly wound. But the impression passed in a flash, and she felt his hand close upon hers. "My dear," he said, "I'm awfully pleased." The warm grasp did her good. It brought her swiftly back to a normal state of mind. She drew a hard breath and met his eyes, reassuring herself in a moment with the conviction that, after all, he looked quite as usual. Somehow her imagination had tricked her. His kindly smile seemed to make everything right. "Oh, it is kind of you not to mind," she said impulsively. Whereat Sir Eustace laughed. "He is rather magnanimous, isn't he? Well, come along and tell Isabel." Scott's eyes came swiftly to him. He released Dinah and offered his hand to his brother. "Let me congratulate you, old chap," he said, his voice rather low. "I hope you will both have all happiness." "Thanks," said Eustace. He took the hand, looking at the younger man with keen hawk eyes. "We mean to make a bid for it anyway? Dinah is lucky in one thing at least. She will have an ideal brother-in-law." The words were carelessly spoken, but they were not without meaning. Scott flushed slightly, even while, for an instant, he smiled. "I shall do my best in that capacity," he said. "But before you go in, I want you to wait a moment. Isabel has had a slight fainting attack. We mustn't take her by surprise." "A fainting attack?" Sharply, Eustace echoed the words. "How did it happen?" he demanded. Scott raised his shoulders. "We were talking together. I can't tell you exactly what caused it. It came rather suddenly. Biddy and I brought her round almost immediately, and she declares that she will make the journey. She did not wish me to tell you of it, but I thought it better." "Of course." Sir Eustace's voice was short and stern. His face wore a heavy frown. "But something must have caused it. What were you talking about?" Scott hesitated for a second. "I can't tell you that, old fellow," he said. Eustace uttered a brief laugh. "Too personal, eh? Well, how did it happen? Did she suddenly lose consciousness?" She suddenly gasped and said her heart had stopped. She fell across the table. I called to Biddy, and we lifted her and gave her brandy. That brought her to very quickly. I left her lying down in her room. But she says she feels much better, and she's very set upon leaving the arrangements for the journey unaltered." Scott spoke rather wearily. Dinah's heart went out to him in swift sympathy, which she did not know how to express. Could I go to her?" she suggested after a moment timidly. Scott turned to her instantly. "Oh, please do. I know she would like to see you. We ought to be starting in another quarter of an hour. The sleigh will be here directly." "May I do as I like about telling her?" Dinah asked, pausing. Scott's eyes shone with a very kindly gleam. "Of course, I know you will not startle her. You always do her good." The words followed her as she turned away. How good he was to her! How full of understanding and human sympathy! Her heart throbbed with a warmth that filled her with an odd desire to weep. She wished that Eustace did not treat him quite so arrogantly. And then, looking back, she reproached herself for the thought, for Eustace had linked a hand in his arm, and she saw that they were walking together in complete accord. "But I will never, no, never call him Stumpy," she said to herself as she passed into the hotel. She went up the stairs rapidly and hastened to Isabel's room. That look she had caught in Scott's face, that stricken look, had doubtless been brought there by his sudden anxiety for his sister. That would fully account for it, she was sure. On the threshold of Isabel's room, an overwhelming nervousness assailed her. How was she going to tell her of the wonderful event that had taken place in the last half hour? On the other hand, How could she possibly suppress so tremendous a matter? And again, the disquieting question arose. Could she be ill, really ill? Scott had looked so troubled, so unutterably sad. With an effort, she summoned her courage and softly knocked. Instantly, a low voice answered her, bidding her enter. She opened the door and went in, feeling as though she were treading sacred ground. But Isabel's voice spoke again instantly, greeting her, and in a moment all her doubt, all her forebodings were gone. "Come in, little sweetheart," Isabel said. And she advanced with quickened steps to find Isabel lying propped on the sofa, looking at her, smiling up at her, with such a glory on her wasted face as made it as it had been the face of an angel. In an instant, Dinah was on her knees beside her, with loving arms clasping her close. "Oh, darling, I've only just heard. Are you better? Are you better?" she said yearningly. Isabel held her and fondly kissed the upturned lips. "Why, I believe Scott has been frightening you," she said. "Silly fellow. Yes, dear, I am well, quite well." "You're sure?" Dinah insisted. "You are really not ill?" Isabel's smile had in it, had she but known, a gleam of the divine. "My dearest, all is well with me," she said. "I lay down for a little to please Scott, but I'm going to get up now. Where have you been since déjeuner? I missed you." Dinah clung closer, hiding her face. Instantly, Isabel's arms tightened. The passionate tenderness of them thrilled her through and through. "Why, child, what has happened?" she whispered. "Tell me, tell me." But Dinah only hid her face a little deeper. "I don't know how," she murmured. There fell a silence. Then, under her breath, Isabel spoke. "My darling, whisper, just whisper. Who is it?" And very, very faintly, at last, Dinah made answer. It is Sir Eustace." There fell another silence, longer, deeper than the first. Then Isabel uttered a short, hard sigh, and, stooping, kissed the bowed curly head. "God bless and keep you always, dearest," she said. Something in the words, or was it the tone, pierced Dinah. She turned her face slightly upward. I was afraid you wouldn't be pleased," she faltered. Do you forgive me, if you can?" "Forgive you?" All the wealth of Isabel's love was in the words. "Why, darling, I have been wanting you for my own little sister ever since I first saw you." "Oh, have you?" Eagerly, Dinah lifted her head. Her eyes were shining, her cheeks very flushed. "Then you are pleased," she said earnestly. "You are really pleased?" Isabel smiled at her, very sadly, very fondly. "My darling, if you are happy, I am more than pleased," she said. Yet Dinah was puzzled, not wholly satisfied. She received Isabel's kiss with a certain wistfulness. "I feel, somehow, as if I've done wrong," she said. Yet Scott," she halted over the name, uttering it shyly, "said he was awfully pleased." "Ah, you have told Scott." There was a sharp, almost a rung sound in Isabel's voice, but the next moment she controlled it and spoke with steady resolution. "Then, my dear, you needn't have any misgivings. If you love Eustace, and he loves you, it is the best thing possible for you both." She held Dinah to her again and kissed her, then very tenderly released her. "You must run and get ready, dear child. It is getting late." Dinah went obediently, still with that bewildered feeling of having somehow taken a wrong turning. She was convinced in her own mind that the news had not been welcome to Isabel, disguise it how she would. And suddenly, through her mind, there ran the memory of those words she had uttered a few weeks before. Never prefer the tinsel to the true gold. She had not fully understood their meaning then. Now, very vividly, it flashed upon her. Isabel had compared her two brothers in that brief sentence. Isabel's estimate of the one was as low as that of the other was high. Isabel did not love Eustace, the handsome, debonair brother who had once been all the world to her. A little sick feeling of doubt went through Dinah. Had she, by any evil chance, had she made a mistake? And then the man's overwhelming personality swung suddenly through her consciousness, filling all her being, possessing her, dominating her. She flung the doubt from her as one flings away a poisonous insect. He was her own, her very own, her lover, the first, the best, Apollo the Magnificent. In Isabel's room, old Biddy Maloney stood, gazing down at her mistress with eyes of burning devotion. "And is it yourself that's feeling better now?" she questioned fondly. Isabel raised herself, smiling her sad smile. "Oh, Biddy," she said, "for myself I feel that all is well. All will be well. The dawn draws nearer every hour." Biddy shook her head with pursed lips. "You shouldn't talk so, my Vernon. It's the Almighty who has the ruling. You wouldn't wish to go before your time." "Before my time? Oh, Biddy, when I have lingered in the prison house so long?" Slowly, Isabel rose to her feet. She looked at Biddy almost whimsically. "I think he will take that into the reckoning," she said. "Do you know, Biddy, this is the second summons that has come to me, and I think, her face was glorified again as the face of one who sees a vision. "I think the third will be the last." Biddy's black eyes screwed up suddenly. She turned her face away. "Will we be getting ready to go now, Miss Isabel?" she asked after a moment in a voice that shook. The glory died out of Isabel's face, though the reflection of it still lingered in her eyes. "I am very selfish, Biddy," she said. "Can you guess what Miss Dinah has just told me?" "I think I can," said Biddy, with a touch of aggressiveness. "I've seen it coming for a long time past, and you didn't ought to allow it at all, Miss Isabel. It's a mistake, that's what it is, just a bad mistake." "Not if he loves her, Biddy." Isabel spoke gently, but there was a hint of reproof in her voice. Biddy, however, remained quite unabashed. "He love her," she snorted, "as if he ever loved anybody beside himself. Talk about a lion and a lamb, Miss Isabel. It's a cruel shame to let her go to such as him. And what'll poor Master Scott do it all? And he worshipping the little fairy feet of her." "Hush, Biddy, hush." Isabel spoke with decision. "I trust that he isn't very grievously disappointed. But if he is, it is the one thing that neither you nor I must ever seem to suspect." "Ah," grumbled Biddy mutinously, "and isn't it just like Sir Eustace, with all the world to pick from, to choose the one thing, the one little wild rose, as Master Scott had set his heart on? He's done it from his cradle. Always the one thing someone else wanted he must grab for himself. But is it too late, Miss Isabel darling?" Sudden hope shone in the old woman's eyes. "Is it really too late? Couldn't ye drop a hint to the dear lamb? Sure she's fond of Master Scott. Maybe she'd turn to him after all if she knew." Isabel shook her head almost sternly. "Biddy, no. This is no affair of ours. If Master Scott suspected for a moment what you have just said to me, he would never forgive you." "May I come in?" said Scott's voice at the door. "My dear, you are looking better. Are you well enough to start?" "Yes, of course." Isabel moved towards him, her hands extended in mute affection. He took them and held them. "Dinah has told you. I'm sure you are glad. Eustace is waiting downstairs. Come and tell him how glad you are." His eyes, very straight and steadfast, met hers. Isabel tried to speak in answer, but caught her breath in a sudden sob. He waited a second. Then, "Isabel," he said gently. Sharply, she controlled herself. Yes, let us go," she said. "I must congratulate Eustace." They went, and old Biddy was left alone. She looked after them with a piteous expression on her wrinkled face. Then, suddenly, with a wistful gesture, she clasped her old worn hands. "I pray to Almighty," she said with great earnestness, "to open the dear young lady's eyes before it is too late. And if he wants anyone to help him, sure it's myself that'll be only too pleased." This was the most impressive prayer that Biddy had ever uttered. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elaine Fleming. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Cinderella's Prince. The early dusk of February was falling, together with a fine, drenching rain. The trees that overhung the muddy lane were beating their stark branches together, as though in despair over the general hopelessness of the outlook. The west wind that raced across the brown fields had the sharpness of snow in its train. "We shall catch it before we've done," said Bathurst to his hunter. Rupert, the hunter, a dapple gray with powerful hindquarters, cocked a knowing ear in a fashion that Dinah always described as his smile. It had not been a good day for either of them. The meet had been at a considerable distance. There had been no run worth mentioning, and now that it was over, they were returning, thoroughly tired, from the kennels. Bathurst's pink coat clung to him like a sack, all streaked and darkened with rain. It had weathered a good many storms in its time, as its many varieties of tint testified, but despite this fact, its wearer never failed to look a sportsman and a gentleman. There was nothing of the vagabond about Bathurst, but he had the vagabond's facility for making himself at home wherever he went. He was never at a loss, never embarrassed, never affronted. He took life easily, as he himself put it, and on the whole he found it good. Riding home at a jog-trot in that driving rain, with the prospect of having to feed and rub down Rupert at the end of it before he could attend to his own needs, was not a particularly entrancing prospect. But he faced it philosophically. After today, the little girl would be at home, and she could do it for him again. She loved to wait on him hand and foot, and it really was a pleasure to let her. He whistled cheerily to himself as he wended his leisurely way through the dripping lane that made the shortest cut to his home. It would be nice to have the little girl home again. Lydia was all very well, a good wife, as wives went, but there was no doubt about it that Dinah's presence made a considerable difference to his comfort. The child was quick to forestall his wants. He sometimes thought that she was even more useful to him than a valet would have been. He had missed her more than he would have dreamed possible. Lydia had missed her too. He was sure of that. She had been peculiarly short of temper lately, not that he ever took much notice. He was too used to her tantrums for that. But it certainly was more comfortable when Dinah was at home to bear the brunt of them. Yes, on the whole, he was quite pleased that the little girl was coming back. It would make a difference to him in many ways. He wondered what time she would arrive. He had known, but he had forgotten. He believed it was to be some time in the evening. Her grand friends had arranged to stay at Great Mallows, 3 miles away for the night, and one of them, the maid probably, was to bring Dinah home. He had smiled over this arrangement, and Lydia had openly scoffed at it, as if a girl of Dinah's age were not capable of traveling alone. But then, of course, she had been ill, very ill according to all accounts, and it was quite decent of them to bestow so much care upon her. He fell to wondering if the child had got spoilt at all during her long absence from home and the harsh discipline thereof. If so, there was a hard time before her, for Lydia was never one to stand any nonsense. She had always been hard on her firstborn, unreasonably hard, he sometimes thought, though it was not his business to interfere. The task of chastising the daughter of the family was surely the mother's exclusive prerogative, and certainly Lydia had carried it out very thoroughly. And if at times he thought her over-severe, he could not deny that the result achieved was eminently satisfactory. Dinah was always docile and active in his service, altogether a very good child, and this was presumably due to her mother's training. No, on the whole, he had not much fault to find with either of them. Doubtless, Lydia understood her own sex best. He was nearing the end of the long lane. It terminated close to his home. Rupert quickened his pace. They were both splashed with mud from shoulder to heel. They had both had more than enough of the wet and the slush. "That's right, Rupert, my boy," the man murmured. "Finish in style." They came out from beneath the overarching trees, emerging upon the high road that led from the Great Mallows to Perrythorpe. The hoot of a motor horn caused Rupert to prick his ears, and his master reined him back as two great, shining headlights appeared round a curve. They drew swiftly near, flashed past, and were gone, meteor-like, into the gloom. "Whose car was that, I wonder?" mused Bathurst. "The de Vignes's? It didn't look like one of the court cars. But the old bird is always buying something new, lucky devil." The thought of the colonel renewed his thoughts of Dinah. Certain hints the former had dropped had made him wonder a little if the child were always as demure as she seemed. Not that Colonel de Vignes had actually found fault with her. He was plainly fond of her. But he had not spoken as if Dinah had effaced herself as completely abroad as she did at home. "Oh yes, the little baggage enjoyed herself, was as gay as a lark, till she got ill," he had said. "You may find her something of a handful when she gets back, Bathurst. She's stretched her wings a bit since she left you." Bathurst shrugged his shoulders with the comforting reflection that he would not have the trouble of dealing with her. If she had been giddy, after all, it was but natural. Her mother had not been particularly steady in the days of her wild youth, and anyhow, he was sure her mother would speedily break her in again. She had a will of iron before, which Dinah was always forced to bend. He rode on along the high road. It was not more than half a mile farther to his home on the outskirts of the village. Somewhere in the gloom ahead of him, church bells were pealing. It was practice night, he remembered. Dinah loved the sound of the bells. She would feel that they were ringing in her honor. Funny little Dinah. The child was full of fancies of that sort. Just as well, perhaps, for it was the only form of amusement that ever came into her home life. The gay peal turned into a deafening clashing as at length he neared his home. The old church stood only a stone's throw further on. They were ringing the joy bells with a vengeance, and then very suddenly he caught sight of the tail lamp of a car close to his own gate. Dinah had returned then. They had actually chartered that car to convey her from Great Mallows. He pursed his lips to a whistle. The little girl had been in clover indeed. "She certainly won't think much of the home crusts after this," he murmured to himself. He walked Rupert round to the tumble-down stable and dismounted. For the next quarter of an hour he was busy over the animal. He thought it a little strange that Dinah did not spy the stable lamp from the kitchen and come dancing out to greet him. He also wondered why the car lingered so long. It looked as if someone other than the maid had accompanied her and were staying to tea. He never took tea after a day's hunting. Hot whiskey and water and a bath formed his customary program, and then a tasty supper and bed. He supposed on this occasion that he would have to go in and show himself, though he was certainly not fit to be seen. Reluctantly, he pulled the bedraggled pink coat on again. After all, it did not greatly matter. Hunting was its own excuse. No sportsman ever returned in the apple pie order in which he started. Carelessly, he sauntered in by way of the back premises, and was instantly struck by the sound of a man's voice. Well bred, with a slightly haughty intonation, speaking in one of the front rooms of the little house. Dinah seemed to think that she could not keep it until tomorrow, it said with an easy assurance. So I thought I had better come along with her tonight and get it over. The words reached Bathurst as he arrived in the small square hall, and he stopped dead. "Hello, hello," he murmured softly to himself. And then came his wife's voice, a harsh, determined voice. "Do I understand that you wish to marry my daughter?" "That's the idea," came the suave reply. "You don't know me, of course, but I think I can satisfy you that I am not an undesirable party. My family is considered fairly respectable, as old families go. I am the 9th baronet in direct succession, and I have a very fair amount of worldly goods to offer my wife." Mrs. Bathurst broke in upon him, a tremor of eagerness in her hard voice. "If that is the case, of course I have no objection," she said. "Dinah won't do any better for herself than that. It seems to me that she will have the best of the bargain. But that is your affair. She's full young. I don't suppose you want to marry her yet, do you?" "I'd marry her tonight if I could," said Sir Eustace, with his careless laugh. But Mrs. Bathurst did not laugh with him. "We'll have the banns published and everything done proper," she said. "Hasty marriages as often as not aren't regular. Here, Dinah, don't stand there listening. Go and see if the kettle boils." It was at this point that Bathurst deemed that the moment had arrived to present himself. He entered, almost running into Dinah, about to hurry out. "Hello," he said. "Hello," and taking her by the shoulders, kissed her. She clung to him for a moment, her sweet face burning. "Oh, Dad," she murmured in confusion. "Oh, Dad." With his arm about her, he turned her back into the room. "You come back and introduce me to your new friend," he said. "I've got to thank him, you know, for taking such care of you." She yielded, but not very willingly. She was painfully embarrassed, almost incoherent, as she obeyed Bathurst's behest. This is Dad," she murmured. Sir Eustace came forward with his leisurely air of confidence. His great bulk seemed to fill the low room. He looked even more magnificent than usual. "Ah, sir, you have just come in from hunting," he said. "I hope I don't intrude. It's a beastly wet evening. I should think you're not sorry to get in." Mrs. Bathurst, tall, bony, angular, with harsh gypsy features that were still in a fashion boldly handsome, broke in upon her husband's answering greeting. "Ronald, this gentleman tells me he wants to marry Dinah. It is very sudden, but these things often are. You will give your consent, of course. I have already given mine." "Easy, easy," laughed Bathurst. "Why exceed the speed limit in this reckless fashion? You are Sir Eustace Studley? I am very pleased to meet you." He held out his hand to Sir Eustace and gave him the grasp of good fellowship. It seemed to Dinah that the very atmosphere changed magically with the coming of her father. No difficult situation ever dismayed him. He and Sir Eustace were not dissimilar in this respect. Whatever the circumstances, they both knew how to hold their own with absolute ease. It was a faculty which she would have given much to possess. Sir Eustace was laughing in his careless, well-bred way. "It's rather a shame to spring this matter on you like this," he said. "I ought to have waited to ask your consent to the engagement, but I am afraid I am not a very patient person, and I wanted to make sure of your daughter before we parted. We are staying at Great Mallows, at the Royal Stag. May I come over tomorrow and put things on a more business-like footing?" "Oh, don't hurry away," said Bathurst easily. "Sit down and have some tea with us. It is something of a surprise, certainly, but a very agreeable one. Lydia, what about tea? Or perhaps you prefer a whiskey and soda?" "Tea, thanks," said Sir Eustace, and seated himself with his superb air of complete assurance. Mrs. Bathurst turned upon her daughter. "Dinah, how many more times am I to tell you to go and see if the kettle boils?" Dinah started, as one rudely awakened from an entrancing dream. "I am sorry," she murmured in confusion. "I forgot." She fled from the room with the words, and her mother, with dark brows drawn, looked after her for a moment, then sat down facing Sir Eustace. "I should like to know," she said aggressively, "what you are prepared to do for her." Sir Eustace smiled in his aloof, slightly supercilious fashion. He had been more or less prepared for Dinah's mother, but the temptation to address her as "my good woman" was almost more than he could withstand. "Will you not allow me," he said, icily courteous, "to settle this important matter with Mr. Bathurst tomorrow? He will then be in a position to explain it to you?" Mrs. Bathurst made a movement of fierce impatience. She had been put in her place by this stranger, and furiously she resented it. But the man was a baronet, and a marvelous catch for a son-in-law, and she did not dare to put her resentment into words. She got up, therefore, and flounced angrily to the door. Sir Eustace arose without haste, and with a stretch of his long arm, opened it for her. She flung him a glance, half hostile, half awed, as she went through. She had a malignant hatred for the upper class, despite the fact that her own husband was a member thereof, and yet she held it in unwilling respect. Sir Eustace's nonchalantly administered snub was far harder to bear than any open rudeness from a man of her own standing would have been. Fiercely indignant, she entered the kitchen, and caught Dinah peeping at herself in the shiny surface of the warming pan after having removed her hat. "Ah, that's your game, my girl, is it?" she said. "You've come back the grand lady, have you? You've no further use for your mother. I dare say she may work her fingers to the bone for all you care, or ever will care again." Dinah whizzed round, scarlet and crestfallen. "Oh, Mother, how you startled me. I only wanted to see if my hair was tidy." "And that's one of your lies," said Mrs. Bathurst with a heavy hand on her shoulder. "They've taught you how to juggle the truth, that's plain. Oh yes, Lady Studley that is to be. You've learnt a lot since you've been away. I can see. Learnt to despise your mother. I'll lay a wager, but I'll show you she's not to be despised by a prinking mix like you. What did I send you in here for, eh?" To see to the kettle," faltered Dinah, shrinking before the stern regard of the black eyes that so mercilessly held her own. "And there it is, ready to boil over, and you haven't touched it. You worthless little hussy, you. Take that, and dare to disobey me again." She dealt the girl a blow with her open hand as she spoke, a swinging, pitiless blow on the cheek, and pushed her fiercely from her. Dinah reeled momentarily. The sudden violence of the attack bewildered her. Actually, she had almost forgotten how dreadful her mother could be. Then, recovering herself, she went to the fire and stooped over it, without a word. She had a burning sensation of the throat, and she was on the verge of passionate tears. The memory of Isabel's parting embrace, the tender drawing of her arms only a brief half-hour before, made this homecoming almost intolerable. "What's that thing you're wearing?" demanded Mrs. Bathurst abruptly. Dinah lifted the kettle and turned. "It is a fur-lined coat that he bought for me in Paris." "Then take it off," commanded Mrs. Bathurst. "And don't you wear it again until I give you leave. How dare you accept presents from the man before I've even seen him?" "I couldn't help it," murmured Dinah, as she slipped off the luxurious garment that Isabel had chosen for her. "Couldn't help it?" Bitterly, Mrs. Bathurst echoed the words. "You'll say you couldn't help him falling in love with you next, as if you didn't set out to catch him, you little artful brown-faced monkey. Oh, I always knew you were crafty, for all your simple ways. Mind, I don't say you haven't done well for yourself. You have, a deal better than you deserve. But don't ever say you couldn't help it to me again, for if you do, I'll trounce you for it, do you hear? None of your coy airs for me. I won't put up with them. You'll behave yourself as long as you're in this house, or I'll know the reason why." To all of which Dinah listened in set silence, telling herself with desperate insistence that it would not be for long. Sir Eustace did not mean to be kept waiting, and he would deliver her finally and for all time. She did not know exactly why her mother was angry. She supposed she resented the idea of losing her slave. There seemed no other possible reason. For love, for her, she had none. Dinah knew, but too cruelly well, that she had been naught but an unwelcome burden from the very earliest days of her existence. Till she met Isabel, she had never known what real mother-love could be. She wondered if her fiancé would notice the red mark on her cheek when she carried in the teapot, but he was holding a careless conversation with her father, and only gave her a glance and a smile. During the meal that followed, he scarcely addressed her or so much as looked her way. He treated her mother with a freezing aloofness that made her tremble inwardly. She wondered how he dared. When at length he rose to go, however, his attention returned to Dinah. He laid a dominating hand upon her shoulder. "Are you coming to see me off?" She glanced at her mother in involuntary appeal, but failed to catch her eye. Silently she turned to the door. He took leave of her parents with the indifference of one accustomed to popularity. "I shall be round in the morning," he said to her father. "About 12? That'll suit me very well, unless I wait till the afternoon and bring my sister. I know she hopes to come over if she is well enough. That is, of course, if you don't object to an informal call." He spoke as if in his opinion the very fact of its informality conferred a favor, and again Dinah trembled lest her mother should break forth into open rudeness. But to her amazement, Mrs. Bathurst seemed somewhat overawed by the princely stranger. She even smiled in a grim way as she said, "I will be at home to her." Sir Eustace made her a ceremonious bow and went out, sweeping Dinah along with him. He closed the door with a decision there was no mistaking, and the next moment he had her in his arms. "You poor little frightened mouse," he said. No wonder you never knew before what real life could be." She clung to him with all her strength, burying her face in the fur collar of his coat. "Oh, do marry me quick, quick, quick," she besought him in a muffled whisper, "and take me away." He gathered her close in his arms, so close that she trembled again. Her nerves were all on edge that night. "If they won't let me have you in a month from now," he said in a voice that quivered slightly, "I swear I'll run away with you." There was no echo of humor in his words, though she tried to laugh at them, and ever he pressed her closer and closer to his heart, till panting she had to lift her face, and then he kissed her in his passionate, compelling way, holding her shy lips with his own till he actually forced them to respond. She felt as if his love burned her, but even so, she dared not shrink from it. There was so much at stake. Her mother's lack of love was infinitely harder to endure. And so she bore the fierce flame of his passion unflinching, even though her spirit clamored wildly to be free, choosing rather to be consumed by it than left a beaten slave in her house of bondage. His kisses waked in her much more of fear than rapture. That untamed desire of his frightened her to the very depths of her being, but yet it was infinitely preferable to the haughty indifference with which he regarded all the rest of the world. It meant that he would not let her go, and that in itself was comfort unspeakable to Dinah. He meant to have her at any price, and she was very badly in need of deliverance, even though she might have to pay for it, and pay heavily. It was at this point, actually while his fiery kiss was scorching her lips, that a very strange thought crept all unawares into her consciousness. If she ever needed help, if she ever needed escape, she had a friend to whom she could turn, a staunch and capable friend who would never fail her. She was sure that Scott would find a way to ease the burden if it became too heavy. Her faith in him, his wisdom, his strength, was unbounded, and he helped everyone. The valiant servant Greatheart, protector of the helpless, sustainer of the vanquished. When her lover was gone at last, she closed the door and leaned against it, feeling weak in every fiber. Bathurst, coming out a few moments later, was struck by her spent look. "Well, Dinah lass," he said lightly, "you look as if it had cost something of an effort to land your catch, but he's a mighty fine one, I will say that for him." She went to him, twining her arm in his, forcing herself to smile. "Oh, Dad," she said, "he is fine, isn't he?" But she uttered the words almost in spite of herself. "You should see his brother. You should see Scott." "What? Is he finer still?" laughed Bathurst, pinching her cheek. "Have you got the whole family at your feet, you little baggage?" She flushed very deeply. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Scott is not a bit like that. He is. And there she broke off, for who could hope to convey any faithful impression of this good friend of hers? There were no words that could adequately describe him. With a little sigh she turned from the subject. "I'm glad you like Eustace," she said shyly. Bathurst laughed a little, then bent unexpectedly and kissed her. "It's a case of Cinderella and the prince," he said lightly. "But the luck isn't all on Cinderella's side, I'm thinking." She clung to him eagerly. "Oh, Daddy, thank you. Do you know, it's funny. Scott used to call me Cinderella." Bathurst crooked his brows quizzically. "How original of him. This Scott seems to be quite a wonderful person. And what was your pet name for him, I wonder, eh? Sly Boots?" She laughed in evident embarrassment. There was something implied in her father's tone that made her curiously reluctant to discuss her hero. And yet, in justification of the man himself, she felt she must say something. His brother and sister call him Stumpy, she said, because he is little and he limps, but her face was as red as the hunting coat against which it nestled. I called him Mr. Greatheart. He is just like that. Mr. Bathurst laughed again, tweaking her ear. Altogether an extraordinary family, he commented. I must meet this Mr. Stumpy Greatheart. Now, suppose you run upstairs and turn on the hot water, and when you've done that, you can take my boots down to the kitchen to dry. And mind you don't fall foul of your mother, for she strikes me as being a bit on the ramp tonight. He kissed her again, and she clung to him very fast for a moment or two, tasting in that casual, kindly remembrance of all the home joy she had ever known. Then, hearing her mother's step, she swiftly and guiltily disengaged herself and fled up the stairs like a startled bird. As she prepared his bath for him, the wayward thought came to her that if only he and she lived alone together, she would never have wanted to get married at all, even for the delight of being Lady Studley instead of poor little Dinah Bathurst. Section 32 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elaine Fleming. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Wedding Arrangements. It was certainly not love at first sight that prompted Mrs. Bathurst to take a fancy to Isabel Everard. Secretly, Dinah had dreaded their meeting, fearing that innate antagonism which her mother invariably seemed to cherish against the upper class. But within a quarter of an hour of their meeting, she was aware of a change of attitude, a quenching of the hostile element, a curious and wholly new sensation of peace. For though Isabel's regal carriage and low, musical voice marked her as one of the hated species, her gentleness banished all impression of pride. She treated Dinah's mother with an assumption of friendliness that had in it no trace of condescension, and she was so obviously sincere in her wish to establish a cordial relation that it was impossible to remain ungracious. I can't feel that we are strangers, she said, with her rare smile, when Dinah had departed to fetch the tea. Your little Dinah has done so much for me, more than I can ever tell you. That I am to have her for a sister seems almost too good to be true. I wonder you think she's good enough, remarked Mrs. Bathurst, in her blunt way. She isn't much to look at. I've done my best to bring her up well, but I never thought of her turning into a fine lady. I question if she's fit for it. If she were a fine lady, I don't think I should think so highly of her, Isabel said gently. But as to her being unfit to fill a high position, she is only inexperienced, and she will learn very quickly. I am willing to teach her all in my power. I learned to despise her mother, commented Mrs. Bathurst, with sudden bitterness. After all the trouble I've taken to make her respect me. I should never teach her that, Isabel answered quietly, and I am sure that she would be quite incapable of learning it. Mrs. Bathurst, do you really think that worldly position is a thing that greatly matters to anyone in the long run? I don't. It was then that a faint, half-grudging admiration awoke in the elder woman's resentful soul, and she looked at Isabel with the first glimmer of kindliness. You're right, she said slowly. It don't matter to those who've got it, but to those who haven't. Her eyes glowed red for a moment. You don't know how it galls, she said. And then she flushed dully, realizing that she had made a confidant of one of the hated breed. But Isabel's hand was on hers in a moment. Her eyes, full of understanding, looked earnest friendship into hers. Oh, I know, she said. It is the little things that gall us all, until some fundamental sorrow wrenches our very lives in twain. And then one can almost laugh to think one ever cared about them. Her voice throbbed with feeling. She had lifted the veil for a moment to salve the other woman's bitterness, and Mrs. Bathurst realized it and was touched. Ah, you've suffered, she said. Isabel bent her head. But it is over, she said. I married a man who they said was beneath me. But, God knows, he was above me in every way. And then I lost him. Her voice sank. Mrs. Bathurst's hand came down with a clumsy movement upon hers. "He died," she said. "Yes." Almost in a whisper, Isabel made answer. "For years I would not face it, would not believe it. He went from me so suddenly. Oh God, so suddenly." A tremor of anguish sounded in the low words, but in a moment she raised her head, and her eyes were shining with a brightness that no pain could dim. "It is over," she said. "It is quite, quite over. My night is past and can never come again. I am waiting now for the full day, and I know that I have not very long to wait. I have not seen him, no, I have not seen him, but twice now I have heard his voice." Poor soul, said Mrs. Bathurst. It was all the sympathy she could express, but it came from her heart. She no longer regretted her own burst of confidence. The spontaneous answer that it had evoked had had a magically softening effect upon her. In all her life no one had ever charmed her thus. She was astonished herself at the melting of her hardness. "You've suffered worse than I have," she said, "for I never cared for any man like that. I was let down badly when I was a girl, and I have never had any opinion of any of them since. My husband's all right, so far as he goes, but he isn't the sort of man to worship. Precious few of 'em are." Whereat Isabel sighed a soft, sad laugh. "That is why worldly position matters so little," she said. "If by chance the right man really comes, nothing else counts. He is just everything." "Maybe you're right," said Mrs. Bathurst, with gloomy acquiescence. "Anyhow, it isn't for me to say you're wrong." And this is why when Dinah brought in the tea, she found a wholly new element in the atmosphere and missed the customary sharp rebuke from her mother's lips when she had to go back for the sugar tongs. She had been disappointed that her friend Scott had not been of the party. Isabel's explanation that he had gone home at Eustace's wish to attend to some business had not removed an odd little hurt sense of having been defrauded. She had counted upon seeing Scott that day. It was almost as if he had failed her when she needed him. Though why she seemed to need him, she could not have said, nor could he possibly have known that she would do so. Sir Eustace was in her father's den. She was sure that they were getting on very well together from the occasional bursts of laughter with which their conversation was interspersed. They were not apparently sticking exclusively to business, and now that Isabel had won her mother, deeply though she rejoiced over the conquest, she felt a very little, forlorn. They were all talking about her, but if Scott had been there, he would have talked to her and made her feel at ease. She could not understand his going, even at his brother's behest. It seemed incredible that he should not want to see her home. She sat meekly in the background, thinking of him while she drank her tea, and then, just as she finished, there came the sound of voices at the door, and her father and Sir Eustace came in. They were laughing still. Evidently, the result of the interview was satisfactory to both. Sir Eustace greeted his hostess with lofty courtesy and passed on straight to her side. She turned and tingled at his approach. He was looking more princely than ever. Instinctively she rose. "What do you want to get up for?" demanded her mother sharply. Sir Eustace reached his little trembling fiancée and took the eager hand she stretched to him. His blue eyes flashed their fierce flame over her upturned, quivering face. "Take me into the kitchen, anywhere," he murmured. "I want you to myself." She nodded. "Don't you want any tea?" "All right. Dad doesn't either. I'll clear away." "No, you don't," her mother said. "You sit down and behave yourself. You'll clear when I tell you to, not before." Sir Eustace wheeled round to her, the flame of his look turning to ice. "With your permission, madam," he said with extreme formality, "Dinah and I are going to retire to talk things over." He had his way. It was obvious that he meant to have it. He motioned to Dinah with an imperious gesture to precede him, and she obeyed, not daring to glance in her mother's direction. Mrs. Bathurst said no more. Something in Sir Eustace's bearing seemed to quell her. She watched him go with eyes that shone with a hot resentment under drawn brows. It took Isabel's utmost effort to charm her back to a mood less hostile. As for Dinah, she led her fiancé back to her father's den in considerable trepidation. To be compelled to resist her mother's will was a state of affairs that filled her with foreboding. But the moment she was alone with him, she forgot all but the one tremendous fact of his presence, for with the closing of the door, he had her in his arms. She clung to him desperately close, feeling as one struggling in deep waters, caught in a great current that would bear her swiftly, irresistibly. Whither? He laughed at her, trembling with careless amusement. What? Still scared, my brown elf? Where is your old daring? Aren't you allowed to have any spirit at all in this house? She answered him incoherently, straining to keep her face hidden out of reach of his upturning hand. No, it's not that. You don't understand. It's all so new, so strange. Eustace, please don't kiss me yet. He laughed again, but he did not press her for the moment. Your father and I have had no end of a talk, he said. Do you know what has come of it? Would you like to know? Yes, she murmured shyly. He was caressing the soft dark ringlets that clustered about her neck. About getting married, little sweetheart, he said. You want to get it over quickly, and so do I. There's no reason why we shouldn't, in fact. How about the beginning of next month? How about April? Oh, Eustace! She clung to him closer still. She had no words, but still that sense of being caught, of being born against her will, possessed her, filling her with dread rather than ecstasy. Whither was she going? Ah, whither? He went on with his easy self-assurance, speaking as if he held the whole world at his disposal. We will go south for the honeymoon. I have crowds of things to show you. Rome, Naples, Venice. After that, we'll come back and go for that summer trip in the yacht I promised you. And Isabel, too, and Scott? Asked Dinah in muffled accents. He laughed over her head, as at the naive prattling of a child. What? On our honeymoon? Oh, hardly, I think. I'll see to it that you're not bored. And look here, my elf. I won't have you shy with me any more. Is that understood? I'm not an ogre. I think you are, rather, murmured Dinah. He bent over her, his lips upon her neck. You midget, and you think I'm going to devour you? Well, perhaps I shall someday, if you go on running away. There's a terrible threat. Now hold up your head, Daphne, and let me have that kiss. She hesitated a while longer, and then feeling his patience ebbing, she lifted her face impulsively to his. You will be good to me, promise? Promise, she pleaded tremulously. He was laughing still, but his eyes were aflame. That depends, he declared. I can't answer for myself when you run away. Come, when are you going to kiss me first? Isn't it time you began? She slipped her arms about his neck. Her face was burning. I will now, she said. Yet the moment her lips touched his, the old wild fear came upon her. She made a backward movement of shrinking. He caught her to him. Daphne, he said, and kissed her quivering throat. She did not resist him, but her arms fell apart, and the red blush swiftly died. When he released her, she fell back a step with eyes fast closed, and in a moment her hands went up as though to shield face and neck from the scorching of a furnace. He watched her, a slight frown drawing his brows. The flames still glittered in his eyes, but his mouth was hard. Look here, child, don't be silly, he said. If you treat me like a monster, I shall behave like one. I'm made that way. His voice was curt. It held displeasure. Dinah uncovered her face and looked at him. Oh, you're angry, she said, in tragic accents. He laughed at that. About as angry as I could get with a piece of thistledown. But you know, you're not very wise, my Daphne. You've got it in you to madden me, but it's a risky thing to do. Now see here, I've brought you something to make those moss agate eyes of yours shine. Can you guess what it is? His hand held out to her. She laid her own within it with conscious reluctance. He drew her into the circle of his arm, pressing her to him. She leaned her head against him with a bewildered sense of self-reproach. I'm sorry, I'm silly, Eustace, she murmured. I expect I'm made that way too. Don't take any notice. He touched her forehead lightly with his lips. You'll get over it, sweetheart, he said. It won't matter so much after we're married. I can do as I like with you then. Oh, I shan't like that, said Dinah quickly. His arm pressed her closer. Yes, you will. I'll give you no end of a good time. Now, sweetheart, give me that little hand of yours again. No, the left. There. I wonder if it's small enough. Rather a loose fit, eh? How do you like it?" He was fitting a ring to the third finger. Dinah looked and was dazzled. "Oh, Eustace, diamonds," she said in an odd whisper. "The best I could find," he told her, with princely arrogance. "I hunted through Bond Street for it this morning. Will it do?" "You went up on purpose? Oh, Eustace." She laid her cheek with a winning movement against his hand. "You are too good. You are much too good." He laughed carelessly. "I'm glad you're satisfied. It's a bond, remember. You must wear it always, till I give you a wedding ring instead." She lifted her face and looked at him with shining eyes. "I shall love to wear it," she said. "But I expect I shall have to keep it for best. Mother wouldn't let me wear it always." "Never mind what your mother says," he returned. "It's what I say that matters now. We're going to have you to stay at Willowmount in a few days. Isabella's arranging it with your mother now." "Your home? Oh, how lovely!" Genuine delight was in Dinah's voice. "Scott is there, isn't he?" He frowned again. "Bother Scott! You're coming to see me, no one else." She flushed. "Oh, yes, I know, and I shall love it. I shall love it. But do you think I should be allowed to come?" "You must come," he said imperiously. But Dinah looked dubious. "I expect I shall be wanted at home now, and I don't believe we shall get married in April either. I've been away so long." He laughed, flicking her cheek. "Haven't I always told you that where there's a will, there's a way? If necessary, I can run away with you." She shook her head. "Oh, no, I'd rather not. And if we're really going to be married in April, I ought to stay at home to get ready." "Nonsense," he said carelessly. "You can do that from Willowmount. Isabel will help you. It's less than an hour's run to town." Dinah opened her eyes wide. "But I shan't shop in town. I shall have to make all my things. I always do." He laughed again, easily, indulgently. "That simplifies matters. You can do that anywhere. What are you going to be married in? White cotton?" She laughed with him. "I would love to have a real grand wedding," she said. "The sort of wedding Rose de Vigny will have, with bridesmaids and flowers and crowds of people. Of course, I know it can't be done." She gave a little sigh. "But I would love it. I would love it." He was laughing still. "Why can't it be done? Who's going to prevent it?" Dinah had become serious. "Dad hasn't money enough for one thing, and then there's Mother. She wouldn't do it." "Oh, wouldn't she? I've a notion she'd enjoy it even more than you would. If you want a smart wedding, you'd better have it in town. Then the de Vigny's and everyone else can come." "Oh, no, I want it to be here." Dinah's eyes began to shine. "Dad knows lots of people round about. County people, too. Those are the sort of people I'd like to come. Even Mother might like that," she added reflectively. "You prefer a big splash in your own little pond to a small one in a good-sized lake, is that it?" questioned Eustace. "Well, have it your own way, my child. But I shouldn't make many clothes if I were you. We will shop in Paris after we are married, and then you can get whatever you fancy." Dinah's eyes fairly danced at the thought. "I shall love that. I'll tell Daddy, shall I? To keep all his money for the wedding, and then we can buy the clothes afterwards? That is, if you can afford it," she added quickly. "I ought not to let you, really." "You can't prevent me doing anything," he returned, his hand pressing her shoulder. "No one can." She leaned her head momentarily against his arm. You wouldn't want to do anything that anyone didn't like," she murmured shyly. "Shouldn't I?" he said, and for a moment his mouth was grim. "I am not accustomed to being regarded as an amiable nonentity. I assure you it's settled then, is it? The first week in April, and you are to come to us for at least a fortnight beforehand." Dinah nodded, her head bent. "All right, if Mother doesn't mind." "What would happen if she did?" he asked curiously. "It just wouldn't be done," she made answer. "Wouldn't it? Not if you insisted?" "I couldn't insist," she said, her voice very low. "Why couldn't you? I should have thought you had a will of your own. Don't you ever assert yourself?" "Against her? No, never." Dinah gave a little shudder. "Don't let's talk of it," she said. "Isn't it time to go back? I believe I ought to be clearing away." He detained her for a moment. "You're not going to work like a nigger when you're married to me," he said. She smiled up at him, a merry, dimpling smile. "Oh no, I shall just enjoy myself then, like Rose de Vigny. I shall be much too grand to work. There, I really must go back. Thank you again ever so much for the lovely ring. I hope you'll never find out how unworthy I am of it." She drew his head down with quivering courage and bestowed a butterfly kiss upon his cheek, and then, in a second, she was gone from his hold, gone like a woodland elf with a tinkle of laughter and the skipping of fairy feet. Sir Eustace followed her flight with his eyes only, but in those eyes was the leaping fire of a passion that burned around her in an ever-narrowing circle. She knew that it was there, but she would not look back to see it, for deep in her heart she feared that flame as she feared nothing else on earth. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 3. Despair. If I had known this was going to happen, I would never have troubled to cultivate their acquaintance, said Lady Grace fretfully. I knew, of course, that artful little minx was running after the man, but that he could ever be foolish enough to let himself be caught in such an obvious trap was a possibility that I never seriously contemplated. It doesn't matter to me, said Rose. She had said it many times before, with the same rather forced smile. It was not a subject that she greatly cared to discuss. The news of Dinah's conquest had come like a thunderbolt. In common with her mother, she had never seriously thought that Sir Eustace could be so foolish. But since the utterly unexpected had come to pass, it seemed to her futile to talk about it. Dinah had secured the finest prize within reach for the moment, and there was no disputing the fact. The wedding is to take place so soon, too, lamented Lady Grace. That, I have no doubt, is the doing of that scheming mother of hers. What shall we do about going to it, Rose? Do you want to go, dear? Not in the least, but I'm going all the same. Rose was still smiling, and her eyes were fixed. I think, you know, Mother, she said, that we might do worse than ask Sir Eustace and his party to stay here for the event. My dear Rose, Lady Grace gazed at her in amazement. Rose continued to stare into space. It would be much more convenient for them, she said, and really we have no reason for allowing people to imagine that we are other than pleased over the arrangement. We shall not be going to town before Easter, so it seems to me that it would only be neighborly to invite Sir Eustace to stay at the court for the wedding. Great Mallows is not a particularly nice place to put up in, and this would be far handier for him. Lady Grace slowly veiled her astonishment. Of course, dear. If you think so, it might be managed. We will talk to your father about it, and if he approves, I will write to Sir Eustace, or get him to do so. I do not, myself, consider that Sir Eustace has behaved at all nicely. He was most cavalier about the hunt ball. But if you wish to overlook it, well, I shall not put any difficulty in the way. I think it would be a good thing to do, said Rose somewhat enigmatically. The letter that reached Sir Eustace 2 days later was penned by the Colonel's hand, and contained a brief but cordial invitation to him and his following to stay at Perrythorpe Court for the wedding. He read it with a careless smile and tossed it over to Scott. "Here is magnanimity," he commented. "Shall we accept the coals of fire?" Scott read with all gravity and laid it down. "If you want my opinion, I should say no," he said. "Why would you say no?" There was a lazy challenge in the question, a provocative gleam in Sir Eustace's blue eyes. Scott smiled a little. "For one thing, I shouldn't enjoy the coals of fire. For another, I shouldn't care to be at too close quarters with the beautiful Miss Devine again if I had your very highly susceptible temperament. And for a third, I believe Isabel would prefer to stay at Great Mallows." "You're mighty clever, my son, aren't you?" said Eustace with a supercilious twist of the lips. "But, as it chances, not one of those excellent reasons appeals to me." "Very well, then," said Scott with the utmost patience. "It is up to you to accept." "Why should Isabel prefer Great Mallows?" demanded Sir Eustace. "She knows the Devines. It is far better for her to see people, and there's more comfort in a private house than in a hotel." "Quite so," said Scott. "I'm sure she will fall in with your wishes in this respect, whatever they are. Will you write to Colonel Devine, or shall I?" "You can, and accept," returned Sir Eustace imperially. Scott took a sheet of paper without further words. His brother leaned back in his chair, his black brows slightly drawn, and contemplated him as he did it. "By the way, Scott," he said after a moment, "Dinah's staying here need not make any difference to you in any way. She can't expect to have you at her beck and call as she had in Switzerland. You must make that clear to her." "Very well, old chap." Scott spoke without raising his head. "You're going to meet her at the station, I suppose?" "Almost immediately, yes." Eustace got up with a movement of suppressed impatience. "We shall have tea in Isabel's room. You needn't turn up. I'll tell them to send yours in here." "Oh, don't trouble. I'm going to turn up." Very calmly, Scott made rejoinder. He had already begun to write. His hand moved steadily across the sheet. Sir Eustace's frown deepened. "You won't catch the post with those letters if you do." Scott looked up at last, and his eyes were as steady as his hand had been. "That's my business, old chap," he said quietly. "Don't you worry yourself about that." There was a hint of ferocity about Sir Eustace as he met that steadfast look. He stood motionless for a moment or two, then flung round on his heel. Scott returned to his work with the composure characteristic of him, and almost immediately the banging of the door told of his brother's departure. Then, for a second, his hand paused. He passed the other across his eyes with the old gesture of weariness, and a short, hard sigh came from him ere he bent again to his task. Sir Eustace strode across the hall with the frown still drawing his brows. An open car was waiting at the door, but ere he went to it, he turned aside and knocked peremptorily at another door. He opened without waiting for a reply and entered a long, low-ceilinged room through which the rays of the afternoon sun were pouring. Isabel, lying on a couch between fire and window, turned her head towards him. "Haven't you started yet? Surely it's getting very late," she said in her low, rather monotonous voice. He came to her. "I prefer starting a bit late," he said. "You will have tea ready when we return?" "Certainly," she said. He stood looking down at her intently. "Are you all right today?" he asked abruptly. A faint color rose in her cheeks. "I am, as usual," she said. "What does that mean?" Curtly he put the question. "Why don't you go out more? Why don't you get old Lister to make you up a tonic?" She smiled a little, but there was slight uneasiness behind her smile. Her eyes had the remote look of one who watches the far horizon. "My dear Eustace," she said, Cui bono? He stooped suddenly over her. It is because you won't make the effort, he said, speaking with grim emphasis. You're letting yourself go again. I know. I've been watching you for the past week. And by heaven, Isabel, you shan't do it. Scott may be fool enough to let you, but I'm not. You've only been home a week, and you've been steadily losing ground ever since you got back. What is it? What is the matter with you? Tell me what is the matter. So insistent was his tone, so almost menacing his attitude, that Isabel shrank from him with a gesture too swift to repress. The old, pathetic, furtive look was in her eyes as she made reply. I am very sorry. I don't see how I can help it. I am getting old, you know. That is the chief reason. You're talking nonsense, my dear girl. Impatiently, Eustace broke in. You're just coming into your prime. I won't have you ruin your life like this. Do you hear me? I won't. If you don't rouse yourself, I will find a means to rouse you. You are simply drifting now, simply drifting. But into my desired haven, whispered Isabel with a piteous quiver of the lips. He straightened himself with a gesture of exasperation. You are wasting yourself over a myth, an illusion. On my soul, Isabel, what a wicked waste it is. Have you forgotten the days when you and I roamed over the world together? Have you forgotten Egypt and all we did there? Life was worth having then. Oh, I thought so. She met his look with eyes that did not seem to see him. We were children then, Eustace, she said. Children playing on the sands. But the great tide caught us. You breasted the waves, but I was broken and thrown aside. I could never play on the sands again. I can only lie and wait for the tide to come again and float me away. He clenched his hands. Do you think I would let you go like that? He said. It is the only kindness you can do me, she answered in her low voice of pleading. He swung round to go. I curse the day, he said very bitterly, that you ever met Basil Everard. I curse his memory. She flinched at the words as if they had been a blow. Her face turned suddenly gray. She clasped her hands very tightly together, saying no word. He went to the door and paused, his back towards her. I came in, he said then, to tell you that the Devins have offered to put us up at their place for the wedding, and I have accepted. He waited for some rejoinder, but she made none. It was as if she had not heard. Her eyes had the impotent, stricken look of one who has searched dim distances for some beloved object, and searched in vain. He did not glance round. His temper was on edge. With a fierce movement he pulled open the door and departed. And behind him, like a veil, there fell the silence of a great despair. End of section 33. Section 34 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 4. The New Home. A small figure was already standing outside the station when the car Sir Eustace drove whirled round the corner of the station yard. He was greeted by the waving of a vigorous hand as he dashed up, grinding on the brakes in the last moment, as was his impetuous custom. Everyone knew him from afar by his driving, and the village children were wont to scatter like rabbits at his approach. Dinah, however, stood her ground with a confidence which his wild performance hardly justified, and the moment he alighted, sprang to meet him with the eagerness of a child escaped from school. Oh, Eustace, it is fun coming here. I was so horribly afraid something would stop me just at the last. But everything has turned out all right, and we're going to have ever such a fine wedding with crowds and crowds of people. Did you know Isabel wrote and said she would give me my wedding dress? Isn't it dear of her? How is she now? Where's your luggage? Said Eustace. She pointed to a diminutive dress basket behind her. That's all there is. I'm not to stay more than a week, as the time is getting so short I don't feel as if I shall ever be ready as it is. I've never been so rushed before. I sometimes wonder if it wouldn't almost be better to put it off a few weeks. Jump up, commanded Eustace with a curt sign to a porter to pick up his fiancée's humble impediments. Dinah sprang up beside him and slipped a shy hand onto his knee. You look more like Apollo than ever, she whispered, awestruck. When you frown like that, is anything the matter? His brow cleared magically at her action. I began to think I should have to come down to Perrythorpe and fetch you, he said, grasping the little nervous fingers. I thought you meant to give me the slip, if you could. Oh, no, said Dinah, shocked at the suggestion. I wanted to come, only I couldn't be spared sooner. It wasn't my fault, she urged pleadingly. Truly it wasn't. He smiled upon her. All right, Daphne, I'll forgive you this time, he said. But now I've got you, my nymph of the woods. I'm not going to part with you again in a hurry. And if you talk of putting off the wedding again, I'll simply run away with you. So now you know what to expect. Dinah uttered her giddy little laugh. The excitement of this visit, the first she had ever paid to anyone, had turned her head. Do you know Rose is actually going to be my chief bridesmaid, she said. Isn't that magnanimous of her? She is pretending to be pleased, but I know she's frightfully jealous underneath. The other bridesmaid is the vicar's daughter. She's quite old, nearly 30, but I couldn't think of anyone else, except the infant schoolmistress, and they wouldn't let me have her. I shall feel rather small, shan't I? Even Rose is 25. I wonder if I shall feel grown up when I'm married. Do you think I shall? Not till you cease to be, Daphne, said Sir Eustace enigmatically. He started the car with the words, and they shot forward with a suddenness that made Dinah hold her breath. But in a few moments she was chattering again, for she was never quiet for long. How was Scott? Was he at home? And Isabel? He hadn't told her. She did hope dear Isabel was keeping better, was she? She pressed the question as he did not seem inclined to answer it, and saw again the frown that had darkened his handsome face upon arrival. Do tell me, she begged. Isn't she so well? And at last, with the curtness of speech which always denoted displeasure with him, he made reply. No, she's gone back a good deal since she got home. She lies on a sofa and broods all day long. I am looking to you to wake her up. For heaven's sake, be as lively as you can. Oh, poor Isabel! Quick concern was in Dinah's voice. What is it, do you think? Doesn't the place suit her? Heavens knows, he answered gloomily. I have a house down at Heath-on-Sea, where we keep the yacht, but I doubt if it would do her much good to go there this time of year. She and Scott might try it later, after the wedding. Couldn't we all go there? Suggested Dinah ingenuously. He gave her a keen glance. For the honeymoon? No, I don't think so, he said. Only for the first part of it, said Dinah coaxingly, till Isabel felt better? He uttered a brief laugh. No thanks, Daphne. We're going to be alone, quite alone, for the first part of our honeymoon. I'm going to take you in this car to the most out-of-the-way corner in England, where, even if you run away, there'll be nowhere to run to. And there you'll stay till—" he paused a moment. you realize that you are all mine forever and ever, till in fact you've shed all your baby nonsense and become a wise little married woman." Dinah gave a sudden sharp shiver and pulled her coat closer about her. He glanced at her again. "You'll like it better than being a maid-of-all-work," he said with his swift, transforming smile. She smiled back at him with ready responsiveness. "Oh, I shall. I'm sure I shall. I've always wanted to be married. Always. Only, it'll seem a little funny, just at first. You won't get impatient with me, will you? If sometimes I forget how to behave?" He laughed abruptly and slackened speed. They were running down a narrow lane bordered with bare trees through which the spring sunshine filtered down. On a brown upland to one side of them was a plow being driven. On the other, the ground sloped away to deep meadows where wound a willow-banked river. The car stopped. "How pretty it is," said Dinah. And then, very suddenly, she found that it was not for the sake of the view that he had brought her to a standstill in that secluded place. For he caught her to him with the hot ardor she had learned to dread and kissed with passion the burning face she sought to hide. She struggled for a few seconds like a captured bird, but in the end she yielded, palpitating, as she had yielded so often before, mutely bearing that which her whole soul clamored inarticulately to escape. When he let her go, her cheeks were on fire. He was laughing, but she was on the verge of tears. He started on again without words, and in a very brief space they were racing forward at terrific speed, seeming scarcely to touch the ground, so rapid was their progress. Dinah sat with her two hands clutched upon her hat, thankful for the cold rush of air that gave her relief after the fiery intensity of those unsparing kisses. Her heart was beating in great thumps. Somehow, the fierceness of him always exceeded either memory or expectation. He was so terribly strong, so disconcertingly absolute in his demands upon her, and every time he seemed to take more. She hardly noticed anything further of the country through which they passed. Her agitation possessed her overwhelmingly. She felt exhausted, unnerved, very curiously ashamed. It was good to have so princely a lover, but his tempestuous wooing was altogether too much for her. She wondered how Rose, the sedate and composed beauty, would have met those wild gusts of passion. They would not have disconcerted her, nothing ever did. She would probably have endured all with a smile. No form of adoration could come amiss with her. She did not fancy that Rose's heart was capable of beating at more than the usual speed. Her very blushes savored of a delicate complacency that enhanced her beauty without disturbing her serenity. A great wave of envy went through Dinah. Why had she not been blessed with such a temperament as that? His voice broke in upon her disjointed meditations. "Well, Daphne, feeling better?" She glanced at him with the confused consciousness that she dared not meet his eyes. She was glad that he was laughing, but the turbulent feeling of uncertainty that his nearness always brought to her was with her still. She was as one who had passed by a raging fire, and the scorching heat of the flame yet remained with her. Breathlessly she spoke. "I can't think or do anything in this wind. Are we nearly there?" "We are there," he made answer. And she discovered that which, in her distress of mind, she had failed to notice. They were running smoothly along a private avenue of fir trees towards an old stone mansion that stood on a slope overlooking the long river valley. She drew a hard breath. "But this is better, ever so much, than the court," she said. "Your future home, my queen?" said Sir Eustace royally. She breathed again, deeply, wonderingly. "Is it real?" she said. He laughed. "I almost think so. You see that other house right away in the distance, across that further slope? That is the Dower House, where Isabel and Scott are to live when we are married." "Oh." There was a quick note of disappointment in Dinah's voice. "I thought they would live with us." "I don't know why," said Sir Eustace with a touch of sharpness, and then, softening almost immediately, "It's practically the same thing, my sprite of the woods. But I wish you to be mistress in your own home, when we do settle down, which won't be at present, for we are not coming back from our honeymoon till you have learnt that I am the only person in the world that matters." Again, a slight shiver caught Dinah, but she repressed it instantly. "I expect it won't take me very long to learn that, Apollo," she said with her shy, fleeting smile. And then they glided up to the wide steps of his home, and the door opened to receive them, showing Scott, her friend, standing in the opening, awaiting her. End of section 34. Section 35 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 5. The Watcher. She sprang to meet him with a cry of delight, both hands extended. "Oh, it is good to see you again. It is good, she panted. "Why didn't you come to Parrythorpe? I did want you there." He grasped her hands very tightly. His pale eyes smiled their welcome, but it came to her afterwards. He scarcely said a word in greeting. In a second or two, he set her free. "Come and see Isabel," he said. She went with him eagerly, forgetful of Sir Eustace striding in her wake. As Scott opened the door of Isabel's room, she pressed forward, and the next moment she was kneeling by Isabel's side, gathered close to her breast, in a silence that was deeper than any speech. Dinah's arms clung fast about the elder woman's neck. She was conscious of a curious impulse to tears, but she conquered it, forcing herself somewhat brokenly to laugh. "Isn't it lovely to be together again?" she whispered. "You can't think what it means to me. I lay in bed last night and counted the hours and then the minutes. I was so dreadfully afraid something might happen to prevent my coming. And oh, Isabel, I had no idea your home was so beautiful." Isabel's hold slackened. "Sit on the sofa beside me, my darling," she said. "I am so glad you like Willowmount. Was Eustace in time for your train?" Dinah laughed again with more assurance. "Oh, no, I got there first. He came swooping down as if he had dropped from the clouds. We had a very quick run back, and I'm all blown to pieces." She put up impetuous hands to thrust back the disordered clusters of dark hair. "Take off your hat," said Scott. She obeyed, with shining eyes upon him. "Now why didn't you come over to Parrythorpe? You haven't told me yet." "I was busy," he answered. "I had to get home." His eyes were shining also. She did not need to be told that he was glad to see her. He rang for tea and sat down somewhere near in his usual unobtrusive fashion. Eustace occupied the place of honor in an easy chair drawn close to the end of the sofa on which Dinah sat. He was watching her, she knew, but she could not meet his look as she met Scott's. His very nearness made her feel again the scorching of the flame. She slipped her hand into Isabel's, as though seeking refuge, and as she did so, she heard Eustace address his brother, his tone brief and peremptory, the voice of an employer. "You have finished that correspondence?" "I shall finish it in time for the post," Scott made answer. Eustace made a sound expressive of dissatisfaction. "You'll miss it as sure as a gun." Scott said nothing further, but his silence was not without a certain mastery that sent an odd little thrill of triumph through Dinah. Eustace frowned heavily and turned from him. The entrance of Biddy with the tea made a diversion, for her greeting of Dinah was full of warmth. "But sure, you're not looking like I'd like to see you, Miss Dinah," was her verdict. "It's meself that'll have to feed you up." "But I'm always thin," protested Dinah. "It's just the way I'm made." Biddy pursed her lips and shook her head. "'Tis not the sign of a contented mind," she commented. "I was never contented before I went to Switzerland," said Dinah. She turned to Isabel. "Wasn't it all lovely? It's just like a dream to me now, all glitter and romance. I'd give anything to have it over again."
"I'll show you better things than winter in the Alps,"
said Eustace in his free, imperial fashion. Her bright eyes glanced up to his for a moment. "Do you know, I don't believe you could," she said.
He laughed. "You won't say that 6 months hence. The Alps will be no more than an episode to you then."
"Rather an important episode," remarked Scott. Her look came to him, settled upon him like a shy bird at rest. "Very, very important," she said softly. "Do you remember that first day, that first night, how you helped me dress for the ball? Eustace would never have thought of dancing with me if it hadn't been for you."
"I seem to have a good deal to answer for," said Scott with his rather tired smile.
"I owe you everything," said Dinah.
"Stumpy has many debtors," said Isabel.
Eustace uttered a brief laugh.
"Stumpy scores without running," he observed. "He always has. Saves trouble, eh, Stumpy?"
"Quite so," said Scott with precision. "It is easy to be kind when it costs you nothing."
"And it pays," said Eustace.
Dinah's green eyes went back to him with something of a flash. "Scott would never have thought of that," she said.
"I am sure he wouldn't," said Eustace dryly.
Her look darted about him like an angry bird seeking some vulnerable point whereat to strike. But before she could speak, Scott leaned forward and intervened.
"My thoughts are my own private property, if no one objects," he said whimsically. "Judge me, if you must, by my actions. But I should prefer not to be judged at all. Have you told Dinah about the invitation to the Devins, Eustace?"
"No, they haven't asked you for the wedding, surely." Dinah's thoughts were instantly diverted. "Have they really? I never thought they would. Oh, that will be fun. I expect Rose is trying to pretend she isn't—" She broke off, coloring vividly. "What a pig I am," she said apologetically to Scott. "Please forget I said that."
"But you didn't say it," said Scott. "A near thing," commented Eustace. "I had no idea Miss Devine was so smitten. Stumpy, you'll be best man. You'll have to console her." "I believe the best man has to console everybody," said Scott. "You are peculiarly well fitted for the task," said his brother, setting down his cup and pulling out a cigarette case. "Be quick and quench your thirst, Dinah. I want to trot you round the place before dark." Dinah looked at Isabel. "You'll come too?" Isabel shook her head. "No, dear, I can't walk much. Besides, Eustace will want you to himself." But a queer little spirit of perversity had entered into Dinah. She shook her head also. "We will go round in the morning," she said, with a resolute look at her fiancé. "I am going to stay with Isabel tonight. You have had quite as much of me as is good for you, now haven't you?" There was an instant of silence that felt ominous before, somewhat curtly, Sir Eustace yielded the point. "I won't grudge you to Isabel if she wants you. You can both of you come up to the picture gallery when you've done. There's a fine view of the river from there." He got up with the words, and Scott rose also. They went away together, and Dinah at once nestled to Isabel's side. "Now we can be cozy," she said. Isabel put an arm about her. "You mustn't make me monopolize you, sweetheart," she said. "I think Eustace was a little disappointed." "I'll be ever so nice to him presently to make up," said Dinah. "But I do want you now, Isabel." "What is it, dearest?" Dinah's cheek rubbed softly against her shoulder. "Isabel, darling, I never thought that you and Scott were going to leave this place because Eustace was marrying me." Isabel's arm pressed her closer. "We're not going far away, darling. It will be better for you to be alone." "I don't think so," said Dinah. "We shall be alone quite long enough on our honeymoon." She trembled a little in Isabel's hold. "I do wish you were coming too," she whispered. "My dear, Eustace will take care of you," Isabel said. "Oh, yes, I know, but he's so big. He wants such a lot," murmured Dinah in distress. "I don't quite know how to manage him. He's never satisfied. If only you were coming with us, he'd have something else to think about." "Oh, no, he wouldn't, dear. When you are present, he thinks of no one else. You see," Isabel spoke with something of an effort, "he's in love with you." Yes, of course. I'm very silly." Dinah dabbed her eyes and began to smile. "But he makes me feel all the while as if he wants to eat me. I know it's all my silliness, but I wish you weren't going to the Dower House all the same. Shall you be quite comfortable there?" "It is being done up, dear. You must come round with us and see it. We shall move in directly the wedding is over. And then this place is to be done up too, made ready for you. I believe you are to choose the wallpapers and hangings while you are here. You will enjoy that." "If you will help me," said Dinah. "Of course I will help you, dear child. I will always help you with anything, so long as it is in my power." Very tenderly, Isabel reassured her, till presently the scared feeling subsided. They went up later to the picture gallery and joined Eustace, whom they found smoking there. His mood also had changed by that time, and he introduced his ancestors to Dinah with complete good humor. Isabel remained with them, but she talked very little in her brother's presence, and when, after a time, Dinah turned to her, she was startled by the deadly weariness of her face. "Oh, I am tiring you," she exclaimed with swift compunction. But Isabel assured her with a smile that this was not so. She was a little tired, but that was nothing new. "But you generally rest before dinner," said Dinah, full of self-reproach. "Eustace, ought she not to rest?" Eustace glanced at his sister half reluctantly, and a shade of concern crossed his face also. "Are you feeling faint?" he asked her. "Do you want anything?" No, of course not." She averted her face sharply from his look. "Go on talking to Dinah. I am all right." She moved to a deep window embrasure and sat down on the cushioned seat. The spring dusk was falling. She gazed forth into it with that look of perpetual searching that Dinah had grown to know in the earliest days of their acquaintance. She was watching, she was waiting. For what? She longed to draw near and comfort her, but the presence of Eustace made that impossible. She did not know how to dismiss him. And then, to her relief, the door opened, and Scott came quietly in upon them. He seemed to take in the situation at a glance, for after a few words with them, he passed on to Isabel, sitting aloof and silent in the twilight. She greeted him with a smile, and Dinah's anxiety lifted somewhat. She turned to Eustace. "Show me your den now," she said. "I can see the rest of the house tomorrow." And with a feeling that she was doing Isabel a service, she went away with him alone. End of section 35. Section 36 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 6. The Wrong Road. When Dinah descended to breakfast the next morning, she encountered Scott in the hall. He had evidently just come in from an early ride, and he was looking younger and more animated than his wont. "Ah, there you are," he said, coming to meet her. "I've got some shocking news for you this morning. Eustace has had to go to town to see his solicitor. An urgent telephone message came through this morning. He's just gone up by the early train in hope of getting back in good time. He charged me with all sorts of messages for you, and I've promised to take care of you in his absence, if you will allow me." "Oh, that will be great fun!" exclaimed Dinah ingenuously. "I hope you're not very busy. I'd like you to show me everything." He laughed. "No, I can't do that. We must keep that for Eustace. But I will take you to the Dower House and show you that." "I shall love that," said Dinah. He took her into a room that overlooked terrace and river valley, and the sunny southern slope that lay between. Breakfast was laid for two, and a cheery fire was burning. "How cozy it looks," said Dinah. "It does, doesn't it?" said Scott. "We always breakfast here in the winter for that reason. Not that it's winter today. It is glorious spring. You seem to have brought it with you. Take the coffee pot end, won't you? What will you have to eat?" He spoke with a lightness that Dinah found peculiarly exhilarating. He was evidently determined that she should not be dull. Her spirits rose. She suddenly felt like a child who has been granted an unexpected holiday. She smiled up at him as he brought her a plate. "Isn't it a perfect morning? I'm so glad to be here. Don't let us waste a single minute, will we?" "Not one," said Scott. He went to his own place. He was plainly in a holiday mood also. She saw it in his whole bearing, and her heart rejoiced. It was so good to see him looking happy. "Have you seen Isabel this morning?" he asked her presently. "No. I went to her door, but Biddy said she was asleep, so I didn't go in." "She often doesn't sleep much before morning," Scott said. "I expect she will be down to luncheon, if you can put up with me only till then." He evidently did not want to discuss Isabel's health just then, and Dinah was quite willing also to let the subject pass for the time. It was a morning for happy thoughts only. She and Scott would pretend that they had not a care in the world. They breakfasted together as if it were a picnic. She had never seen him so cheery and inconsequent. It was as if he also were engaged in some species of make-believe. Or was it the enchantment of spring that had fallen upon them both? Dinah could not have said. She only knew that she had never felt so happy in all her life before. The walk to the Dower House was full of delight. It was all so exquisite, the long grassy slopes, the dark woods, the bare trees stark against the blue. The path led through a birch copse, and here, in sheltered corners, were primroses. She gathered them eagerly, and Scott helped her, even forgetting to smoke. She did not remember later what they talked about, or even if they talked at all. But the amazing gladness of her heart on that spring morning was to be a vivid memory to her for as long as she lived. They reached the Dower House. Like Willowmount, it overlooked the river, but from a different angle. Dinah was charmed with the old place. It was full of unexpected corners and old-fashioned contrivances. Blue patches of violets bloomed in the garden. Again, with Scott's help, she gathered a great dewy bunch. There were workmen in one or two of the rooms, and she stood by or wandered at will while Scott talked to the foreman. They found themselves presently in the room that was to be Isabel's, a large and sunlit apartment that had a turret window that looked to the far hills beyond the river. Dinah stood entranced with her eyes upon the blue distance. Finally, with a sigh, she spoke. "How I wish I were going to live here, too." "What? You like it better than Willowmount?" said Scott. She made a little gesture of the hands, as if she pleaded for understanding. "I feel so small in big places. This is spacious, but it's cozy, too. I should feel lost alone at Willowmount." "But you won't be alone," he pointed out, with his kindly smile. "You will be very much the reverse, I can assure you." She gave that sharp, uncontrollable little shiver of hers. "You mean Eustace?" she said haltingly. "Yes, Eustace, and all the people round who will want to know his bride," said Scott. "I don't think you will have much time to be lonely. If you have, you can always come along to us, you know. We shall only be too delighted to see you." Dinah turned to him impulsively. "You are good," she said. "I wonder you don't look upon me as a horrid little interloper, turning you out of your home where you've always lived. I do hate the thought of it, really. It isn't my fault." She spoke with tears in her eyes, but Scott still smiled. "My dear child," he said, "such an idea never entered my head. Isabel and I have often thought we should like to make this our home. We have always intended to, as soon as Eustace married." "Did you never think of marrying?" Dinah asked him suddenly. There was an instant's pause, and then, as he was about to speak, she broke in quickly. "Oh, please don't tell me. I was a pig to ask. I didn't mean to. It just slipped out. Do forgive me." "But why shouldn't you ask?" said Scott gently. "We are friends. I don't mind answering you. I've had my dreams like the rest of the world, but it was very soon over. I never seriously deluded myself into the belief that anyone could care to marry a shrimp like me." "Oh, Scott!" Almost fiercely, Dinah cut him short. "How can you? You, of all people, say a thing like that?" Scott looked at her quizzically for a moment. "I should have thought I was the one person who could say it," he observed. Dinah turned from him sharply. Her hands were clenched. Oh, no, she said, incoherently. "It is not right. It is not fair. You, Mr. Greatheart." Quite suddenly, as if the utterance of the name were too much for her, she broke down, covered her face, and wept. "Dinah," said Scott. He came to her and took her very gently by the arm. Dinah's shoulders were shaking. She could not lift her face. Why shouldn't your dream come true, too?" she sobbed. "You, who help everybody to get what they want." "My dear," said Scott, "my dream is over. Don't you grieve on my account. God knows I'm not grieving for myself." His voice was low, but very steadfast. "You wouldn't," said Dinah. "No, because it's futile, unnecessary, a waste of time. I've other things to do, plenty of other things." Scott braced himself with the words, as one who manfully lifts a burden. "Cheer up, Dinah. I didn't mean to make you sad." But, are you sure, quite sure she didn't care?" faltered Dinah, rubbing her eyes woefully. "Quite sure," said Scott with decision. Dinah threw him a sudden flashing glance of indignation. "Then she was a donkey, Scott, a fool, an idiot," she declared with trembling vehemence. How I'd like to tell her so." Scott was smiling, his own whimsical smile. "Yes, wouldn't you?" he said. "And it's awfully nice of you to say so. But do you know, you're quite wrong. She wasn't any of those things. On the other hand, I was all three. But where's the use of talking? It's over, and a good thing, too." Dinah slipped a quivering hand over his. "We'll always be friends, won't we, Scott?" she said tremulously. "Always," said Scott. She squeezed his hand hard, and in response his fingers pressed her arm. His steady eyes looked straight into hers. And in the silence there came to Dinah a queer stirring of uncertainty, the uncertainty of one who just begins to suspect that he is on the wrong road. The moment passed, and they talked again of lighter things, but the mood of irresponsible lightheartedness had gone. When they finally left the dower house, Dinah felt that she trod on the earth once more. "I shall come and see you very often when we come back," she said rather wistfully. "I hope Eustace won't want to be away a very long time." "Aren't you looking forward to your honeymoon?" asked Scott. "I don't know," said Dinah, and paused. "I really don't know. But," brightening, "I'm sure the wedding will be great fun." "I hope it will," said Scott kindly. It was not till they were nearing Willowmount that Dinah asked him at length, hesitatingly, about Isabel. "Do you mind telling me? Is she worse?" Scott also hesitated a little before he answered. Then, "In one sense, she's much better," he said. "But physically," he paused, "physically she is losing ground." "Oh, Scott!" Dinah looked at him with swift dismay. "But why? Why? Can nothing be done?" His eyes met hers unwaveringly. "No, nothing," he said, and spoke with that decision which she had come to know as in some fashion a part of himself. His words carried conviction, and yet by some means they quieted her dismay as well. He went on after a moment with that gentle philosophy of his that seemed to soften all he said. "She is as one nearing the end of a long journey, and she is very tired, poor girl. We can't grudge her her rest when it comes. Eustace wants to rouse her, but I think the time for that is past. It is kinder, it is wiser, to let her alone." Dinah drew a little nearer to him. "Do you mean that you think she won't live very long?" she whispered. "If you like to put it that way," Scott answered quietly. "Oh, but what of you?" she said. She uttered the words almost involuntarily, and the next moment she would have recalled them, for she saw his face change. For a second, only a second, she read suffering in his eyes, but he answered her without hesitation. "I shall just keep on, Dinah," he said. "It is the only way. But, as I think I've mentioned before, it's no good meeting troubles halfway. The day's work is all that really matters." They walked on for a space in silence. Then, as they drew near the house, he changed the subject. But that brief shadow of a coming desolation dwelt in Dinah's memory with a persistence that defied all lesser things. He was brave enough, cheery enough, in the shouldering of his burden, but her heart ached when she realized how heavy that burden must be. A message awaited her at the house that she would go to Isabel in her sitting room, and she went, half eager, half diffident. But as soon as she was with her friend, her doubts were all gone, for Isabel looked and spoke so much as usual that it seemed impossible to believe that she was indeed nearing the end of the journey. She wanted to know all that Dinah had been doing, and they sat and discussed the decorations of the dower house till the luncheon hour. When luncheon was over, they repaired to a sheltered corner of the terrace, looking down over the garden to the river, while Scott went away to write letters. And here they talked over the serious matter of the trousseau, with regard to which neither Dinah nor her mother had made any very definite arrangements. Perhaps Mrs. Bathurst had foreseen the possibility of Isabel desiring to undertake this responsibility. Perhaps Isabel had already dropped a hint of her intention. In any case, it seemed the most natural thing in the world that Isabel should be the one to assist and advise, and when Dinah demurred a little on the score of cost, she found herself gently but quite effectually silenced. Sir Eustace's bride must have a suitable outfit, Isabel told her. The question of ways and means was not one which need trouble her. So Dinah obediently put the matter from her and entered into the delightful discussion with keen zest. Isabel's ideas were so entrancing. She knew exactly what she would need. Her taste also was so simple and so unerring. Dinah had never before pictured herself as possessing such things as Isabel calmly proclaimed that she must have. "We must go up to town tomorrow," Isabel said, "and get things started. It will mean the whole day, I'm afraid. Can you bear to be parted from Eustace for so long?" Dinah laughed merrily at the question. Of course, of course. What fun it will be. I always knew I should like to be married, but I never dreamt it could be so exciting as this." Isabel smiled at her with a touch of pity in her eyes. "Marriage isn't only new clothes and wedding presents, Dinah," she said. No, I know," Dinah spoke with swift compunction. "It is far more than that, but I've never had such lovely things before. I can't help feeling a little giddy about it. You do understand, don't you? I'm not like that all through, really." "My darling," Isabel answered fondly, "of course I know it. I sometimes think that it would be better for you if you were." "Isabel, why? Why?" Dinah pressed close to her, half curious, half frightened. But Isabel did not answer her. She only kissed the vivid, upturned face with all a mother's tenderness, and turned back in silence to the fashion book on her knee. End of section 36. Section 37 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 7. The Doubting Castle. When Sir Eustace returned, he found his bride-elect waiting for him with a radiant face. She sprang to greet him with an eagerness that outwent all shyness. "Oh, Eustace, I have had such a lovely time," she told him. "It has been a perfect day." She offered him her lips with a child's simplicity, but blushed deeply when she felt the hot pressure of his, turning her face aside the moment he released her. He laughed a little, keeping his arm about her shoulders. "You haven't missed me, then?" he said. "Oh, not a bit," said Dinah truthfully, and then quickly, "But what a horrid thing to say! Why did you put it like that?" "I wanted to know," said Sir Eustace. She turned back to him. "I should have missed you if I hadn't been so busy. Isabel is going to help me with my trousseau. And oh, Eustace, I am to have such a crowd of lovely things." He pinched her cheek. "What should a brown elf need beyond a shift of thistledown? Where is Isabel?" "She is resting now. She got so tired, Biddy said she must lie down, and we mustn't disturb her for tea. I do hope it wasn't too much for her, Eustace." "Too much for her? Nonsense. It does her good to think of someone else besides herself," said Eustace. "If Biddy didn't coddle her so in the daytime, she would sleep better at night. Well, where is tea? In the drawing-room? Come along and have it." Dinah clung to his arm. It is in a place called My Lady's Boudoir," she told him shyly. He looked at her. "Where? Oh, I know. That inner sanctuary with the west window. You've taken a fancy to it, have you? Then we will call it Daphne's Bower." Dinah's laugh was not without a hint of restraint. "I haven't been in any other room, Scott said you would show me everything, but I just wandered in there and he found me and showed me the dear little boudoir. He said you were going to have it done up." "So I am," said Eustace. "Everything that belongs to you must be new. Have you decided what color will suit you best?" They were passing through the long drawing-room toward the curtained doorway that led into the little boudoir. The drawing-room was a palatial apartment with stately French furniture that Dinah surveyed with awe. She could not picture herself as hostess in so magnificent a setting. She could only think of Rose Devine. It would have suited her flawless beauty perfectly, and she knew that Rose's self-contained heart would have reveled in such an atmosphere. But it made her feel a stranger, and she hastened through it to the cozier nest beyond. This was a far more homely spot. The furniture here was French also, and exquisitely delicate, but it was designed for comfort, and the gilded state of the outer room was wholly absent. A tea-table stood near a deeply cushioned settee, and the kettle sang merrily over a spirit lamp. Eustace dropped onto the settee and drew her suddenly and wholly unexpectedly down upon his knee. "Oh, Eustace!" she gasped, turning crimson. He wound his arms about her, holding her 2 hands imprisoned. "Oh, Daphne," he mocked softly, I've caught you, here in your own bower, with no one to look on. No, you can't even flutter your wings now. You've got to stay still and be worshipped." He spoke with his face against her neck. She felt the burning of his breath, and something, an urgent inner prompting, warned her to submit. She sat there in his grasp in quivering silence. His arms drew her nearer, nearer. It was as if he were gradually merging her whole being into his. In a moment, with a little gasp, she gave him her trembling lips. He uttered a low laugh of mastery and gave his passion the rein, overwhelming her with those devouring kisses that from the very outset had always filled her with an indefinable sense of shame. She was quite powerless to frustrate him. The delicate barrier of her reserve was rudely torn away. The burning blush on face and neck served but to feed the flame. He kissed the panting throat as if he would draw the very life out of it. There was a fierce possession in the holding of his arms. She thought she would never be free again. The first fiery wave spent itself at last, but even then he did not let her go. He held her pressed to him, and she lay against his breast, trembling but wholly passive, overcome by an inexplicable longing to hide. After a few seconds, he spoke to her, his voice oddly unsteady, very deep. "You're driving me mad, Daphne. Do you know that?" I'm sorry," she faltered, trying to shelter her tingling face in his coat. His arms were tense about her. "I want you more and more every day," he said. "I don't know how to wait for you. How long is it to our wedding?" 3 weeks and 4 days, she told him faintly. He gave his low, quivering laugh. "What, you're counting the days, too? Daphne, my Daphne, need we wait all that time?" Dinah's thumping heart gave a great start and seemed to stop. "Oh, yes," she gasped desperately. "Yes, I couldn't possibly be ready sooner." He put his face down to hers, as one who breathes the essence of a flower. "You are ready now," he said. "You will never be lovelier than you are tonight." She tried to laugh, but his lips were too near. Her voice quavered piteously. "Why do I wait for you?" he said, and in his words there beat a fierce unrest. "Why am I such a fool? I lie awake night after night, consumed with the want of you. When I sleep, I am always chasing you, you will-o'-the-wisp, and you always manage to keep just out of reach." His arms tightened. His voice suddenly sank to a deep whisper. "Daphne, shall I tell you what I'm going to do?" "What?" panted Dinah. "I'm going to take you right away over the hills tomorrow to a place I know of where it is as lonely as the Sahara, and we will have a picnic there, all to ourselves, and make up for today." His lips pressed hers again, but she withdrew herself with a sharp effort. There was nameless terror in her heart. "Oh, I can't, Eustace, I can't indeed," she said, and now she was striving impotently for freedom. "I'm going up to town with Isabel." "Isabel can wait," he said. No, I must go. You don't understand. There are no end of things to be done." Dinah was as one encircled by fire, searching wildly round for a means of escape. "I must go," she said again. "I must go." "You can go the next day," he said with arrogance. "I want you tomorrow, and I mean to have you. Look at me, Dinah." She glanced at him, compelled by the command of his tone, met the fiery intensity of his look, and sank, helpless, conquered. He kissed her again. "There, that's settled, you silly little thing. Why do you always beat your wings against the inevitable? Do you think you're going to get away from me now?" She hid her face against his shoulder. She was almost in tears. You hurt me. You frighten me," she whispered. "Do I?" he said, and still in his voice she heard that deep note that made her whole being quiver. "It is your own fault, my Daphne. You shouldn't run away." I can't help it," she said tremulously. "I sometimes think I am not big enough for you." "You'll grow," he said. "I don't know," she answered in distress. "I may not. And if I do, I feel as if I shan't be myself any longer, but just a bit of you." He laughed. "Daphne, you oddity. Don't you want to be a bit of me?" "I'd rather be myself," she murmured shyly. His hold was not so close, and she longed, but did not dare, to get off his knee and breathe. But in that moment there came the sound of a halting step in the drawing-room beyond, and swiftly she raised her head. "Oh, Eustace, let me go. Here is Scott." He did not release her instantly. Scott was already in the doorway before, like a frightened fawn, she leapt from his grasp. She heard Eustace laugh again, and somehow his laugh had a note of insolence. "Come in, my good brother," he said. "My lady is just about to make tea. I presume that is what you've come for." "The presumption is correct," said Scott. He came forward in his quiet, unhurried fashion, and paused at the table to open the tea caddy for Dinah. She thanked him with trembling lips, her eyes cast down, her face on fire. Eustace lounged back on the settee and watched her. He frowned momentarily when Scott sat down beside him, leaving her a low chair by the tea tray. Dinah's hands fluttered among the cups. She was painfully ill at ease. But in a second or two, Scott's placid voice came into the silence, and at once her distress began to subside. "Have you decided about the decoration of this room yet?" he asked. "I always thought this dead white rather cold." "Dinah is to have her own choice," said Sir Eustace. "I would like shell pink," said Dinah without looking up. "Don't you think that would be nice, with those pretty watercolor sketches?" She spoke diffidently. No one had ever deferred to her taste before. Sir Eustace laughed in his slightly supercilious way. "Do you know who's responsible for those pretty sketches, my red rose?" She glanced up nervously. Not, are they yours, Scott?" "They are," said Scott with a smile. She met his eyes for an instant, and was surprised by their gravity. "Oh, I do like them," she said. "I wonder I didn't guess. They are so beautifully finished, so complete." I'm glad you like them, said Scott. I thought you might want to turn them out as lumber. As if I should, she said. I love them, every one of them. I shall love them better still, now I know they are yours. Thank you, said Scott. Eustace turned his attention to him. No one ever paid you such a compliment as that before, my good Stumpy, he observed. If everyone saw you in that light, you'd be a great artist by now. I wonder, said Scott. Dinah sent him another swift glance. She seemed on the verge of speech, but checked herself, and there fell a brief silence. It was broken by the entrance of a servant. If you please, Sir Eustace, Mr. Gray is in the library, and would be glad if you could spare him a few minutes. Sir Eustace uttered an impatient exclamation. You go see what he wants, Stumpy, he said. But Scott remained seated. I know what he wants, my dear chap, and it's something that only you can give. He has come about Bob Jelf, who was caught poaching last week. He wants you to give the fellow as light a sentence as possible, on account of his wife. Sir Eustace frowned. I never give a light sentence for poaching. He's always at it. I'd give him the cat, if I could. Scott raised his shoulders slightly. Well, don't ask me to say that to Mr. Gray. He's taking the whole business badly to heart, as he was beginning to look on Jelf as a reformed character. I'll reform him, said Sir Eustace. He turned to the servant. Ask Mr. Gray to join us here. You'd better see him alone first, said Scott. Why? His brother turned upon him almost savagely. Scott took up his teacup. You can't refuse to give him a hearing, he observed. He has come up on purpose. Sir Eustace murmured something under his breath and rose. His look fell upon Dinah. It is the village padre, he said. I shall have to bring him in here. I hope you don't mind. She gave him a quick, half-startled smile. Of course not. He turned to the door which the waiting servant was holding open, and strode out with annoyed majesty. Dinah watched him till the door closed, then very suddenly and urgently she turned to Scott. Oh, please, will you help me? She said. He gave her a straight, keen look that seemed to penetrate to her soul. If it lies in my power, he said slowly. She caught her breath, pierced by a sharp uncertainty. You can, I'm sure you can, she said. He set his cup down. Dinah, he said gently, don't ask me to interfere in your affairs if you can by any means manage without. But that's just it, she said in distress. I can't. He leaned forward. My dear, don't be agitated, he said. Tell me, what is the matter? Dinah leaned forward also, her hands tightly clasped, and spoke in a rapid whisper. Scott, Eustace wants me to go for an all-day picnic alone with him tomorrow. I don't want to go. He was still looking at her with that straight, almost stern regard. An odd little quiver went through her as she met it. She felt as if she were, in a fashion, on her trial. Why don't you want to go? He asked. She hesitated. I was to have gone up to town with Isabel to shop, she said. No, that isn't the reason, he said. Tell me the reason. She made a quick gesture of appeal. I wish you wouldn't ask, she faltered, and suddenly she could meet his eyes no longer. She lowered her own and sat before him in burning confusion. Have you asked yourself? He said, his voice very low. She was silent. The quiet question seemed to probe her through and through. There was no evading it. Scott was still watching her very closely, very intently. He spoke at length, just as she was beginning to feel his scrutiny to be more than she could bear. If you are just shy with him, as I think you are, I think you ought to try and get over it, as much for his sake as for your own. You don't want to hurt him, do you? You wouldn't like him to be disappointed? Dinah shook her head. "If you could come too," she suggested in a very small voice. "No, I can't," said Scott firmly. She sent him a darting glance. "Are you angry with me?" she said. "I?" said Scott in amazement. "You spoke as if you were," she said, "and you looked quite grim." He laughed a little. "If you are afraid of me, you must indeed be easily frightened. No, of course I'm not angry. Dinah, don't be silly." Her lips were quivering, but in response to his admonishing tone, she forced them to smile. "I know I am silly," she said with an effort. I'm not nearly good enough for Eustace, and I'm a dreadful little coward, I know, but he does frighten me. When he kisses me, I always want to run away." "But you wouldn't like it if he didn't," said Scott, in the voice of the philosopher. "Shouldn't I?" said Dinah. "I wonder, it wouldn't be him, would it?" "And what are you going to do when you're married?" said Scott, point blank. "You'll see much more of him then." "Oh, I expect I shall feel different then," said Dinah. "Married people are different, aren't they? They're not always going off by themselves and kissing in corners." "Not as a rule," admitted Scott. "But I've been told there's usually a good deal of that sort of thing done during the honeymoon." "That's different, too." Dinah's voice was slightly dubious, notwithstanding. "But we are not on our honeymoon yet. Scott, couldn't you, just for once, help me to find an excuse not to go? It would be so dear of you." She spoke with earnest entreaty, her eyes frankly raised to his. Scott looked into them with steady searching before he finally responded. "I will speak to him if you like. I don't know that I shall be successful, but if you wish it, I will try." "Oh, thank you," she said. "Thank you." And then quickly, "You're sure you don't mind? Sure you're not afraid?" "Oh, quite sure of that," said Scott. Her eyes expressed open admiration. "I can't think how you manage not to be," she said. He smiled with a touch of sadness. "Perhaps I'm not so weak as I look," he said. "You? Weak?" said Dinah. "Why, you are the strongest man I ever met." Scott smothered a sudden sigh. "Which only proves how very little you know about me," he said. But Dinah shook her head, wholly unconvinced. Here, at least, she was absolutely sure of her ground. "Mr. Greatheart was a strong man," she quoted, "and he was not afraid of a lion." "There are sometimes worse things than lions in the path," said Scott gravely. End of section 37. Section 38 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 8. The Victory. The return of Sir Eustace, marshalling the vicar before him, put an end to further confidences. Dinah rose nervously to receive the newcomer, a tall, thin man, elderly, with a grave, intellectual face and courteous manner, who looked at her with a gleam of surprise as he took her shyly proffered hand. "It is a great privilege to meet you," he said then, and Dinah perceived at once that he had prepared that remark for someone much more imposing than herself, and had not time to readjust it. She thanked him, and he sat down at Scott's invitation and fell into a troubled silence. Sir Eustace was looking decidedly formidable, and it was not difficult to see that he had just given an unqualified refusal to his visitor's earnest request. It was Scott, as usual, who came to the rescue, breaking through the vicar's abstraction to ask for details concerning certain additions that were being made to the cottage hospital.
He drew Dinah also into the conversation, taking it for granted that she would be interested. And presently Mr. Gray brightened somewhat, launching into what was evidently a favorite topic. "We are hoping," he said, "that the new wing will be completed by the end of June, and it's expected that the parish council will request Lady Studley to be good enough to declare it open." He looked at Dinah with the words, and she realized their significance with a sharp shock. "Oh, do you mean me?" she said. "I don't think I could." "It wouldn't be a very difficult business," said Scott reassuringly. "Oh, I couldn't," she said. Why, there would be crowds of people, wouldn't there?" "I hope to get a few of the county," said Mr. Gray, "to support you." "Oh, that makes it worse," said Dinah. Scott laughed. "Eustace and I will come too and take care of you. You see, the lady of the manor has to do these tiresome things." "Oh, I'll come if you want me," said Dinah, "but I've never done anything like that before, and I can't think what the county will say. You see, I don't belong." "Snap your fingers in its face, and it won't bite you," said Eustace. "You will belong by that time." Mr. Gray smiled a very kindly smile that had in it a touch of compassion. He said nothing, but in a few minutes he rose to take his leave, and then, with Dinah's hand held for a moment in his, he said in a low voice, "I wish I might enlist your sympathy on behalf of one of my parishioners. His wife is dying of cancer, and he is to be sent to jail for poaching." "Oh!" Dinah exclaimed in distress. She looked quickly across at her fiancé and saw that his brow was dark. He said nothing whatever, and she went to him impulsively. "Eustace, must you send him to prison?" He looked at her for a second, then turned, without responding, to the vicar. "That was a very unnecessary move on your part, sir," he said icily. "I have told you my decision in the matter, and there it must rest. Justice is justice." Dinah was looking at him very pleadingly. He laid his hand upon her arm, and she felt his fingers close with a strong, restraining pressure. Mr. Gray turned to go. "I make no excuse, Sir Eustace," he said. "I am begging for mercy, not justice. My cause is urgent. If one weapon fails, I must employ another." He went out with Scott, and Dinah was left alone with Sir Eustace. He spoke at once, sternly and briefly, before she had time to open her lips. "Dinah, this is no matter for your interference. I forbid you to pursue it any further." His tone was crushingly absolute. She saw that he was white with anger. She felt the color die out of her own cheeks as she faced him. But the vicar's few words had made a deep impression upon her. She forced back her fear. "But, Eustace, is it true?" she said. "Is the man's wife really dying? If so, surely you will let him off." His grasp upon her arm tightened. "Are you going to disobey me?" he said warningly. His look was terrible, but she braved it. Yes, I am," she said, with desperate courage. "Eustace, I've never asked you to do anything before. Can't you, do this one thing?" She met the blazing wrath of his eyes, though her heart felt stiff with fear. It had come so suddenly, this ordeal, but she braced herself to meet it. Horrible though it was to withstand him, the thought came to her that if she did not make the effort just once, she would never have the strength again. "You think me very impertinent," she said, speaking quickly through quivering lips. But I have a right to speak. If I am to be your wife, you must not treat me as a servant." She saw his look change. The anger went out of it, but something that was more terrible to her took its place, something that she could not meet. She flinched involuntarily, and in the same moment he drew her close to him. "Ah, Daphne, the adorable," he said. "I've never seen you at bay before. You claim your privileges, do you?"
You think I can refuse you nothing?" She shrank at his tone, the mastery of it, the confidence, the caress. "You needn't be afraid," he said, and bent his face to hers. "Whatever you wish is law, but don't forget one thing. If I refuse you nothing, I must have everything in exchange. Love the gift is love the debt, my Daphne. You must give me freely all that you have in return." She trembled in his embrace. Those passionate words of his frightened her anew. Was it possible, would it ever be possible, to give him, freely, all that she had? The doubt shot through her like the stab of a dagger, even while she gave him the kiss he demanded for her audacity. Her victory over him amazed her. So appalling had seemed the odds. But in a fashion it dismayed her, too. He was too mighty a giant to kneel at her feet for long. He would exact payment in full, she was sure, for all that he gave her now. She was thankful when a ceremonious knock at the door compelled him to release her. Biddy presented herself very upright, primly correct. "If you please, Miss Dinah, Mrs. Everard is awake, and will be pleased to see you whenever it suits you to go to her at all." "Oh, I'll go now," said Dinah with relief. She glanced at Eustace. "You don't mind? You don't want me?" "No, I have some business to discuss with Stumpy," he said. "Perhaps I will join you presently." He took out a cigarette and lighted it, and Dinah turned and went away with the old woman. "And it's to be hoped he'll do nothing of the kind," remarked Biddy, as they walked through the long drawing-room. "For the very thought of him is enough to drive poor Miss Isabel scranny, especially in the evening." Is Miss Isabel so afraid of him?" asked Dinah under her breath. Biddy nodded darkly. "She is that, Miss Dinah, and small blame to her." Dinah pressed suddenly close. "Biddy, why?" Biddy pursed her lips. "Faith, and it's meself that's afraid you'll find the answer to that only too soon, Miss Dinah dear," she said solemnly. "I can tell ye the straight truth. You wouldn't believe me if I did. Ye must watch for yourself, me jewel. Ye've got a woman's intelligence. Don't ye be afraid to use it." It was the soundest piece of advice that she had ever heard from Biddy's lips, and Dinah accepted it in silence. She had known for some time that Biddy had small love for Eustace, but it was evident that the precise reason for this was not to be conveyed in words. She wished she could have persuaded her to be more explicit, but something held her back from attempting to gain the information that Biddy withheld. It was better. Surely it was sometimes better not to know too much. They met Scott as they turned out of the drawing-room, and Biddy's grim old face softened at the sight of him. He paused. "Hello, going to Isabel? Has she had a good rest, Biddy?" "Glory to goodness Master Scott she has," said Biddy fervently. "That's all right." Scott prepared to pass on. "Eustace hasn't gone, I suppose?" "No, he is in there waiting for you." Dinah detained him for a moment. "Scott, I think he is going to let that man off with a light sentence." "What?" said Scott. "Dinah, you witch! How on earth did you do it?" He looked so pleased that her heart gave a throb of triumph. It had been well worth while just to win that look from him. She smiled back at him. "I don't know. I really don't know, but, Scott," she became a little breathless, if he really wants me tomorrow, I think perhaps I'd better go." Scott gave her his straight, level look. There was a moment's pause before he said, "Wait till tomorrow comes, anyway." And with that he was gone, limping through the great room with that steady but unobtrusive purpose that ever, to Dinah's mind, redeemed him from insignificance. "Ah, he's the gentleman, is Master Scott," said Biddy's voice at her side. "You'll never meet his like in all the world. It is a sad life he leads, poor young gentleman, but he keeps a brave heart, though never a single joy comes his way. May the Almighty reward him and give him his desire before it's too late." "What desire?" asked Dinah. Biddy shot her a lightning glance from her beady eyes ere again, mysteriously, she shook her head. "Ah, it's the innocent lamb that ye are entirely, Miss Dinah dear," she said. With which enigmatical answer Dinah was forced to be content. End of section 38. Section 39 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 9. The Burden. Sir Eustace was standing by the window of the little boudoir when his brother entered, and Scott joined him there. He also lighted a cigarette, and they smoked together in silence for several seconds. Finally, Eustace turned with his faint, supercilious smile. "What's the matter, Stumpy? Something on your mind?" Scott met his look. "Something I've got to say to you, anyway, old chap, that rather sticks in my gullet." Sir Eustace laughed. "You carry conscience enough for the two of us. What is it? Fire away." Scott puffed at his cigarette. "You won't like it," he observed, "but it's got to be said. Look here, Eustace, it's all very well to be in love, but you're carrying it too far. The child's downright afraid of you." "Has she told you so?" demanded Eustace. A hot gleam suddenly shone in his blue eyes. He looked down at Scott with a frown. Scott shook his head. "If she had, I shouldn't tell you so. But the fact remains, you're a bit of an ogre, you know, always have been. Slack off a bit. As a good fellow, you'll find it's worth it." He spoke with the utmost gentleness, but there was determination in his quiet eyes. Having spoken, he turned them upon the garden again and resumed his cigarette. There fell a brief silence between them. Sir Eustace was no longer smoking. His frown had deepened. Suddenly he laid his hand upon Scott's shoulder. "It's my turn now," he said. "I've something to say to you." "Well?" said Scott. He stiffened a little at the hold upon him, but he did not attempt to frustrate it. "Only this." Eustace pressed upon him as one who would convey a warning. "You've interfered with me more than once lately, and I've borne with it, more or less patiently, but I'm not going to bear with it much longer. You may be useful to me, but you're not indispensable. Remember that." Scott started at the words as a well-bred horse starts at the flicker of the whip. He controlled himself instantly, but his eyelids quivered a little as he answered, "I will remember it." Sir Eustace's hand fell. "I think that is all that need be said," he observed. "We will get to business." He turned from the window, but in the same moment Scott wheeled also and took him by the arm. "One moment," he said. "Eustace, we're not going to quarrel over this. You don't imagine, do you, that I interfere with you in this way for my own pleasure?" He spoke urgently, an odd wistfulness in his voice and gesture. Sir Eustace paused. The sternness still lingered in his eyes, though his face softened somewhat as he said, "I haven't gone into the question of motives, Stumpy. I have no doubt they are, like yourself, very worthy, though it might not soothe me greatly to know what they are." Scott still held his arm. "Oh, man," he said very earnestly, "don't miss the best thing in life for want of a little patience. She is such a child. She doesn't understand. For your own sake, give her time." There was that in his tone that somehow made further offense impossible. A faint, half-grudging smile took the place of the grimness on his brother's face. "You take things so mighty seriously," he said. "What's the matter? What has she been saying?" Scott hesitated. "I can't tell you that. I imagine it's more what she doesn't say that makes me realize the state of her mind. I can tell you one thing. She would rather go shopping with Isabel tomorrow than picnicking in the wilderness with you, and if you're wise, you'll give in and let her go. You'll run a very grave risk of losing her altogether if you ask too much. What do you mean?" Eustace's voice was short and stern. The question was like a sword thrust. Again, Scott hesitated. Then, very steadily, he made reply. "I mean that, with or without reason, you know best, she is beginning not to trust you. It is more than mere shyness with her. She is genuinely frightened." His words went into silence, and in the silence he took out his handkerchief and wiped his forehead. It had been a more difficult interview for him than Eustace would ever realize. His powers of endurance were considerable, but he had an almost desperate desire now to escape. But some instinct kept him where he was. To fail, at the last moment, for lack of perseverance, would have been utterly uncharacteristic of him. It was his custom to stand his ground to the last, whatever the cost. And so he forced himself to wait while his brother contemplated the unpleasant truth that he had imparted. He knew that it was not in his nature to spend long over the process, but he was still by no means sure of the final result. Eustace spoke at length very suddenly. "See here, Stumpy," he said. "There may be something in what you say. There may not. But in any case, you and Dinah are getting altogether too intimate and confidential to please me. It's up to you to put the brake on a bit. Understand?" He smiled as he said it, but there was a gleam as of cold steel behind his smile. Scott straightened himself. It was as if something within him leapt to meet the steel. Spent though he was, this was a matter no man could shirk. "I shall do nothing of the kind," he said. "Do you think I'd destroy her trust in me, too? I'd sell my soul sooner." The words were passionate, and the man, as he uttered them, seemed suddenly galvanized with a new force, a force irresistible, elemental, even sublime. The elder brother's brows went up in amazement. He did not know Stumpy in that mood. He found himself confronted with a power colossal, manifested in the meager frame, and before that power, instinctively, wholly involuntarily, he gave ground. "I see you mean to please yourself," he said, and turned to go with the subconscious feeling that if he lingered he would have the worst of it. "But I warn you, if you get in my way, you'll be kicked, so look out." It was not a conciliatory speech, but it was the outcome of undoubted discomfiture. He was so accustomed to submission from Scott that he had come to look upon it as inevitable. His sudden self-assertion was oddly disconcerting. So also was the laugh that followed his threat, a careless laugh wholly devoid of bitterness, which yet, in some fashion inexplicable, pierced his armor, making him feel ashamed. "You know exactly what I think of that sort of thing, don't you?" Scott said. "That's the best of having no special physical attractions. One doesn't need to think of appearances." Sir Eustace made no rejoinder. He could think of nothing to say, for he knew that Scott's attitude was absolutely sincere. For physical suffering he cared not one jot. The indomitable spirit of the man lifted him above it. He was fashioned upon the same lines as the men who faced the lions of Rome. No bodily pain could ever daunt him. He went from the room haughtily, but in his heart he carried an odd misgiving that burned and spread like a slow fire, consuming his pride. Scott had withstood him. Scott, the weakling, and in doing so had made him aware of a strength that exceeded his own. As for Scott, the moment he was alone he drew a great breath of relief, and almost immediately after opened the French window and passed quietly out into the garden. The dusk was falling, and the air smote chill, yet he moved slowly forth, closing the window behind him, and so down into the desolate shrubberies where he paced for a long, long time. When he went to Isabel's room more than an hour later, his eyes were heavy with weariness, and he moved like a man who bears a burden. She was alone, and looked up at his entrance with a smile of welcome. "Come and sit down, Stumpy. I've seen nothing of you. Dinah has only just left me. She tells me Eustace is talking of a picnic for tomorrow, but really, she ought to give her mind to her trousseau if she is ever to be ready in time. Do you think Eustace can be induced to see reason?" "I don't know," Scott said. He seated himself by Isabel's side and leaned back against the cushions, closing his eyes. "You are tired," she said gently. "Oh, only a little, Isabel." He spoke without moving, making no effort to veil his weariness from her. "What is it, dear?" she said. "I am very anxious about Dinah." He spoke the words deliberately. His face remained absolutely still and expressionless. "Anxious, Stumpy." Isabel echoed the word quickly, almost as though it gave her relief to speak. "Oh, so am I. Terribly anxious. She is so young, so utterly unprepared for marriage. I believe she is frightened to death when she lets herself stop to think." "I blame myself," Scott said heavily. "My dear, why?" Isabel's hand sought and held his. "How could you be to blame?" "I forced it on," he said. "I, in a way, compelled Eustace to propose. He wasn't serious till then. I made him serious." "Oh, Stumpy, you?" Incredulity and reproach mingled in Isabel's tone. She would have withdrawn her hand, but his fingers closed upon it. "I made a mistake," he said with dreary conviction. "A great mistake, though God knows I meant well, and now it is out of my power to set it right. I thought her heart was involved. I know now it was not. It's hard on him, too, in a way, because he is very much in earnest now, whatever he was before. I was a fool. I was a fool not to let things take their course. She would have suffered, but it would have been soon over, whereas now—" He stopped himself abruptly. "It's no good talking. There's nothing to be done. He may, after marriage, break her into loving him, but if he does... His hand clenched with sudden force upon Isabel's. "It won't be Dinah any more," he said. "It'll be another woman, one who is satisfied with a very little." His hand relaxed as suddenly as it had closed. He lay still with a face like marble. Isabel sat motionless by his side for several seconds. She was gazing straight before her with eyes that seemed to read the future. "How did you compel him to propose?" she asked presently. He shrugged his narrow shoulders slightly. "I can do these things, Isabel, if I try. But I wish I'd killed myself now, before I interfered. As I tell you, I was a fool. A fool." He ceased to speak and sat in the silence of a great despair. Isabel said naught to comfort him. Her tragic eyes still seemed to be gazing into the future. After many minutes, Scott turned his head and looked at her. "Isabel, I wish you would try to keep her with you as much as possible. Tell Eustace what you've just told me. There's certainly no time to lose if she's really to be married in 3 weeks from now." "I suppose he would never consent to put it off," Isabel said slowly. "He certainly would not." Scott rose with a restless movement that said more than words. "He is on fire for her, can't you see it? There's nothing to be done unless she herself wishes to be released, and I don't think that's very likely to happen." "He would never give her up," Isabel said with conviction. "If she desired it, he would." Scott's reply held an even more absolute finality. Isabel looked at him for a moment, then, "Yes, but the poor little thing would never dare," she said. Besides, there is the glamour of it all." "Yes, there is the glamour." Scott spoke with a kind of grim compassion. "The glamour may carry her through. If so, then, possibly, it may soften life for her afterwards. It may even turn into romance, who knows? But in any case, there will probably be compensations." "Ah," Isabel said. A wonderful light shone for a moment in her eyes and died. She turned her face aside. "Compensations don't come to everyone, Stumpy," she said. What if the glamour fades and they don't come to take its place? Scott was standing before the fire, his eyes fixed upon its red depths. His shoulders were still bent, as though they bore a burden well nigh overwhelming. An odd little spasm went over his face at her words. "Then, God help my Dinah," he said, almost under his breath. In the silence that followed the words, Isabel rose impulsively, came to him, and slipped her hand through his arm. She neither looked at him nor spoke, and in silence the matter passed. End of section 39. Section 40 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 10. The Hours of Darkness. Dinah could not sleep that night. For the first time in all her healthy young life, she lay awake with grim care for a bedfellow. When in trouble, she had always wept herself to sleep before, but tonight she did not weep. She lay wide-eyed, feeling hot and cold by turns, as the memory of her lover's devouring passion and Biddy's sinister words alternated in her brain. What was the warning that Biddy had meant to convey? And how, oh how, would she ever face the morrow and its fierce, prolonged courtship, from the bare thought of which every fiber of her being shrank in shamed dismay? "There won't be any of me left by night," she told herself, as she sought to cool her burning face against the pillow. "Oh, I wish he didn't love me quite so terribly." It was no good attempting to bridle wish or fears. They were far too insistent. She was immured in the very dungeons of Doubting Castle, and no star shone in her darkness. Towards morning, her restlessness became unendurable. She arose and tremblingly paced the room, sick with a nameless apprehension that seemed to deprive her alike of the strength to walk or to be still. Her whole body was in a fever as though it had been scourged with thongs. In fact, she still seemed to feel the scourge goading her on. To and fro she wandered, scarcely knowing what she wanted, only urged by that unbearable restlessness that gave her no respite. Of the future ahead of her she did not definitely think. Her marriage still seemed too intangible a matter for serious contemplation. She still, in her child's heart, believed that marriage would make a difference. He would not make such ardent love to her when they were married. They would both have so many other things to think about. It was the present that weighed upon her, her lover's almost appalling intensity of worship, and her own utter inadequacy and futility. Again, as often before, the question arose within her: how would Rose have met the situation? Would she have been dismayed? Would she have shrunk from those fiery kisses? Or could she possibly have remained calm and complacent and dignified in the midst of those surging tempests of love? But yet again, she failed completely to picture Rose so mastered, so possessed by any man. Rose the queen whom all men worshipped with reverence from afar. She wondered again how Sir Eustace had managed to elude the subtle charm she cast upon all about her. He had actually declared that her perfection bored him. It was evident that she left him cold. Dinah marveled at the fact, so certain was she that, had he humbled himself to ask for Rose's favor, it would have been instantly and graciously accorded to him. It would have saved a lot of trouble if he had fallen in love with Rose, she reflected. And then the old thrill of triumph went through her, temporarily buoying her up. She had been preferred to Rose. She had beaten Rose on her own ground. She, the little, insignificant adjunct of the Devine party. She was glad, oh, she was very glad, that Rose was to have so close a view of her final conquest. She began to take comfort in the thought of her approaching wedding and all its attendant glories, picturing every detail with girlish zest. To be the queen of such a brilliant ceremony as that, to be received into the county as one entering a new world, to belong to that society from which her mother had been excluded, to be, in short, her ladyship. A new excitement began to urge Dinah. She picked up a towel and draped it about her head and shoulders like a bridal veil. Her mother would have rated her for such vanity, but for the moment vanity was her only comfort, and the thought of her mother did not trouble her. This was how she would look on her wedding day. There would be a wreath of orange blossoms, of course. Isabel would see to that. And, yes, Isabel said that her bouquet should be composed of lilies of the valley. She even began to wish it were her wedding morning. The glamour spread like a rosy dawning. She forgot the clouds that loomed immediately ahead. Standing there in her night attire, poised like a brown wood nymph on the edge of a pool, she asked herself, for the first time, if it were possible that she could have any pretensions to beauty. It was not in the least likely, of course. Her mother had always railed at her for the plainness of her looks. Did Eustace, did Scott think her plain? She wondered. A slight sound, the opening of a window in the room next to hers, made her start. That was Isabel's room. What was happening? It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Could Isabel be ill? Very softly, she opened her own window and leaned forth. It was one of those warm spring nights that come in the midst of March gales. There was a scent of violets on the air. She thought again, for a fleeting second, of Scott and their walk through fairyland that morning. And then she heard a voice, pitched very low, but throbbing with an eagerness unutterable, and at once her thoughts were centered upon Isabel. "Did you call me, my beloved? I am waiting, said the voice. It went forth into the sighing darkness of the night, and Dinah held her breath to listen, almost as if she expected to hear an answer. There fell a long, long silence, and then there came a sound that struck straight to her warm heart. It seemed to her that Isabel was weeping. She left her window with the impetuosity of one actuated by an impulse irresistible. She crossed her own room and slipped out into the dark passage just as she was. A moment or two she fumbled, feeling her way, and then her hand found Isabel's door. Softly she turned the handle, opened, and peeped in. Isabel was on her knees by the low window-sill. Her head, with its crown of silver hair, was bowed upon her arm, and they rested upon the bundle of letters which Dinah had seen on the very first night that she had seen Isabel. Old Biddy hovered shadow-like in the background. She made a sign to Dinah as she entered, but Dinah was too intent upon her friend to notice. Fleet-footed she drew near, and as she approached, a long, bitter sigh broke from Isabel, and following it, low-toned entreaties that pierced her anew with the utter abandonment of their supplication. "Oh, God," she prayed brokenly, "I am so tired of waiting. Open the door for me. Let me out of my prison. Let me find my beloved in the dawning. Her voice sank, went into piteous sobbing. She crouched lower in the depth of her woe. Dinah stooped over her with a little crooning murmur of pity and gathered her close in her arms. Isabel gave a great start. "Child," she said, and then she clasped Dinah to her, leaning her face against her bosom. Dinah was crying softly, but she saw that Isabel had no tears. That sobbing came from her broken heart, but it brought no relief. The dark eyes burned with a misery that found no vent, save possibly in the passionate holding of her arms. "My darling," she whispered presently, "did I wake you?" "No, dearest, no." Dinah was tenderly caressing the snowy hair. She spoke with an almost motherly fondness. "I happened to be awake, and I heard you at the window." "Why were you awake, darling? Aren't you happy?" Quick anxiety was in the words. Dinah flushed with a sense of guilt. "Of course I'm happy," she made answer. "What more could I have to wish for? But, Isabel, you. Never mind me," Isabel said. She rose with the movement of one who would shield another from harm. "You ought to be in bed, sweetheart. Shall I come and tuck you up?" "Come and finish the night with me," whispered Dinah. "We shall both be happy then." She scarcely expected that Isabel would accede to her desire, but it seemed that Isabel could refuse her nothing. She turned, holding Dinah closely to her. "My good angel," she murmured tenderly. "What should I do without you? It is always you who come to lift me out of my inferno." She left the letters forgotten on the window-sill. By the simple outpouring of her love, Dinah had drawn her out of her place of torment, and she led her now, leaning heavily upon her, through the passage to her own room. Biddy crept after them like a wise old cat alert for danger. "She'll sleep now, Miss Dinah, darling," she murmured. "You won't be anxious at all? It's meself that'll be within call." No, go to your own room and sleep, Biddy," Isabel said. "We are both going to do the same." She sank into the great double bed that Dinah had found almost alarmingly capacious, with a sigh of exhaustion, and Dinah slipped in beside her. They clasped each other, each with a separate sense of comfort. Biddy tucked up first one side, then the other, with a whispered blessing for each. "Ah, the poor lambs," she murmured as she went away. But Isabel's voice had reassured her. She did not linger even outside the door. Mumbling still below her breath inarticulate benisons, Biddy passed through her mistress's room into her own. She was very tired, for she had been watching without intermission for nearly 5 hours. She almost dropped onto her bed and lay as she fell, deeply sleeping. The letters on the windowsill were forgotten for the rest of that night. End of section 40. Section 41 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 11. The Net. When Dinah met her lover in the morning, she found him in a surprisingly indulgent mood. The day was showery, and he announced his intention of accompanying them in the car up to town. "An excellent opportunity for selecting the wedding ring," he told her lightly. "You'll like that better than a picnic." And Dinah, in her relief, admitted that this was the case. Up to the last moment, she hoped that Scott would accompany them also, but when she came down dressed for the expedition, she found that he had gone to the library to write letters. She pursued him thither, but he would not be persuaded to leave his work. "Besides, I should only be in the way," he said. And when she vehemently negatived this, he smiled and fell back upon the plea that he was busy. Just at the last, she tried to murmur a word of thanks to him for intervening on her behalf to induce Eustace to abandon the picnic, but he gently checked her. "Oh, please don't thank me," he said. "I'm not a very good meddler, I assure you. I hope you're going to have a good day. Take care of Isabel." Dinah would have lingered to tell him of the night's happening, but Sir Eustace called her, and with a smile of farewell she hastened away. She enjoyed that day with a zest that banished all misgivings. Sir Eustace insisted upon the purchase of the ring at the outset, and then she and Isabel went their way alone, and shopped in a fashion that raised Dinah's spirits to giddy heights. She had never seen or imagined such exquisite things as Isabel ordered on her behalf. The hours slipped away in one long dream of delight. Sir Eustace had desired them to join him at luncheon, but Isabel had gravely refused. There would not be time, she said. They would meet for tea. And somewhat to Dinah's surprise, he had yielded the point. They met for tea in a Bond Street restaurant, and here Sir Eustace took away his fiancée's breath by presenting her with a pearl necklace to wear at her wedding. She was almost too overwhelmed by the gift to thank him. "Oh, it is too good! It is too good!" she said, awestruck by its splendor. "Nothing is too good for my wife," he said, in his imperial fashion. Isabel smiled the smile that never reached her shadowed eyes. "A chain of pearls to bind a bride," she said. And the thought flashed upon Dinah that there was truth in her words. Whether with intention or not, by every gift he gave her, he bound her the more closely to him. An odd little sensation of dismay accompanied it, but she put it resolutely from her. Bound or not, what did it matter, since she had no desire to escape? She thanked him again very earnestly that night in the conservatory, and he pressed her to him and kissed the neck on which his pearls rested with the hot lips of a thirsty man. But he had himself under control, and when she sought to draw herself away, he let her go. She wondered at his forbearance and was mutely grateful for it. At Isabel's suggestion, she went up to her room early. She was certainly weary, but she was radiantly happy. It had been a wonderful day. The beauty of the pearls dazzled her. She kissed them ere she laid them out of sight. He was good to her. He was much too good. There came a knock at the door just as she was getting into bed, and Biddy came softly in, her brown face full of mystery and, Dinah saw at a glance, of anxiety also. She put up a warning finger as she advanced. "Whist, Miss Dinah, darling, for the love of heaven, don't ye make a noise. I just came in to ask ye a question, for it's worried to death I am." "What is the matter, Biddy?" Dinah questioned in surprise. "And ye may well ask, Miss Dinah, dear." Tragedy made itself heard in Biddy's rejoinder. "Sure, it's them letters of Miss Isabel that's disappeared entirely and left no trace. What'll I do at all when she comes to ask for them? It's not meself that'll dare to tell her as they've gone, and she setting such store by them. She'll go clean out of her mind, Miss Dinah, for sure. They've been her only comfort, poor lamb, these 7 years. "But Biddy!" Impulsively, Dinah broke in upon her, her eyes round with surprise and consternation. "They can't be gone. They must be somewhere. Have you hunted for them? She left them on the window-sill, didn't she? They must have got put away." "That they have not," declared Biddy solemnly. "It's my belief that the old gentleman himself must have spirited them away. The window was left open, you know, Miss Dinah, and it was a dark night." "Oh, Biddy, nonsense, nonsense. One of the servants must have moved them when she was doing the room. Have you asked everyone?" "That couldn't have happened, Miss Dinah, dear." Unshakable conviction was in Biddy's voice. "I got up late, and I had to get Miss Isabel up in a hurry to go off in the motor. But I missed the letters directly after she was gone, and I hadn't left a room except to call her. No one had been in, not unless they slipped in those few minutes while me back was turned. And for what? Should anyone take such a thing as them letters, Miss Dinah? There's no thieves in the house. And them love letters were worth nothing to nobody save to Miss Isabel, and they were the very breath of life to her when the black mood was on her. Whatever she'll say, whatever she'll do, I don't dare to think." Poor Biddy flourished her apron as though she would throw it over her head. Her parchment face was working painfully. Dinah sat on the edge of her bed and watched her, not knowing what to say. "Where is Miss Isabel?" she asked at last. "She's still downstairs with Master Scott, and I'm expecting her up every minute. It's herself that ought to be in bed by now, for she's tired out after her long day. But he'll be bringing her up directly, and then she'll ask for her love letters. There's never a night goes by which she kisses 'em before she lies down. When ye were ill, Miss Dinah dear, she'd forget sometimes, but ever since she's been alone again, she's never missed, not once." "Have you told Master Scott?" asked Dinah. Biddy shook her head. "Would I add to his burdens, poor young gentleman? He'll know soon enough." "And are you sure you've looked everywhere, everywhere?" insisted Dinah. "If no one has taken them—" "Miss Dinah, I've turned the whole room upside down and shaken it," declared Biddy. "I'll take my dying oath that them letters have gone." Could they possibly have fallen out the window?" hazarded Dinah. "Miss Dinah, dear, no." A hint of impatience born of her distress was perceptible in the old woman's tone. She turned to the door. Well, it's no good talking. Don't you fret yourself. What must be will be." "But I think Scott ought to know," said Dinah. No, Miss Dinah. We'll not tell him before we need. He's got his own troubles. But I wonder. Biddy paused with the door handle in her bony old fingers. "How would it be now," she said slowly, "if ye was to get Miss Isabel to sleep with ye again? She forgot last night. It's likely she may forget again, unless he calls her." "Biddy!" exclaimed Dinah, startled. Biddy's beady eyes gleamed mysteriously. "Ah, but it's the truth I'm telling you, Miss Dinah. He does call her. I've known him call her when she's been lying in a deep sleep, and she'll rise up with her arms stretched out and that look in her eyes." Biddy's face crumpled momentarily, but was swiftly straightened again. "Will you do it then, Miss Dinah? You needn't be afraid. I'll be within call. But when she's got you, she don't seem to be craving for anyone else. What was it she called you only last night? Her good angel. And so you be, me jewel, so you be." Dinah stood debating the matter. Biddy's expedient was of too temporary an order to recommend itself to her. She wondered why Scott should not be consulted, and it was with some vague intention of laying the matter before him if an opportunity should occur that she finally gave her somewhat hesitating consent. "I will do it, of course, Biddy. I love her to sleep with me. But, you know, it is bound to come out sometime. Unless you manage to find the letters again, they must be somewhere." Biddy shook her head. "We must just leave that to the Almighty, Miss Dinah dear," she said piously. "There's nothing else we can do at all. I'll get back to her room now, and when she comes up, I'll tell her ye were feeling lonely, and will she please to sleep with ye again. She won't think of anything else then, you may be sure. Why, she worships the very ground under your feet, mavourneen, like someone else I know." She was gone with the words, leaving upon Dinah a dim impression that her last words were intended to convey something which she would have translated into simpler language had she been at liberty to do so. She did not pay much attention to them. She was too troubled over her former revelation to think seriously of anything else. Into her mind, all unbidden, had flashed a sudden memory, and it held her like a nightmare vision. She saw Sir Eustace, with that imperious frown on his face, holding out Isabel's treasure with a curt, "Take this thing away." She saw herself leap up and seize it from his intolerant grasp. She saw Isabel's outstretched, pleading hands and the piteous hunger in her eyes. When Isabel came to her that night, Her face was all softened with mother love. She drew Dinah to her breast, kissing her very tenderly. "Did you want me to come and take care of you, my darling?" Dinah's heart smote her for the deception, but she answered bravely enough. "Oh, Isabel, yes, yes. You are so good to me. I want you always." "Dear heart," Isabel said with a sigh, and folded her closer as though she would guard her against all the world. She was the first to fall asleep, notwithstanding, while Dinah lay motionless and troubled far into the night. She wished that Biddy would give her permission to tell Scott, for without that permission, such a step seemed like a betrayal of confidence. But for some reason, Biddy evidently thought that Scott had enough on his shoulders just then. And so it seemed she could only wait. She did not want to burden Scott unduly either, and there was something about him just now, something of a repressing nature, that held her back from confiding in him too freely. He seemed to have raised a barrier between them since their return to England, which no intimacy ever quite succeeded in scaling. Full of brotherly kindness though he was, the old frank fellowship was gone. It was as though he had realized her dependence upon him and were trying with the utmost gentleness to make her stand alone. Dinah slept at last from sheer weariness and forgot her troubles. She must not tell Scott, she could not tell Eustace, and so there was no other course but silence. But the anxiety of it weighed upon her even through her slumber. Life was far more interesting than of yore, but never, never before had it been so full of doubts and fears. The complexity of it all was like an endless net, enmeshing her however warily she stepped. And always, at the back of her mind, there lurked the dread conviction that one day the net would be drawn close, and she would find herself a helpless prisoner in the grip of a giant. End of section 41. Section 42 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 12. The Divine Spark. With the morning, Dinah found her anxieties less oppressive. Isabel was becoming so much more like herself that she was able to put the matter from her and, in a measure, forget it. Like Biddy, she began to hope that by postponing the evil hour, they might possibly evade it altogether. For there was nothing abnormal about Isabel during that day or those that succeeded it. The time passed quickly. There was much to be done, much to be discussed and decided, and their thoughts were fully occupied. Dinah felt as one whirled in a torrent. She could not think of the great undercurrent, she could only deal with the things on the surface. How that week sped away, she never afterward fully recalled. It passed like a fevered dream. 2 more journeys to town with Isabel, the ordeal of a dinner at the house of a neighboring magnate, a much less formidable tea at the vicarage, on which occasion Mr. Gray drew her aside and thanked her for using her influence over Sir Eustace in the right direction, and earnestly exhorted her to maintain and develop it as far as possible when she was married. A few riding lessons with Scott, who always seemed so much more imposing in the saddle than out of it, and knew so exactly how to instruct her. A few wild races in Sir Eustace's car, from which she always returned in a state of almost delirious exultation, and then, night after night, the sleep of utter weariness, with Isabel lying by her side. The last night came upon her almost with a sense of shock. It had become a custom for her to sit in the conservatory with Sir Eustace after dinner,
and here, with the lights turned low, he was wont to pour out to her all the fiery worship which throughout the day he curbed. No one ever disturbed them, but they were close to Isabel's sitting room, where Scott was wont to sit and read, while his sister lay on her couch resting and listening. The murmur of his voice was audible to Dinah, and the knowledge of his close proximity gave her a courage which surely had not been hers otherwise. She was learning how to receive her lover's demonstrations without starting away in a fright. If he ever startled her, the sound of Scott's voice in the adjoining room would always reassure her. She knew that Scott was at hand and would never fail her. But on that last night, Sir Eustace was more ardent than she had ever known him. He seemed to be almost fiercely resentful of the coming separation, brief though it was to be, and he would not suffer her out of reach of his hand. Wedding presents had begun to arrive, and in some fashion they seemed to increase his impatience.
"I can't think what we're waiting for," he said, with his arm about her, drawing her close. "All this pomp and circumstance is nothing but a hindrance. It's you I want, not your wedding finery. You had better be married first and get the finery afterwards, as it isn't to be in town."
"Oh, but I want a big wedding," protested Dinah. "It's going to be such fun." He laughed, holding her pointed chin between his finger and thumb.
"I believe that's all you care about, you little heartless witch. I don't count at all. You'd have enjoyed this week every bit as well if I hadn't been here."
She winced a little at his words, for somehow they went home. "There hasn't been much time for anything, has there?" she said. But I've enjoyed the motor rides, and I ought to thank you for being so very good to me." He kissed the quivering lips, and she slipped a shy arm round his neck with the feeling that she owed it to him. But she did not return his kisses, for she was afraid to feed the flame that already leapt so high.
"You've nothing to thank me for," he said presently, when she turned her face at last abashed into his shoulder. "I may be giving more than you at this stage, but it won't be so later. You shall have the opportunity of paying me back in full. How does that appeal to you, Daphne the Demure? Are you going to be a good little wife to me?"
"I'll try," she whispered.
"And give me all I ask, always?"
"I'll try," she whispered again, more faintly, conscious of that terrifying sense of being so merged into his overwhelming personality that the very breath she drew seemed not her own. He lifted her into his arms, holding her hard pressed against the throbbing of his heart.
"You wisp of thistledown," he said. "You feather. How have you managed to set me on fire like this? I think of nothing but you, the very wonder of you day and night. If you were to slip out of my reach now, I believe I should follow and kill you."
Dinah lay across his breast in palpitating submission to his will. She could hear his heart beating like a rising tempest, and the force of his passion overcame her like a tornado. His kisses were like the flames of a fiery furnace. She felt stifled, shattered by his violence. But in the room beyond, she still heard that steady voice reading aloud, and it kept her from panic. She knew that she only had to raise her own voice, and he would be with her. Greatheart of the golden armor, strong and fearless in her defense. Sir Eustace heard that quiet voice also, as one hears the warning of conscience. He slackened his hold upon her with a quivering, half-shamed laugh.
"Only another fortnight," he said, "and I shall have you all to myself, all day and all night, too."
He looked at her with sudden critical attention.
"You had better go to bed, child. You look like a little tired ghost." She did not feel like a ghost, for she was burning from head to foot. But as she slipped from his arms, the ground seemed to be rocking all around her. She stretched out her hands blindly, gasping, feeling for support. He was up in a moment, holding her. "What is it? Aren't you well?" She sank against him, for she could not stand. He held her with a tenderness that was new to her. "My darling, have I tired you out? What a thoughtless brute I am." It was the first time she had ever heard a word of self-reproach upon his lips. The first time, though she knew it not, that actual love inspired him, entering as it were through that breach in the wall of overbearing pride that girt him round. She leaned against him with more confidence than she had ever before known, dizzy still, and conscious of a rush of tears behind her closed lids. For that sudden compunction of his hurt her oddly. She did not know how to meet it. He bent over her. "Getting better, little sweetheart? Oh, don't cry. What happened? Did I hurt you? Frighten you?" He was stroking her hair soothingly, persuasively, his dark face so close to hers that when she opened her eyes, they looked up straight into his. But she saw naught to frighten her there, and after a moment she reached up and kissed him apologetically. I'm only silly, she murmured confusedly. Good night, Apollo." And with the words she stood up, summoning her strength, smiled upon him, and slipped free from his encircling arm. He did not seek to detain her. She flitted from his presence like a fluttering white moth, and he was left alone. He stood quite motionless in the semi-darkness, breathing deeply, his clenched hands pressed against his sides. That moment had been a revelation to him also. He was abruptly conscious of the spirit so dominating the body that the fierce, ungoverned heart of him drew back, ashamed, as a beast will shrink from the flare of a torch, and he felt strangely conquered, almost cowed, as though an angel with a flaming sword had suddenly intervened between him and his desire. The madness of his passion was yet beating in his veins, but this was another and a stronger element, before which all else became contemptible. The soul of the man had sprung from sleep like an awaking giant. Half in wonder and half in awe, he watched the kindling of the divine spark that outshineth every earthly fire. End of section 42. Section 43 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 13. The Broken Heart. The return home was to Dinah like a sudden plunge into icy depths after a brief sojourn in the tropics. The change of atmosphere was such that she seemed actually to feel it in her bones, and her whole being, physical and mental, contracted in consequence. Her mother treated her with all her customary harshness, and Dinah, grown sensitive by reason of much petting, shrank almost with horror whenever she came into contact with the iron will that had subjugated her from babyhood. Before the first week was over, she was counting the days to her deliverance. But of this fact she hinted nothing in her letters to her lover. These were carefully worded, demure little epistles that gave him not the smallest inkling of her state of mind. She was far too much afraid of him to betray that. Had she been writing to Scott, she could scarcely have repressed it. In one letter to Isabel, indeed, something of her yearning for the vanished sunshine leaked out, but, very strangely, Isabel did not respond to the pathetic little confidence, and Dinah did not venture to repeat it. Perhaps Isabel was shocked. The last week came, and with it, the arrival of wedding presents from her father and friends that lifted Dinah out of her depression and even softened her mother into occasional good humor. Preparations for the wedding began in earnest. Billy, released somewhat before the holidays for the occasion, returned home, and everything took a more cheerful aspect. Dinah could not feel that her mother's attitude towards herself had materially altered. It was sullen and threatening at times, almost as if she resented her daughter's good fortune, and she lived in continual dread of an outbreak of the cruel temper that had so embittered her home life. But Billy's presence made a difference even to that. His influence was entirely wholesome, and he feared no one. "Why don't you stand up to her?" he said to his sister on one occasion when he found her weeping after an overwhelming browbeating over some failure in the kitchen. "She'd think something of you then." Dinah had no answer. She could not convince him that her spirit had been broken for such encounters long ago. Billy had never been tied up to a bedpost and whipped until limp with exhaustion, but such treatment had been her portion more times than she could number. But every hour brought her deliverance nearer, and so far she had managed to avoid physical violence, though the dread of it always menaced her. Why does she hate me so? Over and over again she asked herself the question, but she never found any answer thereto, and she was fain to believe her father's easygoing verdict. "There's no accounting for your mother's tantrums. They've got to be visited on somebody." She wondered what would happen when she was no longer at hand to act as scapegoat, and yet it seemed to her that her mother longed to be rid of her. "I'll get things into good order when you're out of the way," she said to her on the last evening but one before the wedding day, the evening on which the Studleys were to arrive at the court. "You're just a born muddler, and you'll never be anything else, Lady Studley or no Lady Studley. Get along upstairs and dress yourself for your precious dinner party, or your father will be ready first. Oh, it'll be a good thing when it's all over and done with, but if you think you'll ever get treated as a grand lady here, you're very much mistaken. Home broth is all you'll ever get from me, so you needn't expect anything different. If you don't like it, you can stop away." Dinah escaped from the rating tongue as swiftly as she dared. She knew that her mother had been asked to dine at the court also, for the first time in her life, and had tersely refused. She wasn't going to be condescended to by anybody, she had told her husband in Dinah's hearing, and he had merely shrugged his shoulders and advised her to please herself. Billy had not been asked, somewhat to his disgust, but he looked forward to seeing Scott again in the morning and ordered Dinah to ask him to lunch with them. So finally, Dinah and her father set forth alone in one of the motors from the court to attend the gathering of county magnates that the Devines had summoned in honor of Sir Eustace Studley and his chosen bride. She wore one of her trousseau gowns for the occasion, a pale green, gossamer-like garment that made her look more nymph-like than ever. Her mother had surveyed it with narrowed eyes and a bitter sneer. "Okay, yes, you'll pass for one of the quality," she had said. "No one would take you for a child of mine, anyway." "That's no fault of the child's, Lydia," her father had rejoined good-humoredly, and in the car he had taken her little cold hand into his and asked her kindly enough if she were happy. She answered him tremulously in the affirmative, the dread of her mother still so strong upon her that she could think of nothing but the relief of escape. and then, before she had time to prepare herself in any way for the sudden transition, she found herself back in that tropical, brilliant atmosphere, in which thenceforth she was to move and have her being. She could not feel that she would ever shine there. There were so many bright lights, and though her father was instantly and completely at home, she felt dazzled and strange, till, all unexpectedly, someone came to her through the great lamp-lit hall, haltingly yet with purpose, and held her hand and asked her how she was. The quiet grasp steadied her, and in a moment she was radiantly happy, all her troubles and anxieties swept from her path. "Oh, Scott," she said, and her eyes beamed upon him, the greeting her lips somehow refused to utter. He was laughing a little. His look was quizzical. "I've been on the lookout for you," he told her. "It's the best man's privilege, isn't it? Won't you introduce me to your father?" She did so, and then Rose glided forward, exquisite in maize satin and pearls, and smilingly detached her from the two men and led her upstairs. "We are to have a little informal dance presently," she said. "Did I tell you in my note? No? Oh, well, no doubt it would be a pleasant little surprise for you. How very charming you are looking, my dear. I didn't know you had it in you. Did you choose that pretty frock yourself?" Dinah, with something of her mother's bluntness of speech, explained that the creation in question had been Isabel's choice, and Rose smiled as one who fully understood the situation. "She has been very good to you, poor soul, has she not?" she said. "She's not coming down tonight. The journey has fatigued her terribly. That funny old-fashioned nurse of hers has asked very particularly that she may not be disturbed, except to see you for a few minutes later." "Is she worse?" asked Dinah, startled. Whereat Rose shook her dainty head. "Has she ever been better? No. Poor thing, I'm afraid her days are numbered, nor could one in kindness wish it otherwise. Still, I mustn't sadden you, dear. You've got to look your very best tonight, or Sir Eustace will be disappointed. There are quite a lot of pretty girls coming, and you know what he is." Rose uttered a little self-conscious laugh. "Put on a tinge of color, dear," she said, as Dinah stood before the mirror in her room. "You look such a little brown thing. Just a faint glow on your cheeks would be such an improvement." "No, thank you," said Dinah, and flushed suddenly and hotly at the thought of what she had once endured at her mother's hands for daring to pencil the shadows under her eyes. It had been no more than a girlish trick, an experiment to pass an idle moment, but it had been treated as an offense of immeasurable enormity, and she winced still at the memory of all that moment's vanity had entailed. Rose looked at her appraisingly. "No, perhaps you don't need it after all. Not, anyhow, when you blush like that. You have quite a pretty blush, Dinah, and you are wise to make the most of it. Are you ready, dear? Then we will go down." She rustled forth with Dinah beside her, shedding a soft fragrance of some Indian scent as she moved that somehow filled Dinah with indignation, like a resentful butterfly in search of more wholesome delights. Eustace was in the hall when they descended. He came forward to meet his fiancée, and her heart throbbed fast and hard at the sight of him. But his manner was so strictly casual and impersonal that her agitation speedily passed, and by the time they were seated side by side at dinner, for the last time in their lives, as the Colonel jocosely remarked, she could not feel that she had ever been anything nearer to him than a passing acquaintance. She was very shy and quiet. The hubbub of voices, the brilliance of it all, overwhelmed her. If Scott had been on her other side, she would have been much happier, but he was far away, making courteous conversation for the benefit of a deaf old lady whom no one else made the smallest effort to entertain. Suddenly, Sir Eustace disengaged himself from the general talk and turned to her. "Dinah," he said. Her heart leapt again. She glanced at him and caught the gleam of the hunter in those rapier-bright eyes of his. He leaned slightly towards her, his smile like a shining cloak hiding his soul. "Daphne," he said, and his voice came to her subtle, caressing, commanding, through all the gay tumult all about them. "There's going to be dancing presently. Did you hear?" "Yes," she whispered with lowered eyes. "You will dance with only one tonight," he said. "That's understood, is it?" "Yes," she whispered again. "Good," he said, and then, imperiously, "Why don't you drink some wine?" She made a slight, startled movement. "I never do. I don't like it." "You need it," he said, and made a curt sign to one of the servants. Wine was poured into her glass, and she drank submissively. The discipline of the past 2 weeks had made her wholly docile, and the wine warmed and cheered her in a fashion that made her think perhaps he was right and she had needed it. When the dinner came to an end, she was feeling far less scared and strange. Guests were beginning to assemble for the dance, and as they passed out, people whom she knew by sight, but to whom she had never spoken, came up and talked to her as though they were old friends. Several men asked her to dance, but she steadily refused them all. Her turn would come later. "I'm going up to see Mrs. Everard," was her excuse. "She's expecting me." And then Scott came, and she turned to him with eager welcome. "Oh, please, will you take me to see Isabel?" He gave her a straight, intent look and led her out of the throng. His hand rested upon her arm as they mounted the stairs, and she thought he moved with deliberate slowness. At the top, he spoke. "Dinah, before you see her, I ought to prepare you for a change. She's been losing ground lately. She's not what she was." Dinah stopped short. "Oh, Scott," she said in breathless dismay. His hand pressed upon her, but it seemed to be imparting strength rather than seeking it. "I think I told you that day at the Dower House that she was nearing the end of her journey. I don't want to sadden you. You mustn't be sad, but you couldn't see her without knowing. It won't be quite yet, but it will be soon." He spoke with the utmost quietness. His face never varied. His eyes, with their steady comradeship, looked straight into hers, stilling her distress. "She is so tired," he said gently. "I don't think it ought to grieve us that her rest is drawing near at last. She has so longed for it, poor girl." "Oh, Scott," Dinah said again, but she said it this time without consternation. His steadfast strength had given her confidence. "Shall we go to her?" he said. "At least, I think it would be better if you went alone. She's quite determined that nothing shall interfere with your coming happiness, so you mustn't let her think you shocked or grieved. I thought it best to prepare you, that's all." He led her gravely along the passage and presently stopped outside a closed door. He knocked 3 times as of old, and Dinah stood waiting as one on the threshold of a holy place. The door was opened by Biddy, and he pressed her forward. "Don't stay long," he said. "She's very tired tonight, and Eustace will be wanting you." She squeezed his hand in answer and passed within. Biddy's wrinkled brown face smiled a brief welcome under its snowy cap. She motioned her to approach. "You'll not stay long, Miss Dinah, dear," she whispered. "The poor lamb's very tired tonight." Dinah went forward. The window was wide open, and the rush of the west wind filled the room. Isabel was lying in bed with her face to the night, wide-eyed, intent, still as death. Noiselessly, Dinah drew near. There was something in the atmosphere, a ghostly, hovering presence that awed her. In the sound of that racing wind, she seemed to hear the beat of mighty wings. She uttered no word. She was almost afraid to speak. But when she reached the bed, when she bent and looked into Isabel's face, she caught her breath in a gasping cry. For she was shocked unutterably by what she saw. Shriveled as the face of one who had come through fiery tortures, ashen gray, with eyes in which the anguish of the burnt-out flames still lingered, eyes that were dead to hope, eyes that were open only to the darkness. Such was the face upon which she looked. Biddy was by her side in a moment, speaking in a rapid whisper. "All right then, Miss Dinah, darling. Don't you be scared at all. She'll speak to you in a minute, sure. It's only that she's tired tonight. She'll be more like herself in the morning." Dinah hung over the still figure. Biddy's whispering was as the buzzing of a fly. She heard it with the outer sense alone. "Isabel," she said, and again, with a passionate earnestness. "Isabel, darling, my darling, what has happened to you?" At the sound of that pleading voice, Isabel moved, seeming as it were to return slowly from afar. "Why, Dinah, dear," she said. Her dark eyes smiled up at her in welcome, but it was a smile that cut her to the heart with its aloofness, its total lack of gladness. Dinah stooped to kiss her. "Are you so tired, dearest? Perhaps I'd better go away." But Isabel put up a trembling skeleton hand and detained her. "No, dear, no. I'm not so tired as that. I can't talk much, but I can listen. Sit down and tell me about yourself." Dinah sat down, but she could think of nothing but the piteous, lined face upon the pillow and the hopeless suffering of the eyes that looked forth from it. She held Isabel's hand very tightly, though its terrible emaciation shocked her anew. And so, for a time, they were silent, while Isabel seemed to drift back again into the limitless spaces, out of which Dinah's coming had, for a moment, called her. It was Biddy who broke the silence at last, laying a gnarled and quivering hand upon Dinah as she sat. "You'd better come again in the morning, mavourneen," she said. "She's too far off tonight to heed you." Dinah started. Her eyes were full of tears as she bent and kissed the poor wasted fingers she held, realizing with poignant certainty as she did it the truth of the old woman's statement. Isabel was too far off to heed. Then, as she rose to go, a strange thing happened. The tender strains of a waltz, simple à vous, floated softly in broken snatches in on the west wind. And again, as one who hears a voice that calls, Isabel came back. She raised herself suddenly. Her face was alight, transfigured, the face of a woman on the threshold of love's sanctuary. "Oh, my dearest," she said, and her voice thrilled as never Dinah had heard it thrill before. "How I have waited for this! How I have waited!" She stretched out her arms in one second of rapture unutterable, and then, almost in the same moment, they fell. The youth went out of her. She crumpled like a withered flower. "Biddy," she said. "Oh, Biddy, tell them to stop. I can't bear it. I can't bear it." Dinah went to the window and closed it, shutting out the haunting strains. The waltz meant something to her also, something with which, for the moment, she felt she could not cope. Turning, she saw that Isabel was clinging convulsively to the old nurse, and she was crying, crying as one who has lost all hope. "But it's too late to do her any good," mourned Biddy over the bowed head. "It's the tears of a broken heart." End of section 43. Section 44 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 14. The Wrath of the Gods. The paroxysm did not last long, and in that fact, most poignantly did Dinah realize the waning strength. Dumbly she stood and watched Biddy lay the inanimate figure back upon the pillows. Isabel had sunk into a state of exhaustion that was almost torpor. "She'll sleep now, dear lamb," said Biddy, and tenderly covered her over as though she had been a child. She turned round to Dinah, looking at her with shrewd, darting eyes. "You'd better be getting along to your lover, Miss Dinah," she said. "He'll be wanting ye to dance with him." But Dinah stood her ground with a little shiver. The bare thought of dancing at that moment made her feel physically sick. "Biddy, Biddy," she whispered, "what has happened to make her like this?" "And ye may well ask," said Biddy darkly, "but it's not for me to tell you. Ye'd best run along, Miss Dinah dear, and be happy while you can." "But I'm not happy," broke from Dinah. "How can I be? Biddy, what has happened? You must tell me if you can. She wasn't like this a fortnight ago. She's never been quite like this before." Biddy pursed her lips. "Sure, we none of us travelled the same road twice, Miss Dinah," she said. But Dinah would not be satisfied with so vague an axiom. "Something has happened," she said. "Come into the next room and tell me all about it. Please, Biddy." Biddy glanced at the bed. "She'll not hear ye in here, Miss Dinah," she said. "And what for should I be telling ye at all? Ye'll be Sir Eustace's bride in less than 48 hours from now, so it's maybe better ye shouldn't know." "I must know," Dinah said, and with the words, a great wave of resolution went through her, uplifting her, inspiring her. "I've got to know," she said. "Whatever happens, I've got to know." Biddy left the bedside and came close to her. "If ye insist, Miss Dinah," she said. I do insist." Never in her life before had Dinah spoken with such authority, but a force within her was urging her, a force irresistible. She spoke as one compelled. Biddy came closer still. "You'll not tell Master Scott, nor any of 'em, if I tell you?" she whispered. No, of course no." Dinah's voice came breathlessly. She had not the power to draw back. "Ye promise, Miss Dinah?" Biddy could be insistent too. Her eyes burned like live coals. "I promise, yes." Dinah held out an impulsive hand. "You can trust me," she said. Biddy's fingers closed claw-like upon it. "Wis now, Miss Dinah," she said. "If Sir Eustace was to hear me, sure, he'd wring the neck on me, like as if I was an old fowl. But you've asked me what's happened, mavourneen, and sure I'll tell you. For it's the pretty young lady that you are, and a cruel shame that you should ever belong to the likes of him. It's his doing, Miss Dinah, every bit of it, and it's the truth I'm speaking, as the Almighty himself could tell you if he had a mind to. The poor lamb was feeding away aisy like, but he came along and broke her heart. It was them letters, Miss Dinah. He took 'em, and he burned 'em, my dear, he burned 'em. And when you were gone, she missed 'em, and then he told her what he'd done, told her brutal like, that it was time she'd done with such litter. He said it was all damned nonsense, that she was wasting her life over 'em, and over the dead. Oh, it was wicked, it was cruel, and she, poor innocent, she locked herself up when he'd gone, and cried and cried and cried, till the poor heart of her was broke entirely. She said she'd lost touch with her darling husband, and he'd never come back to her again." Biddy! Horror, undisguised, sounded in Dinah's low voice. He never did such a thing as that. He did that. A queer species of triumph was apparent in Biddy's rejoinder. Malice twinkled for a second in her eyes. I've told you, she said, and then, with sharp anxiety, but you'll not tell anyone, as you know, Miss Dinah. Ye promised, now didn't ye? Miss Isabel wouldn't that any should know, not even Master Scott. He was away when it happened, dining down at the vicarage he was. And Miss Isabel, she says to me, for the life of ye don't tell Master Scott. He'd be that angry, she says. And Sir Eustace would murder him entirely if it came to a quarrel. She was that insistent, Miss Dinah, and I knew there was truth in what she said. Master Scott has the heart of a lion. He never knew the meaning of fear from his babyhood. And Sir Eustace is a monster of destruction once his blood is up. And he minds what Master Scott says more than anyone. So I promised, Miss Dinah dear, the same as you have. And so he doesn't know to this day. Sir Eustace, you see, he's been in a touchy mood all along, ever since you left. Like gunpowder he's been, and Master Scott has had a difficult enough time with him, and Miss Isabel has kept it from him, so that he thinks it was just your going again that made her fret so. There, now you know all, Miss Dinah dear, and don't ye, for the love of heaven, tell a soul what I've told ye. Miss Isabel would never forgive me if she came to know. Ah, the saints preserve us, what's that? A brisk tap at the door had made her jump with violence. She went to parley with a guilty air. In a moment or two she shut the door and came back. It's that flighty young French hussy, Miss Dinah, they call her Yvonne. She says Sir Eustace is waiting for you downstairs. A great revulsion of feeling went through Dinah. It shook her like an overwhelming tempest and passed, leaving her deadly cold. She turned white to the lips. I can't go to him, Biddy, she said. I can't dance tonight. Yvonne must tell him. Biddy gave her a searching look. You won't let him find out, Miss Dinah, she urged. Won't he guess now if you stay up here? The earnest entreaty of the old bright eyes moved her. She turned to the door. Oh, very well. I'll go myself and tell him. You won't let him suspect, Mavourneen? Mavourneen? Pleaded Biddy desperately. No, Biddy, no. Haven't I sworn it 12 times already? Dinah had reached the door. She looked back for a moment, and her look was steadfast, notwithstanding the deathly pallor of her face. Then she passed slowly forth, and heard old Biddy softly turn the key behind her, making assurance doubly sure. Slowly she moved along the passage. It was deserted, but the sound of laughing voices and the tuning of violins floated up from below. Again, that feeling that was akin to physical sickness assailed Dinah. Down there, he was waiting for her, waiting to be intoxicated into headlong, devouring passion by her dancing. She seemed to feel his arms already holding her, straining her to him so that the warmth of him was as a fiery atmosphere all about her, encompassing her, possessing her. Her whole body burned at the thought, and then again was cold, cold as though she had drunk a draught of poison. She stood still, feeling too sick to go on. And then, while she waited, she heard a step. Her heart seemed to spring into her throat, throbbing wildly like a caged bird seeking freedom. She drew back against the wall, trembling from head to foot. He came along the passage, magnificent, princely, confident, swinging his shoulders with that semi-conscious swagger she knew so well. He spied her where she stood, and she heard his brief, half-mocking laugh as he strode to her. "Ah, Daphne, hiding as usual," he said. He took her between his hands, and she felt the mastery of him in that free hold. She stood as a prisoner in his grasp. Her newfound resolution was gone at the first contact with that overwhelming personality of his. She hung her head in quivering distress. He bent down, bringing his face close to hers. He tried to look into the eyes that she kept downcast. And suddenly he spoke again, softly into her ear. "Why so shy, little sweetheart? Are you getting frightened now the time is so near?" Her breathing quickened at his tone. Possessive though it was, it held that tender note that was harder to bear than all his fiercest passion. She could not speak in answer. No words would come. He put his arm around her and held her close. "But you mustn't be afraid of me," he said. "Don't you know I love you? Don't you know I'm going to make you the happiest little woman in the world?" Dinah choked down some scalding tears. She longed to escape from the holding of his arms, and yet her torn spirit felt the comfort of it. She stood silent, shaken, unnerved, piteously conscious of her utter weakness, the weakness wrought by that iron discipline that had never suffered her to have any will of her own. He put up a hand and pressed her drooping head against his shoulder. "There's nothing very dreadful in being married, dear," he told her. "I'm not such a devouring monster as I may seem. Why, I wouldn't hurt a hair of your head. They're all precious to me." She quivered at his use of the word that Biddy had employed with such venom only a few minutes before. But still she said nothing. What could she say? Against this new weapon of his, she was more helpless than ever. She hid her face against him and strove for self-control. He kissed her temple and the clustering hair above it. "There now, you're not going to be a silly little scared fawn any more. Come along and dance it off." His arm encircled her shoulders. He began to lead her to the stairs. And Dinah went, slave-like in her submission, but hating herself the more for every step she took. They went to the ballroom, and presently they danced. But the old, subtle charm was absent. Her feet moved to the rhythm of the music, her body swayed and pulsed to the behest of his, but her spirit stood apart, bruised and downcast and very much alone. Her gilded palace had fallen all about her in ruins. The deliverance to which she had looked forward so eagerly was but another bondage that would prove more cruel and more enslaving than the first. She longed with all her quivering heart to run away and hide. He was very kind to her, more considerate than she had ever known him. Perhaps he missed the fairy abandonment which had so delighted him in her dancing of old, but he found no fault, and when the dance was over, he did not lead her away to some private corner as she had dreaded, but took her instead to her father and stood with him for some time in talk. She saw Scott in the distance, but he did not approach her while Eustace was with them, and when her fiancé turned away at length, he had disappeared. They were left comparatively alone, and Dinah slipped an urgent hand into her father's. "I want to go home, Daddy. I'm so tired." He looked at her in surprise, but she managed to muster a smile in reply, and he was not observant enough to note the distress that lay behind it. "Had enough of it, eh?" he questioned. "Well, I think you're wise. You'll be busy tomorrow. By all means, let's go." It was not till the very last moment that she saw Scott again. He came forward just as she was passing through the hall to the front door. He took the hand she held out to him, looking at her with those straight, steady eyes of his that there was no evading, but he made no comment of any sort. "Mr. Gray is coming by a morning train tomorrow," he said. "May I bring him to call upon you in the afternoon? I believe he wants to run through the wedding service with you beforehand." He smiled as he said it, but Dinah could not smile in answer. There was something ominous to her in that last sentence, something that made her think of the clanking of chains. She was relieved to hear her father answer for her. "Come by all means. Nothing like a dress rehearsal to make things go smoothly. I'll tell my wife to expect you." Scott's hand relinquished hers, and she felt suddenly cold. She murmured a barely audible good night and turned away. From the portico, she glanced back and saw Sir Eustace leading Rose Devine to the ballroom. The light shone full upon them. They made a splendid couple, and a sudden bizarre thought smote her. This was what the gods had willed. This had been the weaving of destiny, and she had dared to intervene, frustrating, tearing the gilded, smooth-wrought threads apart. Ah, well, it was done now. It was too late to draw back. But the wrath of the gods remained to be faced. Already it was upon her, and there was no escape. As one who hears a voice speaking from a far distance, she heard herself telling her father that all was well with her, and she had spent an enjoyable evening. Then she lay back in the car with clenched hands and listened, trembling, to the thundering wheels of destiny. End of section 44. Section 45 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 15. The Sapphire for Friendship. No girl ever worked harder in preparation for her own wedding than did Dinah on the following day. That she had scarcely slept all night was a fact that no one suspected. Work-a-day Dinah, as her father was wont to call her, was not an object of great solicitude to any in her home circle, and for the first time in her life she was thankful that such was the case. Her mother's hard gypsy eyes watched only for delinquencies, and her rating tongue was actually a relief to Dinah after the dread solitude of those long hours. She was like a prisoner awaiting execution, and even that harsh companionship was in a measure helpful to her. The time passed with appalling swiftness. When the luncheon hour arrived, she was horrified to find that the morning had gone. She could eat nothing, a fact which raised a jeering laugh from her mother and a chafing remonstrance from her father. Billy had gone riding on Rupert and had not returned. Billy always came and went exactly as he pleased. One or two more presents from friends of her father's had arrived by the midday post. Mrs. Bathurst unpacked them, admiring them with more than a touch of envy, assuring Dinah that she was a very lucky girl, luckier than she deserved to be. But Dinah, though she acquiesced, had no heart for presents. She could only see, as she had seen all through the night, the piteous, marred face of a woman who had passed through such an intensity of suffering as she could only dimly guess at, into the dark of utter despair. She could only hear, whichever way she turned, the clanking of the chains that, in so brief a time, were to be welded irrevocably about herself. Luncheon over, she went up to dress and to finish the packing of the new trunks which were to accompany her upon her honeymoon. She had not even yet begun to realize these strange belongings of hers. She could no longer visualize herself as a bride. She looked upon all the finery as destined for another, possibly Rose Devine, but emphatically not for herself. The wedding dress and veil lying in their box, swathed in tissue paper, had a gossamer unreality about them that even the sense of touch could not dispel. No, the bride of tomorrow was surely not herself. They were to spend the first part of their honeymoon at a little place on the Cornish coast, very far from everywhere, as Sir Eustace said. She thought of that little place with a vague wonder. It was the stepping stone between the life she now knew and that new, unknown life that awaited her. She would go there, just Dinah, workaday Dinah, her own ordinary self. She would leave a fortnight after, possibly less, a totally different being, a married woman, Lady Studley, part and parcel of Sir Eustace's train, his most intimate belonging, most exclusively his own. She trembled afresh as this thought came to her. Despite his assurances, marriage seemed to her a terrible thing. It was like parting, not only with the old life, but with herself. She dressed mechanically, scarcely thinking of her appearance, roused only at length from her preoccupation by the tread of hoofs under her window. She leaned forth quickly and discerned Scott on horseback, a trim, upright figure, very confident in the saddle, and with him, Billy, still mounted on Rupert, and evidently in the highest spirits. The latter spied her at once and accosted her in his cracked, cheerful voice. "Hi, Dinah! Come down. We're going to tea at the court. Scott will walk with you, and I'm going to ride his gee." He rolled off Rupert with the words. Scott looked up at her, faintly smiling as he lifted his hat. "I hope that plan will suit you," he said. "The fact is, the padre has been detained and can't get here before tea time, so we thought, Eustace thought, you wouldn't mind coming up to the court to tea instead of waiting to see him here." It crossed her mind to wonder why Eustace had not come himself to fetch her, but she was conscious of a deep, unreasoning thankfulness that he had not. Then, before she could reply, she heard her father's voice in the porch inviting Scott to enter. Scott accepted the invitation, and Dinah turned back into the room to prepare for the walk. Her hands were trembling so much that they could scarcely serve her. She was in a state of violent and uncontrollable agitation, longing one moment to be gone, and the next desiring desperately to remain where she was. The thought of facing the crowd at the court filled her with a positive tumult of apprehension. But breathlessly she kept telling herself that Scott would be there. Scott would be there. His sheltering presence would be her protection. And then, still trembling, still unnerved, she descended to meet him. He was with her father in the drawing room. The place was littered with wedding presents. As she entered, he came towards her, and in a moment his quiet hand closed upon hers. Her father went out in search of her mother, and they were alone. "What a collection of beautiful things you have here," he said. She looked at him, met his steady eyes, and suddenly some force of speech broke loose within her. She uttered words wild and passionate, such as she had never till that moment dreamed of uttering. "Oh, don't talk of them. Don't think of them. They suffocate me." She saw his face change, but she could not have analyzed the expression it took. He was silent for a moment, and in that moment his fingers tightened hard and close upon her hand. Then, "I've brought you a small offering on my own account," he said in his courteous, rather tired voice. "May I present it, or would you rather I waited a little?" She felt the tears welling up swiftly, and clasped her throat to stay them. "Of course I would like it," she murmured almost inarticulately. That is different." He took a small white packet from his pocket and put it into the hand he had been holding, without a word. Dumbly, with quivering fingers, she opened it. There was something of tragedy in the silence, something of despair. The paper fluttered to the ground, leaving a leather case in her grasp. She glanced up at him. "Won't you look inside?" he said gently. She did so, in her eyes those burning tears she could not check. And there, Gleaming on its bed of white velvet, she saw a wonderful jewel, a great star-shaped sapphire, deep as the heart of a fathomless pool, edged with diamonds that flashed like the sun upon the ripples of its shores. She gazed and gazed in silence. It was the loveliest thing she had ever seen. Scott was watching her, his eyes very still, unchangeably steadfast. "The sapphire for friendship," he said. She started as one awakening from a dream. In the passage outside the half-open door, she heard the sound of her mother's voice approaching. With a swift movement, she closed the case and hid it in her dress. "I can't show it to anyone yet," she said hurriedly. Her tone appealed. He answered her immediately. "It's for you and no one else." His voice held naught but kindness, comprehension, comfort. He turned from her the next moment to meet her mother, and she heard him speaking in his easy, leisured tones, gaining time for her, making her path easy as had ever been his custom. And again, unbidden, unavoidable, there came to her the vision of Greatheart, Greatheart the valiant, her knight of the golden armor, going before her, strong to defend, invincible, unafraid, sure by means of that sureness which is given only to those who draw upon a higher power than their own, given only to the serving men of God. End of section 45. Section 46 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 16. The Open Door. Billy had already departed upon Scott's mount ere he and Dinah set forth to walk to the court. It was threatening to rain, and the ground beneath their feet was sodden and heavy. "It's rather a shame to ask you to walk," said Scott, as they turned up the muddy road. "They would have sent a car for you if I had thought." "I would much rather walk," said Dinah. Her face was very pale. She looked years older than she had looked at Willowmount. After a moment, she added, "We shall pass the church. Perhaps you would like to see it. They were going to decorate it this morning." "I should," said Scott. He limped beside her, and she curbed her pace to his, though the fever of unrest that surged within her urged her forward. They went up the lane that led to the church in almost unbroken silence. At the churchyard gate, she paused. "I hope there is no one here," she said uneasily. "We need not go in unless you wish," he answered. But when they reached the porch, they found that the church was empty, and so they entered. A heavy scent of lilies pervaded the place. There was a wonderful white arch of flowers at the top of the aisle, and the chancel was decked with them. The space above the altar was a mass of white, perfumed splendor. They had been sent down from the court that morning. Slowly, Scott passed up the nave with the bride-elect by his side, straight to the chancel steps, and there he paused. His pale face, with its light eyes, was absolutely composed and calm. He looked straight up to the dim richness of the stained glass window above him, as though he saw beyond the flowers. For many seconds, Dinah stood beside him, awed, waiting, as it were, for the coming of a revelation. Whatever it might be, she knew already that she would not leave that holy place in the state of hopeless turmoil in which she had entered. Something was coming to her, some new thing that might serve as an anchor in her distress, even though it might not bring her ultimate deliverance. Or stay, was it a new thing? Was it not rather the unveiling of something which had always been? Her heart quickened and became audible in the stillness. She clasped her hands tightly together, and in that moment Scott turned his head and looked at her. No word did he speak, only that straight, calm look, as of a man clean of soul and fearless of evil. It told her nothing, that look. It opened to her no secret chamber, neither did it probe her own quivering heart. It was the kindly, reassuring look of a friend ready to stand by, ready to lend a sure hand if such were needed. But by that look, Dinah's revelation burst upon her. In that moment, she saw her own soul as never before had she seen it. And all the little things, the shallow things, the earthly things, faded quite away. With a deep, deep breath, she opened her eyes upon the vision of love. "Shall we go?" murmured Scott. She looked at him vaguely for a second, feeling stunned and blinded by the radiance of that revelation. A black veil seemed to be descending upon her. She put out a groping hand. He took it, and his hold was sustaining. He led her in silence down the long, shadowy building to the porch. He would have led her further, but a sudden heavy shower was falling, and he had to pause. She sank down trembling upon the stone seat. "Scott, oh, Scott," she said, "help me." He made a slight involuntary movement that passed unexplained. "I am here to help you, my dear," he said, his voice very quiet and even. "You mustn't be scared, you know. You'll get through it all right." She wrung her hands together in her extremity. "It isn't that," she told him. I suppose I've got to go through it, as you say so, but you'll think me very wicked, yet I must tell you, I've made a dreadful mistake. I'm marrying for money, for position, to get away from home. Anything but love. I don't love him. I know now that I never shall, never can, and I'd give anything, anything, anything to escape. It was spoken. All the long-pent misgivings that had culminated in awful certainty the night before had so wrought in her that now that the revelation had come, she could no longer keep silence. But of that revelation she would sooner have died than speak. Scott heard that wrung confession, standing before her with a stillness that gave him a look of sternness. He spoke as she ended, possibly because he realized that she would not be able to endure the briefest silence at that moment, possibly because he dreamed of filling up the gap ere it widened to an irreparable breach. "But Dinah," he said, "don't you know he loves you?" She flung her hands wide in a gesture of the most utter despair. "That's just the very worst part of it," she said. "That's just why there's no getting away." "You don't want his love?" Scott questioned, his voice very low. She shook her head in instant negation. "Oh, no, no, no." He bent slightly towards her, looking into her face of quivering agitation. "Dinah, are you sure it isn't all this pomp and circumstance that's frightening you? Are you sure you have no love at all in your heart for him?" She did not shrink from his look. Though she thought his eyes were stern, she met them with the courage of desperation. "I am quite sure," she told him brokenly. "I never loved him. I was dazzled, that's all. But now, the glamour's all gone. I would give anything, oh, anything in the world, if only he would marry Rose Devine instead." Her voice failed, and with it, her strength. She covered her face and wept hopelessly, tragically. Scott stood motionless by her side. His brows were drawn as the brows of a man in pain, but the eyes below them had the brightness of unwavering resolution. There was something rock-like about his pose. The pattering of the rain mingled with the sound of Dinah's anguished sobbing. There seemed to be no other sound in all the world. He moved at last, and into his eyes there came a very human look, dispelling all hardness. He bent to her again, his hand upon her shoulder. "My child," he said gently, "don't be so distressed. It isn't too late, even now." He felt her respond to his touch, but she could not lift her head. "I can never face him," she sobbed hopelessly. "I shall never, never dare." "You must face him," Scott said quietly but very firmly. "You owe it to him. Do you consider that you would be acting fairly by him if you married him solely for the reasons you've just given to me?" She shrank at his words, trembling all over like a frightened child, but his hand was still upon her, restraining panic. "He will be so angry, so furious," she faltered. "I will help you," Scott said steadily. "Oh," she caught at the promise with an eagerness that was piteous. "You won't leave me? You won't let me be alone with him? He can make me do anything, when I'm alone with him. Oh, he is terrible enough, even when he's not angry. He told me once that if I were to slip out of his reach, he would follow and kill me." The brightness returned to Scott's eyes. They shone with an almost steely gleam. "You needn't be afraid of that," he said quietly. "Now tell me, Dinah, for I want to know, how long have you known that you didn't want to marry him?" But Dinah shrank at the question, as though he had probed a wound. "Oh, I can't tell you that. As long as I have realized that I was bound to him, I've been afraid. And now that it has come so close—" She broke off. "Oh, but I can't draw back now," she said hopelessly. Only think what it will mean." Scott was silent for a few seconds. Then, "If it would be easier for you to go on," he said slowly, "perhaps, in the end, it may be better for you, because he honestly loves you, and I think his love may make a difference in the end. Possibly you are nearer to loving him even now than you imagine. If it is the dread of hurting him, not angering him, that holds you back, then I do not think you would be doing wrong to marry him. If you are just scared by the thought of tomorrow, and possibly the day after—" "Oh, but it isn't that! It isn't that!" Dinah cried the words out passionately, like a prisoner who sees the door of his cell closing finally upon him. "It is because I'm not his. I don't belong to him. I don't want to belong to him. The very thought makes me feel almost sick." "Then there is someone else," Scott said with grave conviction. "Oh!" It was not so much a word as the sharp intake of breath that follows the last and keenest thrust of the probe that has reached the object of its search. Dinah suddenly became rigid and yet vibrant as stretched wire. Her silence was the silence of the victim who dreads so unspeakably the suffering to come as to be scarcely aware of present anguish. But Scott was merciful. He withdrew the probe, and very pitifully he closed the wound that he had opened. No, he said, "that has nothing to do with me, or with Eustace either. But it makes your case absolutely plain. Come with me now, before you feel any worse about it, and ask him to give you your release." "Oh, Scott!" She looked up at him at last, and though there was a measure of relief in her eyes, her face was deathly. "Oh, Scott, dare I do that?" "I shall be there," he said. Yes, you will be there. You won't leave me, promise?" She clasped his arm in entreaty. He looked into her eyes, and there was a great kindness in his own, the kindness of Greatheart arming himself to defend his pilgrims. "Yes, I promise that," he said, adding, "unless I leave you at your own desire." "You will never do that," Dinah said, and smiled with quivering lips. "You're good to me. Oh, you are good, but... But what?" he questioned gently. "He may refuse to set me free," she said desperately. "What then?" "My dear, no one is married by force nowadays," he said. Her face changed as a sudden memory swept across her. "And my mother, she said. "Don't you think we had better deal with one difficulty at a time?" suggested Scott. His hand sought hers. He drew her to her feet. And, as one having no choice, she submitted and went with him. It was still raining, but the heaviest of the shower was over. A gleam of sunshine lit the distance as they went, and a faint, faint ray of hope dawned in Dinah's heart at the sight. Though her deliverance was yet to be achieved, though she dreaded unspeakably that which lay before her, at least the door was open. Could she but reach it to pass through? She breathed a purer air already. And beside her stood Greatheart the Valiant, covering her with his shield of gold. End of section 46. Section 47 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 17. The Lion in the Path. A large and merry party of guests were congregated in the great hall at Perrythorpe Court having tea. One of them, a young soldier cousin of the Studleys, was singing a sentimental ditty at a piano to which no one was listening, and the hubbub was considerable. Dinah, admitted into the outer hall that was curtained off from the gay crowd, shrank nearer to Scott as the cheery tumult reached her. Must we go in that way?" she whispered. There was a door on the right of the porch. Scott turned towards it. "I suppose we can go in there," he said to the man who had admitted them. "The gun-room, sir. Yes, if you wish, sir. Shall I bring tea?" "No," Scott said quietly. "Find Sir Eustace Studley if you can, and ask him to join us there. Come along, Dinah." His hand touched her arm. She entered the little room as one seeking refuge. It led into a conservatory, and thence to the garden. The apartment itself was given up entirely to weapons or instruments of sport. Guns, fishing rods, hunting stocks, golf clubs, tennis rackets were stored in various racks and stands. A smell of stale cigar smoke pervaded it. Colonel Devine was wont to retire hither at night in preference to the less cozy and intimate smoking room. But there was no one here now, and Scott laid hat and riding-whip upon the table and drew forward a chair for his companion. She looked at him and tried to thank him, but she was voiceless. Her pale lips moved without sound. Scott's eyes were very kindly. "Don't be so frightened, child," he said, and then, a sudden thought striking him, "Look here, you go and wait in the conservatory, and let me speak to him first. Yes, that will be the best way. Come." His hand touched her again. She turned as one compelled, but as he opened the glass door, she found her voice. "Oh, I ought not to let you face him alone. I must be brave. I must." "Yes, you must," Scott answered, "but I will see him alone first. It will make it easier for everyone." Yet for a moment she halted still. You really mean it? You wish it?" "Yes, I wish it," he said. "Wait in here till I call you." She took him at his word. There was no other course. He closed the door upon her and turned back alone. He sat down in the chair that he had placed for her and became motionless as a figure carved in bronze. His pale face and trim, colorless beard were in shadow. His eyes were lowered. There was scarcely an inanimate object in the room as insignificant and unimposing as he, and yet, in his stillness, in his utter unobtrusiveness, there lay a strength such as the strongest knight who ever rode in armor might have envied. There came a careless step without, a hand upon the door. It opened, and Sir Eustace, handsome, self-assured, slightly haughty, strode into the room. "Hello, Stumpy. What do you want? I can't stop. I'm booked to play billiards with Miss Devine, a test match to demonstrate the steadiness of my nerves." Scott stood up. "I have a bigger test for you than that, old chap," he said. "Shut the door if you don't mind." Sir Eustace sent him a swift, edged glance. "I can't stop," he said again. "What is it? Some mare's nest about Isabel?" "No, nothing whatever to do with Isabel. Shut the door, man. I must be alone with you for a few minutes." Scott spoke with unwonted vehemence. The careless notes of the piano, the merry tumult of chattering voices, seemed to affect him oddly, almost to exasperate him. Sir Eustace turned and swung the door shut. Then, with less than his customary arrogance, he came to Scott. "What's the matter?" he said. "Out with it. Don't break the news if you can help it." His eyes belied the banter of his words. They shone as the eyes of a fighter meeting odds. There was something leonine about him at the moment, something of the primitive animal roused from its lair and scenting danger. He looked into Scott's pale face with the dawning of a threatening expression upon his own. And Scott met the threat full and square, unflinching. "I've come to tell you," he said, "about the hardest thing one man can tell another. Dinah wishes to be released from her engagement." His words were brief, but very distinct. He stiffened as he uttered them, almost as if he expected a blow. But Sir Eustace stood silent and still, with only the growing menace in his eyes to show that he had heard. Several seconds dragged away ere he made either sound or movement. Then, with a sudden fierce gesture, he gripped Scott by the shoulder. "And you have the damnable impertinence to come and tell me," he said. There was violence barely restrained in voice and action. He held Scott as if he would fling him against the wall. But Scott remained absolutely passive, enduring the savage grip with no sign of resentment. Only into his steady eyes there came that gleam, as of steel that leaps to steel. "I've told you," he said, "because I have no choice. She wishes to be set free, and she fears you too much to tell you so herself." Sir Eustace broke in upon him with a furious laugh that was in some fashion more insulting than a blow on the mouth. "And she has deputed you to do so on her behalf? Highly suitable. Or did you volunteer for the job, most fearless knight?" "I offered to help her, certainly." Scott's voice was as free from agitation as his pose. "I would help any woman under such circumstances. It's no easy thing for her to break off her engagement at this stage, and she's such a child. She needs help." "She shall have it," said Eustace grimly. "But, since you are here, I will deal with you first. Do you think I'm going to endure any interference in this matter from you? Think it over calmly, do you?" His hold upon Scott had become an open threat. His eyes were a red blaze of anger. In that moment, the animal in him was predominant, overwhelming. He was furious with the fury of the wounded beast that is beyond all control. Scott realized the fact and grasped his own self-control with a firmer hand. "It's no good my telling you that I hate my job," he said. "You'll hardly believe me if I do, but I've got to stick to it, beastly as it is. I can't stand by and see her married against her will, for that is what it amounts to. She would give anything she has to be free. She told me so. I'm infernally sorry. Perhaps you won't believe that either, but I've got to see this thing through now." "Have you?" said Eustace, and suddenly his words came clipped and harsh from between set teeth. "And you think I'm going to endure it? Stand aside tamely, while you turn an attack of stage fright into a just cause and impediment to prevent my marriage? I should have thought you would have known me better by this time. But if you don't, you shall learn. Now listen, I am in dead earnest. If you don't drop this foolery, give me your word of honor here and now to leave this matter in my hands alone, I'll thrash you to a pulp." He spoke with terrible intention. His whole being pulsated behind the words, and Scott's slight frame stiffened to rigidity in answer. "You may grind me to powder," he flung back, and in his voice there sounded a curiously vibrant quality, as of finely tempered steel that will bend but never break. "But you can't, and you shan't, force that child into marrying you against her will. That I swear, by God in heaven." There was amazing force in the utterance. He also had thrown off the shackles. But his strength had about it nothing of the brute. Stripped to the soul, he stood up a man. And against his will, Eustace recognized the fact, realized the invincible manifest in the clay, and in spite of himself, was influenced thereby. The savage in him drew back abashed, aware of mastery. Abruptly, he released him and turned away. "You're a fool to tempt me," he said, "and a still greater fool to take her seriously. As I tell you, it's nothing but stage fright. She had a touch of it yesterday. I'll come round presently and make it all right." "You can only make it right by setting her free," Scott made answer. "There's no other course. Do you suppose I should have come to you in this way if there had been?" Sir Eustace was moving to the door by which he had entered. He flung a backward look that was intensely evil over his shoulder at the puny figure of the man behind him. "I can imagine you playing any damned trick under the sun to serve your own interests," he said, his lip curling in an intolerable sneer. "But the deepest strategy fails occasionally. You haven't been quite subtle enough this time." He was at the door as he uttered the last biting sentence, but so also was Scott. With a movement of incredible swiftness and impetuosity, he flung himself forward. Their hands met upon the handle, and his remained in possession, for in sheer astonishment Eustace drew back. They faced one another in the evening light, Scott pale to the lips, in his eyes an electric blaze that made them almost unbearably bright. Eustace, heavy-browed, lowering, the red glare of savagery gleaming like a smoldering flame, ready to leap forth in devastating fury to meet the fierce white heat that confronted him. An awful silence hung between them, a silence of unutterable emotions, more poignant with passion than any strife or clash of weapons. And through it, like a mocking undercurrent, there ran the distant tinkle of the piano, the echoes of careless laughter beyond the closed door. Then at last, it seemed with difficulty, Scott spoke, his voice very low, oddly jerky. "What do you mean by that? Tell me what you mean." Sir Eustace made an abrupt gesture, the gesture of a swordsman on guard. He met the attack instantly and unwaveringly, but his look was wary. He did not seek to throw the lesser man from his path. As it were instinctively, though possibly for the first time in his life, he treated him as an equal. "You know what I mean," he made fierce rejoinder. "Even you can hardly pretend ignorance on that point." "Even I?" Scott uttered a short, hard laugh that seemed to escape him against his will. "All the same, I will have an explanation," he said. "I prefer a straight charge, notwithstanding my damned subtlety. You will either explain or withdraw." "As you like." Sir Eustace yielded the point, and again he acted instinctively, not realizing that he had no choice. "I mean that from the very beginning of things, you have been influencing her against me, trying to win her from me. You never intended me to propose to her in the first place. You never imagined I would do such a thing. You only thought of driving me off the ground and clearing it for yourself. I saw your game long ago. When you lost one trick, you tried for another. I knew all along. But the game is up now, and you've lost." A very bitter smile curved his mouth with the words. "There is your explanation," he said. "I hope you're satisfied." "But I am not satisfied." Quick as lightning came the riposte. Scott stood upright against the closed door. His eyes, unflickering, dazzlingly bright, were fixed upon his brother's face. "I am not satisfied," he repeated, and his words were as sternly direct as his look. He spoke as one compelled by some inner driving force. "Because what you have just said to me, this foul thing you believe of me, is utterly and absolutely without foundation. I have never tried, or dreamed of trying, to win her from you. I speak as before God. In this matter, I have never been other than loyal either to you or to my own honor. If any other man insulted me in this fashion—" His face worked a little, but he controlled it sharply. "I wouldn't have stooped to answer him. But I suppose I must allow you the privilege of brotherhood. And so I ask you to believe, at least make an effort to believe, that you have made a mistake." His voice was absolutely quiet as he ended. The dignity of his utterance had in it even a touch of the sublime, and the elder man was aware of it, felt the force of it, was humbled by it. He stood a moment or two as one irresolute, halting at a difficult choice. Then, with an abrupt lift of the head, as though his pride made fierce resistance, he gave ground. "If I have wronged you, I apologize," he said with brevity. Scott smiled faintly, wryly. "If," he said. "Very well, I withdraw the if." Sir Eustace spoke impatiently, not as one desiring reconciliation. "You laid yourself open to it by accepting the position of ambassador. I don't know how you could seriously imagine that I would treat you in that capacity. If Dinah has anything to say to me, she must say it herself." "She will do so." Scott spoke with steady assurance. "But before you see her, I think I ought to tell you that her reason for wishing to be set free is not stage fright or any childish nonsense of that kind, but simply the plain fact that her heart is not in the compact. She has found out that she doesn't love you enough." "She told you so?" demanded Sir Eustace. Scott bent his head, for the first time averting his eyes from his brother's face. "Yes." "And she wished you to tell me." There was a metallic ring in Sir Eustace's voice. The red glare was gone from his eyes. They were cold and hard as a winter sky. "Yes," Scott said again, still not looking at him. "And why?" The words fell brief and imperious, compelling in their incisiveness. Scott's eyes returned to his, almost in protest. "I told her you ought to know," he said. "Then she would not have told me otherwise." "Possibly not." There fell another silence. Sir Eustace looked hard and straight into the pale eyes, as though he would pierce to the soul behind. But Though Scott met the look unwavering, his soul was beyond all scrutiny. There was something about him that baffled all search, something colossal that barred the way. For the second time, Sir Eustace realized himself to be at a disadvantage. Haughtily, he passed the matter by. "In that case, there's nothing further to be said. You have fulfilled your somewhat rash undertaking, and that you have come out of this business with a whole skin is a bigger piece of luck than you deserve. If Dinah wishes this matter to go any further, she must come to me herself." "Otherwise you will take no action?" Scott's voice had its old, somewhat weary intonation. The animation seemed to have died out of him. "Exactly," Sir Eustace answered him with equal deliberation. "So far as you are concerned, the incident is now closed." Scott took his hand from the door and moved slowly away. "I've put the whole case before you," he said. "I think you clearly understand that if you're going to try and use force, I am bound, as a friend, to take her part against you. She relies upon me for that, and I shall not disappoint her. You see," a hint of compassion sounded in his voice, "she's always been afraid of you, and she knows that I am not." Sir Eustace smiled cynically. "Oh, you've always been ready to rush in," he said. "Doubtless your weakness is your strength." Scott met the jibe with tightened lips. He made no attempt to reply to it. "The only thing left," he said quietly, "is for you to see her and hear what she has to say. She's waiting in the conservatory." "She's waiting?" Sir Eustace wheeled swiftly. Scott was already halfway across the room. He strode forward and intercepted him. "You can go," he said curtly. "You've done your part. This business is mine, not yours." Scott stood still. "I've promised to see her through," he said. "I must keep my promise." Sir Eustace looked for a single instant as if he would strike him down, and then, abruptly, inexplicably, he gave way. "Very well," he said. "Fetch her in." End of section 47. Section 48 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 18. The Truth. At Scott's quiet summons, Dinah entered. What she had passed through during those minutes of waiting was written in her face. She looked deathly. Sir Eustace did not move to meet her. He stood by the table, very upright, very stern, uncompromisingly silent. Dinah gave him one quivering glance and turned appealingly to Scott. "Don't be nervous," he said gently. "There's no need. I've told him your wish." She was terrified, but the ordeal had to be faced. She summoned all her strength and went forward. "Oh, Eustace," she said piteously. "I'm so dreadfully sorry." He looked down at her, his face like a marble mask. "So," he said, "you want to throw me over?" She clasped her hands very tightly before her. "Oh, I know it's hateful of me," she said. He made a slight, disdainful gesture. "Did you make up your mind, or did Scott make it up for you?" "No, no," she cried in distress. "It was not his doing. I just told him, that was all." "And now you desire him for a witness," suggested Sir Eustace cynically. Dinah looked again toward Scott. He stood against the mantelpiece, as grimly upright as his brother, and again, oddly, she was struck by the similarity between them. She could not have said wherein it lay, but she had never seen it more marked. He spoke very quietly in answer to her look. "I have promised to stay for as long as you want me, But if you wish to be alone with Eustace for a few minutes, I will wait in the conservatory." "Yes, let him do that." Imperiously, Eustace accepted the suggestion. "We shall not keep him long." Dinah stood hesitating. Scott was looking at her very steadily and reassuringly. His eyes seemed to be telling her that she had nothing to fear. But he would not move without her word, and in the end, reluctantly, she gave in. "Very well," she said in a low voice. If you will wait." "I will," Scott said. He limped across the room to the open door, passed through, closed it softly behind him, and Dinah was left to face her monster alone. She did not look at Sir Eustace in the first dreadful moments that followed Scott's exit. She was horribly afraid. There was to her something inexpressibly ruthless in his very silence. She longed, yet dreaded, to hear him speak. He did not do so for many seconds, and she thought by his utter stillness that he must be listening to the wild throbbing of her heart. Then at last, just as the tension of waiting was becoming unbearable and she was on the verge of piteous entreaty, he seated himself on the edge of the table and spoke. "Well," he said, "we've got to get at the root of this trouble somehow. You don't propose to throw me over without telling me why, I suppose?" His voice was perfectly calm. She even fancied that he was faintly smiling as he uttered the words, but she could not look at him to see. She found it difficult enough to speak in answer. "I know I'm treating you very badly," she said, wringing her clasped hands in agitation. Of course you can make me marry you. I've promised myself to you. You have the right. But if you will only let me go, I'm sure it will be much better for you too, because I've found out that I don't love you." It was the greatest effort she had ever made in her life. She wondered afterwards how she had ever brought herself to accomplish it. It was so hard, so hideously hard to face him, this man who loved her so overwhelmingly, and tell him that he had failed to win her love in return. And, at the 11th hour, to treat him thus. If he had taken her by the throat and wrung her neck, she would have considered him justified, and herself but righteously punished. But he did nothing of a violent nature. He only sat there looking at her, and though she could not bring herself to meet his look, she knew that it held no anger. He did not speak, and she went on with a species of desperate pleading, because silence was so intolerable. "It wouldn't be right of me to marry you and not tell you, would it? It wouldn't be fair. It would be like marrying you under false pretenses. I only wish, oh, do I wish, that I had known sooner when you first asked me. I might have known. I ought to have known. But somehow—" She began to falter badly and finally concluded in a piteous whisper, "I didn't." "How did you find out?" he said. His tone was still perfectly quiet, but he spoke judicially, as one who meant to have an answer. But Dinah had no answer for him. It was the very question to which there could be no reply. Her fingers interlaced and strained against each other. She stood mute. "I think you can tell me that," Eustace said. She made a small but vehement gesture of negation. "I can't," she said. It's private." "You mean you won't?" he questioned. She nodded silently, too distressed for speech. He got to his feet with finality. "That ends the case, then," he said. "The appeal is dismissed. You can give me no adequate reason for releasing you. Therefore, I keep you to your engagement." Dinah uttered a gasp. She had not expected this. For the first time, she met his look fully, met the blue, dominant eyes, the faint, supercilious smile, and dismay struck through and through her as she realized that he had made her captive again, with scarcely a struggle. "Oh, but you can't, she said. He raised his brows. "We shall see," he said. "Meantime," he paused, looking at her, and suddenly the old hot glitter flashed forth, dazzling her, hypnotizing her. He uttered a low laugh and took her in his arms. "Daphne, you will-o'-the-wisp, you witch, how dare you?" She made no outcry or resistance, realizing in a single stunning second the mastery that would not be denied. Only ere his lips reached her, she sank down in his hold, hiding her face and praying him brokenly, imploringly, to let her go. Oh, please, if you love me, do be kind, do be generous. I can't go on, indeed, oh, Eustace, do forgive me, and let me go." "I will not," he said, "I will not." She heard the rising passion in his voice, and her heart died within her. She sank lower, till but for his upholding arms she would have been kneeling at his feet. And then, quite suddenly, her strength went from her. She hung powerless, almost fainting in his grasp. She scarcely knew what happened next, save that the fierceness went out of his hold like the passing of an evil dream. He lifted her and held her while the darkness surged around. And then, presently, she heard his voice, very low, amazingly tender, speaking into her ear. Dinah, what has come to you? Don't you know that I love you? Didn't I tell you so only last night?" She leaned against him, palpitating, unstrung, piteously distressed. "That's what makes it so dreadful," she whispered. "I wish I were dead. Oh, do I wish I were dead." "Nonsense," he said. "Nonsense." He put his hand upon her head, pressing it against his breast. "Little sweetheart, what has happened to you? Tell me, what is the matter?" That was the hardest to face of all, that he should subdue himself, restrain his passion to pour out to her that which was infinitely greater than passion. She made a little sound that seemed to come straight from her heart. "Oh, I can't tell you," she sobbed into his shoulder. "I can't think how I ever made such a terrible mistake. But if only, oh, if only, you could marry Rose instead. It would be so very much better for everybody." "Marry Rose?" he said. "What on earth made you think of that at this stage?" "I always thought you would, in Switzerland," she explained rather incoherently. "I never really thought I could cut her out." "Is that what you did it for?" An odd note sounded in Sir Eustace's voice, as though some irony of circumstance had forced his sense of humor. "Just at first," whispered Dinah. "Oh, don't be angry, please, don't be angry. You weren't in earnest either just at first." He considered the matter in silence for a few moments, then, half quizzically, "I don't see that that's any reason for throwing me over now," he said. "If you don't love me today, you will tomorrow." She shook her head. "Quite sure?" he said. "Quite," she answered faintly. His hand was still upon her head, and it remained there. He held her closely pressed to him. For a space again he was silent, his dark face bent over her, his lips actually touching her hair. Of what was passing in his mind she had no notion, and she dared not lift her head to look. She dreaded each moment a return of that tornado-like passion that had so often appalled her. But it did not come. His arms held her indeed, but without violence, and in his stillness there was no tension to denote its presence. He spoke at length, almost whispering. "Dinah, who is the lucky fellow? Tell me." She started away from him. She almost cried out in her dismay. But he stopped her. He took her face between his hands with an insistence that would not be denied. He looked closely, searchingly into her eyes. "Is it Scott?" he said. She did not answer him. She stood as one paralyzed, and up over face and neck and all her trembling body, enwrapping her like a flame, there rose a scorching, agonizing blush. He held her there, before him, and watched it, and she saw that his eyes were piercingly bright, with the brightness of burnished steel. She could not turn her own away from them, though her whole soul shrank from that stark scrutiny. In anguish of mind, she faced him, helpless, unutterably ashamed, while that burning blush throbbed fiercely through every vein, and gradually died away. He let her go, at last, very slowly. "I see," he said. She put her hands up over her face with a childish, piteous gesture. She felt as if he had ruthlessly torn from her the one secret treasure that she cherished. She was free. She knew she was free, but at what a cost. "So," Eustace said, "that's it, is it? We've got the truth at last." She quivered at the words. Her whole being seemed to be shriveled as though it had passed through the fire. He had wrenched her secret from her, and she had nothing more to hide. Sir Eustace walked to the end of the room and back. He halted close to her, but he did not touch her. He spoke briefly and sternly. "How long has this been going on?" She looked up at him, her face pathetically pinched and small. "It hasn't been going on. I only realized it today. He doesn't know. He must never know." A sudden sharp note of anxiety sounded in her voice. "He must never know," she reiterated with emphasis. "He hasn't made love to you, then?" Sir Eustace spoke in the same curt tone. His mouth was merciless. She started, as if stung. Oh, no, of course he hasn't. He doesn't care for me like that. Why should he?" Eustace's grim lips twitched a little. "Why, indeed? Well, it's lucky for him that he hasn't. If he had, I'd have half killed him for it." There was concentrated savagery in his tone. His eyes shone with a fire that made her shrink. And then, very suddenly, he put his hand upon her shoulder. "Do you mean to tell me that you want to throw me over solely because you imagine you care for a man who doesn't care for you?" he asked. She looked up at him piteously. "Oh, please don't ask me any more," she said. "But I want to know," he said stubbornly. "Is that your only reason?" With difficulty, she answered him. "No." "Then what more?" he demanded. It was inevitable. She made a desperate effort to be brave. "I couldn't be happy with you. I'm afraid of you, and you are not kind to Isabel." "Who says I'm not kind to Isabel?" His hand pressed upon her ominously. His look was implacably stern. But the effort to be brave had given her strength. She stiffened in his hold. "I know it," she said. "I have seen it. She's always miserable when you are there." He frowned upon her heavily. "You don't understand. Isabel's very hysterical. She needs a firm hand." "You are more than firm," Dinah said. "You are cruel." Never in her wildest moments had she imagined herself making such an indictment. She marveled at herself, even as it left her lips. But something seemed to have entered into her, taking away her fear. Not till long afterwards did she realize that it was her new-found womanhood that had come upon her all unawares during that poignant interview. She faced him without a tremor as she uttered the words, and he received them in a silence so absolute that she went on with scarcely a pause. "Not only to Isabel, but to everyone. To Scott? To that poor poacher? To me? You don't believe it because it is your nature, but it is true all the same. And I think cruelty is a most dreadful thing. It's a vice that not all the virtues put together could counterbalance. When have I been cruel to you? He said. His tone was quiet, his face mask-like, but she thought that fury raged behind his calm. And still, she knew no fear, felt no faintest dread of consequence. All your love-making has been cruel, she said. Only once, no, twice now, have you been in the least bit kind to me. It's no good talking. You'd never understand. I've lain awake often in the night with the dread of you, but, her voice shook slightly, I didn't know what I wanted, so I kept on. Now that I do know, though I shall never have it, it's made a difference, and I can't go on. You don't want me any more now, I've told you, so it won't hurt you so very badly to let me go. You are wrong, he said, and suddenly she knew that out of his silence or her speech had developed something that was strange and new. His voice was quick and low, utterly devoid of its customary arrogance. I want you more than ever, Dinah. Dinah, I may have been a brute to you. You're right. I often am a brute. But marry me, only marry me, and I swear to you that I will be kind. His calm was gone. He leaned towards her urgently, his dark face aglow with a light that was not passion. She had deemed him furious, and behold, she had him at her feet. Her ogre was gone forever. He had crumbled at a touch. She saw before her a man who loved her, a man whom she might eventually have come to love but for... She caught her breath in a sharp sob and put forth a hand in pleading. Eustace, don't. Please don't. I can't bear it. You must set me free. You are free as air, he said. Am I? Then don't ask me to bind myself again, for I can't. I want to go away. I want to be quiet. She broke down suddenly. The strain was past, the battle over. She had vanquished him, how she scarcely knew, but her own brief strength was tottering now. Let me go home, she begged. Tell Scott I've gone. Tell everyone there won't be a wedding after all. Say I'm dreadfully sorry. It's my fault. All my fault. I ought to have known. Her tears blinded her, silenced her. She turned towards the door. Won't you say goodbye to me? Eustace said. Her voice was low and very steady. The glow was gone. He was calm again, absolutely calm. With the failure of that one urgent appeal, he seemed to have withdrawn his forces, accepting defeat. She turned back gropingly. Goodbye, she whispered, and thank you. He put his arm around her, and bending, kissed her forehead. Don't cry, dear, he said. His manner was perfectly kind, supremely gentle. She hardly knew him thus. Again, her heart smote her in overwhelming self-reproach. Oh, Eustace, forgive me for hurting you so. Forgive me for all I've said. For telling me the truth, he said. No, I don't forgive you for that. She broke down utterly and sobbed aloud. I wish I hadn't. How could I do it? I hate myself. No, he said. It's all right. You've done nothing wrong. Run home, child. Don't cry. His hand touched her hair under the soft cap. Touched and lingered, but he did not hold her to him. Run home, he said again. And you won't tell Scott, she whispered through her tears. But I don't think even I'm such a bounder as that, he said gently. Do you? She lifted her face impulsively. She kissed him with quivering lips. No, no, I didn't mean it. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye. He kissed her in return. Goodbye, he said. And so they parted. End of section 48. Section 49 of Greatheart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatheart by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 19. The Furnace. The bridal dress, with its filmy veil, still lay in its white box, a fairy garment that had survived the catastrophe. Dinah sat and looked at it dully. The light of her single candle shimmered upon the soft folds. How beautiful it was! She had been sitting there for hours, after a terrible scene with her mother downstairs, and from acute distress she had passed into a state of torpid misery that enveloped her like a black cloud. She felt almost too exhausted, too numbed to think. Her thoughts wandered drearily back and forth. She was sure she had been very greatly to blame, yet she could not fix upon any definite juncture at which she had been wrong to go. Her engagement had been such a whirlwind of fate. She had been carried off her feet from the very beginning, and the deliverance from the home bondage had seemed so fair a prospect. Now she was plunged back again into that bondage, and she was firmly convinced that no chance of freedom would ever be offered to her again. Yet she knew that she had done right to draw back. Regret it though she might, again and again in the bitter days to come, she knew, and she would always know, that at the 11th hour she had done right. She had been true to the greatest impulse that had ever stirred her soul. It had been at a frightful cost. She had sacrificed everything, to a vision that she might never realize. She had cast away all the glitter and the wealth for this far greater thing, which yet could never be more to her than a golden dream. She had even cast away love, and her heart still bled at the memory. But she had been true. She had been true. Not yet was the sacrifice ended. She knew that a cruel ordeal yet awaited her. There was the morrow to be faced, the morrow, with its renewal of disgrace and punishment. Her mother was furious with her, so furious that for the first time in her life her father had intervened on her behalf and temporarily restrained the flow of wrath. Perhaps he had seen her utter weariness, for he had advised her, not unkindly, to go to bed. She had gone to her room, thankful to escape, but neither tea nor supper had followed her thither. Billy had come to bid her good night long ago, but though he had not said so, he also, it seemed, was secretly disgusted with her, and he had not lingered. It would be the same with everyone, she thought to herself wearily. No one would ever realize how terribly hard it had all been. No one would dream of extending any pity to her. And of course, she had done wrong. She knew it. She was quite ready to admit it. But the wrong had lain in accepting that overweening lover of hers, not in giving him up. Also, she ought to have found out long ago. She wondered how it was she hadn't. It had never been a happy engagement. Again, her eyes wandered to the exquisite folds of that dress which she was never to wear. How she had loved the thought of it and all the lovely things that Isabel had procured for her. What would become of them all, she wondered. All the presents downstairs would have to go back. Yes, and Eustace's ring, she had forgotten that. She slipped it off her finger with a little dry sob and put it aside.
And the necklace of pearls that she had always thought so much too good for her, but which would have looked so beautiful on the wedding dress, that must be returned. Very strangely, that thought pierced the dull ache of her heart with a mere poignant pain, and following it came another, stabbing her like a knife. The sapphire for friendship. His sapphire. That would have to go too. There would be nothing left when it was all over. And she would never see any of them anymore. She would drop out of their lives and be forgotten. Even Isabel would not want her now that she had behaved so badly. She had made Sir Eustace the talk of the county. So long as they remembered her, they would never forgive her for that. Sir Eustace might forgive. He had been extraordinarily generous. A lump rose in her throat as she thought of him. But the Devines, all those wedding guests who were to have honored the occasion, they would all look upon her with contumely for evermore. No wonder her mother was enraged against her. No wonder, no wonder. She would never have another chance of holding her head up in such society again. A great sigh escaped her. What was the good of sitting here thinking? She had undressed long ago, and she was cold from head to foot. Yet, somehow, she had forgotten, or been too miserable, to go to bed. She supposed she had been waiting for the soothing tears that did not come. Or had she meant to pray? She could not remember, and in any case, prayer seemed out of the question. Her life had been filled with delight for a few delirious weeks, but it had all drained away. She did not want it back again. She scarcely knew what she wanted, save the great impossible for which she lacked the heart to pray. And no doubt God was angry with her too, or she could not feel like this. So what was the good of attempting it? Wearily, she turned to put out her candle, but ere her hand reached it, she paused in swift apprehension. The next instant, sharply she started round to see the door open, and her mother entered the room. Gaunt, forbidding, full of purpose, she walked in and set her candle down beside the one that Dinah had been about to extinguish. "Get up," she said to the startled girl. "Don't sit there gaping at me. I've come here to give you a lesson, and it'll be a pretty severe one, I can tell you, if you attempt to disobey me." "What do you want me to do?" breathed Dinah. She stood up at the harsh behest, but she was trembling so much that her knees would scarcely support her. Her heart was throbbing violently, and each throb seemed as if it would choke her. She had seen that inflexibly grim look often before upon her mother's face, and she knew, from bitter experience, that it portended merciless treatment. Mrs. Bathurst did not reply immediately. She went to a little table in the corner, which Dinah used for writing purposes, and opened a blotter that lay upon it. From this, she took a sheet of notepaper and laid it in readiness, found Dinah's pen, opened the ink-pot. Then, over her shoulder, she flung a curt command. "Come here." Dinah went, every nerve in her body tingling, her face and hands cold as ice. Mrs. Bathurst glanced at her with a contemptuous smile. "Sit down, you little fool," she said. "Now, you take that pen and write at my dictation." Dinah shrank at the rough words. She felt like a child about to receive corporal punishment. The vindictive force of the woman seemed to beat her down. Writhe and strain as she might, she was bound to suffer both the pain and the indignity to the uttermost limit, for she lacked the strength to break free. She did not sit down, however. She remained standing by the little table. "Mother," she said through her white lips, "what do you want me to do?" She could scarcely keep her teeth from chattering, and Mrs. Bathurst noted the fact with another grim smile. "What am I going to make you do would be more to the purpose, my girl, wouldn't it?" she said. "Sit down there and you'll find out." Dinah leaned upon the little table to steady herself. "Tell me what it is I am to do," she said. "Ah, that's better." A note of bitter humor sounded in Mrs. Bathurst's voice. "Sit down." She thrust out a bony hand and gripped her by the shoulder, forcing her downwards. Dinah dropped into the chair and sat motionless. "Take your pen," Mrs. Bathurst commanded. She hesitated, and instantly, with a violent movement, her mother snatched it up and held it in front of her. "Take it." Dinah took it with fingers so numb they were almost powerless. "Now," said Mrs. Bathurst, "I will tell you what you're going to do. You are going to write to Sir Eustace at my dictation, and tell him that you're very sorry, that you have made a mistake, and beg him to forget it and marry you tomorrow as arranged." "Mother, no!" Dinah started as if at a blow. The pen dropped from her fingers. "Oh, no, I can't, indeed, indeed." "You will," said Mrs. Bathurst. Her hand gripped the slender shoulder with cruel force. She bent, bringing her harsh features close to her daughter's blanched face. "Just you remember one thing," she said, her voice low and menacing. "You've never succeeded in defying me yet, and you won't do it now. I'll conquer you. I'll break you, if it takes me all night to do it." Dinah recoiled before the unshackled fury that suddenly blazed in the gypsy eyes that looked into hers. Sheer horror sprang into her own. "Oh, but I can't, she reiterated in an agony. "I don't love him. He knows it. I ought to have found out before, but I didn't. Mother, mother!" Piteously, she began to plead. You can't want to make me marry a man I don't love. You would never. Surely, you have done such a thing yourself." Mrs. Bathurst made a sharp gesture, as if something had pierced her. She shook the shoulder she grasped. "Love?" she said. "Oh, don't talk to me of love. Do you imagine, have you ever imagined that I married that fox-hunting booby for love?" A great and terrible bitterness, that was like the hunger of a famished animal, looked out of her eyes. Dinah gazed at her aghast. What new and horrible revelation was this? She felt suddenly sick and giddy. Her mother shook her again roughly, savagely. "None of that," she said. "Don't think I'll put up with it, my fine lady, for I won't. What has love to do with such a chance as this? Tell me that, you little fool. Do you suppose that either you or I have ever been in a position to marry for love?" Her face was darkly passionate. Dinah felt as if she were in the clutches of a tigress. What do you mean?" she faltered through her quivering lips. "What do I mean?" Mrs. Bathurst broke into a sudden brutal laugh. "What do I mean?" she said. "I'll tell you, shall I? Yes, I'll tell you. I'll show you the shame that I've covered all these years. I mean that I married because of you, for no other reason. I married because I'd been betrayed and left. Now do you understand why it isn't for you to pick and choose? You, who have been the plague spot of my life, the thorn in my side ever since you first stirred there, a perpetual reminder of what I would have given my very soul to forget. Do you understand, I say? Do you understand? Or must I put it plainer still? You, the child of my shame, to dare to set yourself up against me." She ended upon what was almost a note of loathing, and Dinah shuddered from head to foot. It was to her as if she had been rolled in pitch. She felt overwhelmed with the cruel degradation of it, the unspeakable shame. Mrs. Bathurst watched her anguished distress with a species of bitter satisfaction. "That'll take the fight out of you, my girl.
she said. "Or if it doesn't, I've another sort of remedy yet to try. Now you start on that letter, do you hear? It'll be a bit shaky, but none the worse for that. Write him and tell him you've changed your mind. Beg him mumble-like to take you back." But Dinah only bowed her head upon her hands and sat crushed. Mrs. Bathurst gave her a few seconds to recover her balance. Then again, mercilessly, she shook her by the shoulders. "Come, Dinah, I'm not going to be defied. Are you going to write that letter at once, or must I take stronger measures?" And then a species of wild courage entered into Dinah. She turned at last at bay. "I will not write it. I would sooner die. If this thing is true, it would be far easier to die. I couldn't marry any man now who had any pride of birth." She was terribly white, but she faced her tormentor unflinchingly, her eyes like stars. And it came to Mrs. Bathurst, with unpleasant force, that she had taken a false step which it was impossible to retrace. It was then that the evil spirit that had been goading her entered in and took full possession. She gripped Dinah's shoulder till she winced with pain. "Mother, you are hurting me." "Yes, and I will hurt you," she made answer. "I will hurt you as I've never hurt you yet if you dare to disobey me. I'll crush you to the earth before I will endure that from you. Now, for the last time, will you write that letter? Think well before you refuse again." She towered over Dinah with awful determination, wrought up to a pitch of fury by her resistance that almost bordered upon insanity. Dinah's boldness waned swiftly before the iron force that countered it, but her resolution remained unshaken, a resolution from which no power on earth could move her. "I can't do it, possibly," she said. "You mean you won't?" said Mrs. Bathurst. Dinah nodded and gripped the table hard to endure what should follow. "You mean you won't," Mrs. Bathurst said again, very slowly. "I will not." The white lips spoke the words and closed upon them. Dinah sat rigid with apprehension. Mrs. Bathurst took her hand from her shoulder and turned from her. The candle that had been burning all the evening was low in its socket. She lifted it out and went to the fireplace. There were some shavings in the grate. She pushed the lighted candle end in among them. Then, as the fire roared up the chimney, she turned. An open trunk was close to her, with the dainty pale green dress that Dinah had worn the previous evening lying on the top. She took it up and bundled the soft folds together. Then, violently, she flung it onto the flames. Dinah gave a cry of dismay and started to her feet. "Mother, what are you doing? Mother, are you mad?" Mrs. Bathurst looked at her with eyes of blazing vindictiveness. "If you're not going to be married, you won't need a trousseau," she said grimly. "These things are quite unfit for a girl in your station. For Lady Studley, they would of course have been suitable, but not for such as you." She turned back to the open trunk with the words, and began to sweep together every article of clothing it contained. Dinah watched her in horror-stricken silence. She remembered, with odd irrelevance, how once in her childhood, for some petty offense, her mother had burnt a favorite doll, and then had whipped her soundly for crying over her loss. She did not cry now. Her tears seemed frozen. She did not feel as if she could ever cry again. The cold that enwrapped her was beginning to reach her heart. She thought she was getting past all feeling. So, in mute despair, she watched the sacrifice of all that Isabel's loving care had provided. So much thought had been spent upon the delicate finery. They had discussed and settled each dainty garment together.
She had reveled in the thought of all the good things which she was to wear, she who had never worn anything that was beautiful before. And now, they shriveled in the roaring flame and dropped into gray ash in the fender. It was over at last. Only the wedding dress remained. But as Mrs. Bathurst laid merciless hands upon this also, Dinah uttered a bitter cry. "Oh, not that, not that." Her mother paused. "Will you wear it tomorrow if Sir Eustace will have you?" she demanded. "No, oh no." Dinah tottered back against her bed and covered her eyes. She could not watch the destruction of that fairy thing, but it went so quickly. When she looked up again, it had crumbled away like the rest, and the shimmering veil with it. Nothing was left of all the splendor that had been hers. She sank down on the foot of the bed. Surely her mother would be satisfied now. Surely her lust for vengeance could devise no further punishment. She was nearing the end of her strength, and she was beginning to know it. The room swam before her dizzy sight. Her mother's figure loomed gigantic, scarcely human. She saw her poke down the last of the cinders and turn to the door. There was a pungent smell of smoke in the room. She wondered if she would ever be able to cross that swaying, seething floor to open the window. She closed her eyes and listened with straining ears for the closing of the door. It came, and following it, a sharp click as the turning of a key. She looked up at the sound and saw her mother come back to her. She was carrying something in one hand, something that dangled and cast a snake-like shadow. She came to the cowering girl and caught her by the arm. "Now get up," she ordered brutally, "and take the rest of your punishment." Truly, Dinah drank the cup of bitterness to the dregs that night. Mentally, she had suffered till she had almost ceased to feel. But physically, her powers of endurance had not been so sorely tried. But her nerves were strung to a pitch when even a sudden movement made her tingle, and upon this highly tempered sensitiveness, the punishment now inflicted upon her was acute agony. It broke her even more completely than it had broken her in childhood. Before many seconds had passed, the last shred of her self-control was gone. Guy Bathurst, lying comfortably in bed, was aroused from his first slumber by a succession of sharp sounds, like the lashing of a loosened creeper against the window, but each sound was followed by an anguished cry that sank and rose again, like the wailing of a hurt child. He turned his head and listened. "By Jove, that's too bad of Lydia," he said. "I suppose she won't be satisfied till she's had her turn, but I shall have to interfere if it goes on." It did not go on for long. Quite suddenly, the cries ceased. The other sounds continued for a few seconds more, then ceased also, and he turned upon his pillow with a sigh of relief. A minute later, he was roused again by the somewhat abrupt entrance of his wife. She did not speak to him, but stood by the door and rummaged in the pockets of his shooting coat that hung there. Bathurst endured in silence for a few moments, then, "Oh, what on earth are you looking for?" he said with sleepy irritation. "I wish you'd go." "I want your brandy flask," she said, and her words came clipped and sharp. "Where is it?" "On the dressing table," he said. "What have you been doing to the child?" "I've given her as much as she can stand," his wife retorted grimly. "But you leave it to me. I'll manage her." She departed with a haste that seemed to denote a certain anxiety notwithstanding her words. She left the door ajar, and the man turned again on his pillow and listened uneasily. He was afraid Lydia had gone too far. For a space he heard nothing. Then came the splashing of water, and again that piteous gasping cry. He caught the sound of his wife's voice, but what she said he could not hear. Then there were movements, and Dinah spoke in broken supplication that went into hysterical sobbing. Finally, he heard his wife come out of the room and close the door behind her. She came back again with the brandy flask. "She's had a lesson," she observed. "I rather fancy she'll never forget as long as she lives." "And I hope you're satisfied," said Bathurst, and turned upon his side. Yes, Dinah had had a lesson. She had passed through a sevenfold furnace that had melted the frozen fountain of her tears till it seemed that their flow would never be stayed again. She wept for hours, wept till she was sick and blind with weeping, and still she wept on. And bitter shame and humiliation watched beside her all through that dreadful night, giving her no rest. For she had gone through this fiery torture, this cruel chastisement of mind and body, all for what? For love of a man who felt naught but kindness for her? For the dear memory of a golden vision that would never be hers again. End of section 49.